Hello, hello, how's everyone doing? Stream OC review. Well, I worded that wrong, but it's the OC review stream. Hey, Velvet, Chaos, Bloody, hello, Violet Embers, Silver. Thank you, hello, welcome. Welcome. Whoa, and thank you, Chaos, for the resub, tier 1. It's for 9 months. Everyone's hitting 9 months now. And Silver, thank you for the bits. But also, hello, Rail. Atlantic, hello. Cyrus. Everything Enthusiast. Didn't know this was happening today. I put it in the stream title for the past like week or two. So, JMB, hello. I've been well. How have you been? Velvet, thank you for the bits. The cat, you're extorting people again, buddy. You're completely oblivious to it, too. Mecha Gaming, hello. Just woke up, but glad this first thing I'm waking up to. Welcome. Val, thank you for the 100 bits. Murder time? Why murder time? We're reviewing OCs. We're not murdering. Oh, now I see what you mean. No. Murdered OCs? No. Human Hunter, where can you post the pics of your team for you to review them? You can either add them to the Word document or PDF that you're going to submit, and you can add like pictures. They don't count for extra points, so even if they go onto extra pages, that's fine. Or you can post them directly into the Discord. On Discord, I've made public a channel. In the streaming category, there's OC review submission. You can submit the images right there. I can open them on my end and pull them onto stream as well. I'll have my desktop up, so I can just pull them up there. Yeah, exactly. Silver's got it. When will the next OC review be? I'm thinking the next OC review will probably be in October, maybe November. I'm thinking every 3 months is probably a good timeline to do the OC reviews, to allow people to build up an amount of points so that they can submit, whether they're subs or not, or able to join in, every once in a while versus those who are able to join in regularly. I think every 3 months is probably... Are you reviewing OCs from your Discord server or somewhere else? It's from people who are submitting the OCs, and the way that they will submit is by posting a Word document or PDF in the Discord server once they have redeemed the points on stream. So I will make public a channel redeem that will cost 20,000 Phoenix Feathers, which is the channel points for this stream, which you just accrue naturally from watching the stream. They're free. It's just, from watching the stream, having it open in the background, etc. When you have enough points, you can redeem 20,000. That gives you 1 page of OC description that you can submit in the Discord server, and I will review on stream. Answer any questions that you may have, or I'll ask questions about it. And, if you just want to show off your OC, that's completely fine. If you want advice on, formatting a semblance or what have you, then I'm here to help. I'm bleeding in page 2. Don't feel like wasting 20k on a paragraph, so filler time. Fair. Pizza and other stuff, then I'll see about submitting your OC. Sounds good, Chaos. Sounds good. Had to use extra pages last time, but had a full team? Yeah. Yeah. Cat's just sitting here, chilling. Isn't that right, buddy? Yeah. Val, thank you for the 100 bits. Nalman kebab. Ooh, kebab's good. Kebab be good. Your face, yeah. Yeah. What if you can't make a Word document? Microsoft paywall? PDF. PDF is fine, and a PDF is really easy. If you have a Google document, you can just go to print and save as a PDF, and you should be able to submit that. The reason I do not allow Google Documents in and of themselves is because people can edit those on stream. Like, they can edit those and their edits would show up when I'm viewing their OC document, and I don't want any shenanigans on it. Just simply put. And I know you can open Google Documents, or I could save a copy of it and, open it on my end, but, it's easier to just save it as a PDF, less hassle for me to clean up afterwards. So, just Word document or PDF. Can we redeem with donations or bits, or is it just channel points? I kind of want to keep it just channel points because I don't want to incentivize. Like, I want this to be kind of a relatively free thing that people can do, and I don't necessarily want to promote people just throwing money at it to get their OCs reviewed. I don't know what's other people's opinion on that, because I don't know. I don't necessarily want that to be a paid thing, because I want it to be more of like a community thing. Yeah, bits is basically bribery. Yeah, a little bit. And I know a lot of channels do that as well. Like, it's for people who can't really spare the time to have stream open, I guess. Because having stream open or having time to watch stream, it's not something that everyone has. Time is, in fact, the most valuable resource that we have, more valuable than the money. So I can understand if there's people who can't watch stream but would still like to get their OCs reviewed. But also, there's the aspect of, it might be better for those people, but I don't want to incentivize people only showing up for the one stream and then just throwing money and then not showing up for any others. It is kind of incentive to, join in on stream more often. Case by case, but the thing is, I have no way of proving the case by case. People could just say, oh, I'm never able to join in on stream, but I'm able to join in for this one. Can I just pay? And I'd have no way of proving or disproving that. So, sorry, Candlena, but there's going to be more OC reviews, right? There's going to be more. So there will be time. Yeah, so I think I'm going to just have it be the channel point redeems. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll just do regular viewer submissions, though I think that would get very, very chaotic. So I kind of do want to have it controlled by the channel points, and yeah. It's just a lot of things that just need to be considered. I'd love to be able to go over everyone's OCs who wants their OCs to be reviewed, but I think that would be a little bit overwhelming, and I'd probably end up having to do OC streams for a month and probably still never get through them. So I do just have to control it in some way. Sorry about that, Peppable. Maybe special discount stream? Maybe, but I feel like that might even get overwhelming too, even if I drop it down to like 10K. Because one thing I've considered is if stream grows to where there's like 50 average viewers or even like 100 average viewers, if I ever grow to that point on stream where there's that many people watching, I may have to increase the price from 20,000 per page to something higher, because there'll be more people who will be able to redeem. And, I'd like to... The stream, I will be streaming probably all day for like 10 hours, I'd imagine. Whether it's just all OC reviews or we start playing Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap afterwards, we'll see how many OCs are redeemed. But I will be open to reviewing OCs all day. It's just, with discount, then I might be reviewing OCs for an entire weekend or something like that. I don't know. Starting with the last name for your Fullmetal Alchemist OC. Ooh, OC economics. Kinda, yeah. See, with naming, that's not really something I'm all that well accustomed to helping with, because when I'm looking up names, I spend a long time for my OCs going through different color inspirations, Googling, like, okay, names that are meaning this color or from this inspiration or this, that, or the other. So I am early serious because it's the OC review stream. And no, it's 12 p.m. EST. So it's right on time. It is right on time. So, are we ready to get this underway? I don't know why, but coming up with weapons and semblances are hard. They are. Okay, so I'm going to make the redeem public, and I'm going to set it to a limit of 10 at the start, because I want to make sure that everyone who redeems is going to be able to be here for their actual review. Well, Lex, there'll be time, and that's the thing as well. I'm going to set it to 10 now, so you can redeem. I'll go through those 10, and then I'll open it up to another 10 in a moment. Or, like, once I've gone through those 10. So, there's time. OC stream is earlier than game streams. Yes, yeah. I believe I added it to the schedule. So, I will go over them in the order in which people redeem them, or rather, not the order in which people redeem them, the order in which people are able to post on the Discord, to post their documents after, mods have reviewed it, but also after they have redeemed on the channel. So, there's plenty of time. And one other thing I want to mention, because I know there's going to be some people who want to redeem multiple pages, right? If, these first 10 spots go incredibly quickly, I don't necessarily think they will. I think you'll be able to get in. But if you are only able to get like 3 redeems out of the 5 pages that you want to submit or whatever, I'll go over them now. But, trust that you'll do the extra redeems when the redeems become available, and just, burn the appropriate amount of channel points. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. And 3, 2, 1. They are now live. They should be live. Yup, there we go. Perfect. All right. Silver, Rail, Cyrus. Yep. All right, perfect. Silver got all 4 of theirs in. We have Cyrus and Rail to start. Perfect. Perfect. All right. And now, all right, Silver's all ready to go. Rail, Cyrus. All right, so we'll go over Silver's first then. Let's have everything pulled up. Pics are attached in the PDF. Perfect, Silver. And mods, if you're available, all trusted members have redeemed so far, so I don't think there's anything to be worried about. Perfect. All right. Duplicate. Get that set up. All right. Let's go with that. Lake, thank you for the follow. Do you think healing semblances is complicated to make an OC because Aura pretty much does the job? Healing semblances are certainly complicated. I may or may not have made a character with a healing semblance that may be introduced eventually. They are difficult to balance, though, because healing can get very overpowered. It's difficult to balance. Laptop isn't happy running stream on phone, so phone mode it is. All right. Let's do that. Do that. All right. Now, we should be good to go. All right. That HOC hint. When did I say anything about H, Chaos? All right. So, I believe, yes, these are in order. All right. Silver's first OC. Team is for Canon Ruby. Like some help with balancing and how they fit into Canon. Also, just want to show them off. Fair enough. So, Raz Tempest. Raz is short for Razzle, the song Razzle Dazzle from the 2000 movie Chicago. I'm not a music buff, so I'll have to take your word on that one. Associated with Dazzle, which means bright light. Perfect. Definitely seems to have, like, would that be classified as punk rock kind of inspiration? Or at least associated, like, I'm guessing music inspired team to some extent with their designs as well. Love the design, by the way. That blade looks amazing. Outfit, fantastic. Love it. Gender female. Oh, Faunus Viper. Like Zelina. Height 5'10". Eye color pale violet. Personality. Party animal. Wild flirt rebel. Fair enough. Totally extroverted, loves attention. She's very outgoing, always happy to start a conversation with her peers. As long as you don't try to hold authority over her, she will treat you with respect. The moment you try to exercise that authority, all respect goes out the window. She'll probably put you through that window as well. Her mischievous machinations likely would have gotten her kicked out of school if it wasn't for her near-perfect grades, which she only has thanks to her photographic memory. Okay. She does her best not to cause trouble during classes because she knows if she gets kicked out, all the money her mother worked so hard for would go to waste. Her mother is the only authority figure she respects, and she would never dream of causing trouble for her. Aw. Good, respectful student. I like that. She's still learning that not everyone can keep up with her battle style, and is starting to take advantage of the strengths of her teammates. What year is she meant to be in the combat school? Open as a clave. Ooh. Does it say the trait? It hasn't yet. Faunus trait, Viper Heat Pits. Thermal Vision. So, perfect. The weapon, Suncast a clave, a long multi-handled blade that splits into two blades and converts into a versatile laser rifle that can utilize dust on her semblance's energy. Or her semblance's energy. Okay. That is referring to her first year. Okay. Yeah, shorts are nice too, with, I'm guessing, the emblem right there on the thigh. Combat style, personalized version of Dirty Krav Maga, seeing the wild and crazy movements carefully coordinated to devastate enemies with quick yet powerful successive strikes from multiple angles. She excels at mid-range combat. She is almost savage in a fight, battering her opponent's defenses with a barrage of wild, unrelenting attacks until they break. Suncast laser packs quite a punch and is capable of causing significant damage to her targets. She tends to get a little reckless while fighting, often getting lost in the excitement of battle, and separated from her team. Thankfully, she's learning to mitigate this, and her teammates have devised tactics to take advantage of the impact their leaders' actions have on their opponents. Okay, looks pretty good so far. Seems like a very strong character, like head of the class type. So far, Prism, energy absorption. She can absorb most forms of energy and temporarily store it for later. Once stored, the energy has many uses. It can be used to unleash beams of energy as the form of an attack. It can be released in waves to blast away enemies, and it can be released as pulses to radiate heat, light, or an energy field. If her aura is used up while she is storing energy, all remaining energy is immediately released in its original form. Absorbing and storing energy doesn't take much aura, but changing forms of energy when it's released consumes more aura. The absorbed energy cannot be used to replenish her aura. She can store energy for a max time limit of 25 minutes. Bump the microphone. I'll be honest, that seems pretty powerful based on the sheer fact of absorbing multiple forms of energy and being able to convert between them. Because the semblances that we've seen thus far that work on absorption, well, Nora's the prime example, and it's only electricity, like one form of energy. And when I was creating, at least for Seraphina, I kind of strictly kept it to one form of energy, like just heat, because heat, light, and energy, as well as other forms of energy that could be there, it really makes it very powerful. Could you train the ability, or is it static? I'm pretty sure she could train this ability. Um, but gotta ask, does her weapon extend long mid range because she's a Viper Faunus? It, I'm, I don't know if her weapon can extend. I don't know if this cord that I can see here, like, but in the middle of the weapon, is extendable. Because I'll be honest, the weapon does give me vibes of Renji Abarai from Bleach, and his sword that is kind of would it be considered telescopic, that it can extend out, because it is a somewhat snake inspired weapon as well. But the semblance is very powerful. The time limit's fine. Like, that's a good limitation to have. It's just with the multiple forms of energy and being able to release it in so many different ways, uh like essentially a Kamehameha blast, or in a wave if there's multiple enemies to knock them back, or like an energy field, like, yeah, waves to blast away enemies and can be released impulses to radiate heat, light, or energy field. Um, excuse me. She become more efficient with her semblance. Yeah, the weapon doesn't extend. Okay. I think this semblance is extremely versatile, and that makes it more powerful than most other semblances that we've seen. Personally, I would suggest limiting it to one form of energy, because as of right now, it does seem like she can handle pretty much almost any situation that she goes into, just with her base semblance alone, not needing to be all that creative with it. By taking in any form of energy, she can convert it into whatever she needs at that very moment and be able to expel it outwards. I went into this knowing it was a bit much. Yeah. And I understand wanting characters to be versatile. I completely understand that, because you want your characters to be able to handle any situation that they're put in. But that's also why they're at the Huntsman Academies, to learn to handle those different types of situations. And they aren't supposed to inherently be able to handle them when they first get to the academy. That's why they're put on teams, to have other members of their team to compensate for their own weaknesses. As of right now, unfortunately, Raz doesn't seem to really have many weaknesses, because her semblance can compensate for any situation that you would find herself in. And you know, because in if we look at Team Ruby, for example, Yang, very up close and personal, but she has to take damage to be able to activate her semblance. She needs teammates to cover for her when that opportunity arises. And like, yeah, it's funny. Twitch says there's only 3 people here, huh? So I and personally, I'm of the mindset that limitations help breed creativity. Like, if she can only absorb one form of energy and release it in just that same form of energy, then that allows for, uh, you know, it forces characters and forces the writing into situations where they need to adapt that ability that they have to fit those situations. There's going to be situations that every huntsman and huntress is not well adapted to. And even if after the schools they branch off and they're no longer with their team, by fighting alongside their team, by having those experiences at the Huntsman Academies, they now know what situations and what types of missions they will be accustomed to dealing with, what ones they can work well on, what ones they won't work well on. And that is why, as a huntsman or huntress, they can choose the types of jobs that they will work best on. Whether it's, escort missions, whether it's search and destroy, whether it's research, whether it's, there's all sorts of different missions that huntsmen and huntresses can take, but they get to choose which ones suit their own abilities best. They could partner up with other huntsmen and huntresses to compensate for their shortcomings and everything like that. So, yeah, 17. The goal is to have a simple semblance that you can use multiple ways rather than a multifaceted semblance. Exactly, Bloody. Exactly. That is a much better way of wording it than my rambling at this point. Yeah. She knows of her someone's versatility. She might get OP real quick. Yeah, that's the thing, because this is like the base level semblance, so she could get very overpowered very quickly, and that's why limiting it to like having energy absorption and release, that's completely fine. That's, the type of semblance that I developed for Seraphina, and having her either absorb, what type of energy. Well, it'll be up to you what type of energy you decide for her to absorb. Whether it's absorbing light and releasing light, absorbing heat, releasing heat, absorbing electricity and releasing the electricity. But I would personally recommend limiting it to one form of energy that you can absorb and release, or absorb one form of energy and convert to only a single other form of energy. Because energy conversion through a semblance is absolutely possible. We've seen that with Nora. She absorbs electricity and converts it to physical power. Yang converts damage into physical power. So energy conversion is possible, but I would have it one input, one output, personally. That would be my recommendation, at least. What if she can absorb most forms of energy, but she can't convert them? I think that's still pretty powerful, because when we consider dust, dust gives off a lot of energy in a lot of its different forms. There's combustion dust, there's fire dust, there's electricity dust, and by having her absorb multiple forms of energy, that nullifies a lot of different types of dust that she would be attacked with. If she gets in those situations. Maybe she's strictly a fighter against Grimm and won't be fighting against other, bandits or other huntsmen or things like that. Because that's one thing that I really do look at when it comes to semblances is, okay, out of the potential things that she might come across or a character might come across as an opponent, how many of those things are nullified, or does their abilities just completely remove as obstacles? If I have to choose one form of energy, it would probably be light. And light is a very interesting one because, and I like going with light as the option for that she can absorb. Would you have her absorb light and release light? Because if she absorbs enough light, she can focus it down and have, the beam attack that you're hoping for. She would have to absorb probably a decent amount of light. It would take her, I'd say maybe 20, 30 seconds, maybe a minute, depending on how you want to balance it, of direct sunlight, of, focusing on her semblance, absorbing as much light as she can, and then focusing out a beam blast. That I think would be fine. Yeah, lasers. Exactly. I think that would be fine. She could also, and light is very versatile because you could focus it down for the lasers. You could also use it as a flash grenade if she wants to release it, like have her entire aura glow, like flash grenade to get the heck out of dodge. If the situation is something that she can't handle, she has that escape button, which is perfect. And that would also, with her fighting style as well, where she's very headstrong, will charge into battle, even get separated from her team, it gives the opportunity for her to get way in over her head, realize that she's gotten herself into a situation where she needs to get the heck out of dodge, and her semblance would give her that escape button. It ties into her name, and semblance name better too. Yeah. Oh yeah, with the semblance name Prism. Prism absorbing light. Yeah. Not to mention, if she's a party animal, you could, since she absorbs light and she could probably release it at different frequencies, she could essentially make herself into a disco ball. She could absorb, depending, once she gets more control over her aura, she could release, little dots of light as different colors around her aura and just literally be the life of the party. So I think that works very, very well. Also allows her to have a weakness. Being in areas that don't get much sunlight can make her weaker, which gives her some more depth. Yeah, on cloudy days or rainy days, that, limits her capabilities. Or if there's a mission that's overnight, she could still absorb the light of the moon, but it'd be much less potent as the light from the sun. Portable disco ball, wireless disco ball. Yeah, exactly. So I think that would work best, and I really I really like that idea. But obviously, up to you what you choose to go with. But I would say, and for anyone else going the energy absorption route, one form of light probably works. Both the weakness and the disco ball. Yeah, yeah. And loves attention. Well, everyone's attention is normally drawn towards the light, as long as it's not too blinding. So I think that works pretty well. And more info on the weapon, how it extends out and folds down. Okay. And there's the folded down gun version. And yeah, the semblance with it just being light can still work for the weapon as well. Because it splits into two blades, converts into a versatile laser rifle that can utilize dust or her semblance as energy. And I like that you put dust or her semblance as energy. Because one thing that I'm really strict about is do not make weapons that rely solely on the user's semblance. Because if their aura is ever broken or they get low on aura, then their weapon essentially becomes useless. So I like that you put in dust there. Weakness could be her body shows her crack like a disco ball design. Too much energy stored up and away, maybe. Well, if she absorbs too much energy, you could always have it that there's a hard limit to how much energy she absorbs. I don't think you need to put a specific quantity of energy, but like with Seraphina, I wrote it that her semblance has a slight passive effect, that she's kind of ambiently absorbing a small amount of heat and radiating a small amount of heat, just by the nature of her semblance and her aura, everything like that. It's nothing significant. It pretty much just means that she's warmer than most other people around her. So if Raz absorbs, too much light, maybe there's just an ambient glow to her. Walking through a dark cave, maybe she's also a living nightlight. There's options there. But yeah, I think that'd be a good way to balance. Glow stick. Yeah. Excellent character. Love the design. Love the ideas, the personality, combat style. And I think balancing that semblance would make her an excellent fit for canon. Let's move on to the second character. Or is there anything else that you'd like to ask? I should probably ask that first. Anything else that you want me to touch on for Raz Tempest? But yeah, Pale Violet, party animal. Yeah. No, that's it. Perfect. First glow stick, least light to glow. Val, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Next we have Zaina or Zay Novosis. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Her and her sister using fake last name while at Beacon. Ooh, some mystery to her then. Sovas is their real name. Her name is derived from Zayden Mint. I do not know Zayden Mint. Female human, 5'7", color is pale yellow. Ooh, love the design. So she fights with sword and pistol. Weapons, Spark Blossom, twin whip swords that convert into dual heavy revolvers. Okay. Whip swords that convert into revolvers. Nice. I like it. Yep, there's the design. They can connect together at the hilt. Yeah, it looks like they do connect together at the hilt. Now I had a weapon design that I thought of, connecting together at the base as well, but decided that maybe it's not the best idea. I don't know. Yeah, the function, it seems cool in practice, but it doesn't necessarily work with when the character would end up using it. So it's up to you whether you want to keep it. It's nothing that would break canon or anything like that. Like that's absolutely fine. But yeah, just especially when it comes to swords, it may not work as well. Yeah, it seems a little impractical. But still, let's go over the semblance first. Static. Oh, electrokinesis. She can generate power from static electricity. Uh, she can generate a powerful static electric energy field around her body that has some electromagnetic properties. She can also channel electricity through her weapon to shock her opponents directly. She can also call down lightning when angered and tends to subconsciously cause flashes of lightning and thunder when upset. This is a writing mechanic that doesn't factor into her combat capabilities. She can call down lightning? Her lightning tends to flicker between cyan and yellow. She will later gain the ability to use static electric cling of her semblance to stick to walls and ceilings. She started to pick up on her semblance's ability to pick up on the movement of subtle electromagnetic fields of other creatures that other creatures generate in a 2.5 meter radius around her, acting like a sixth sense and can detect incoming attacks. Ah. Calling down lightning is a writing mechanic. How, like, I'm guessing in a similar to way, like if she gets angry, if, for example, if Zaina was in RWBY, she gets angry, it's like an effect that would appear behind her that her eyes would glow and lightning would strike down, but it's not actually striking down. Most of that stuff she gets later on. Okay, makes sense. Similar to how when Yang gets angry and she slams her foot on the ground, explosions burst up behind her, whereas, the explosions aren't actually happening. It's okay. I get that, because it was just like a semblance that can actually call down lightning. Visual effect like Yang's fire. Exactly. Okay. I love that you added that in then. I love that's in there, because that just gives added flair to her character. Semblance does seem, again, pretty powerful, pretty but honestly, it might be relatively balanced. I'll keep it on the back burner while I read through everything else. Personality. Shy, sweet, and hopelessly innocent. Oh no! That means there's room for her to be corrupted. She won't get the she won't get the jokes. Um will kick ass if intimidated. Okay. While she is shy with most people at first, she is an ambivert and enjoys the company of others. Despite her strengths and skills, Zaina can be shy and somewhat socially awkward, especially in situations that require her to interact with new people or when receiving compliments. Beneath her calm exterior, she harbors insecurities about her own abilities and sometimes worries that she might not measure up to her teammates' expectations. She's a bit of a neat freak and is often one to clean and tidy up her team's room. Is Raz the one who kind of, the party animal is leaving clothes everywhere and needing to be cleaned up afterwards? As she's frustrated by the messiness and disorder. So, someone on the team's messy and disorderly, or all of the other members are. We'll see, as we've only seen half of the team thus far. She's a perfectionist and has meticulous attention to detail. She takes great pride in her work, whether it's her responsibilities as a team member or as a sister. With the help of her teammates, she is learning to ease up a little on both herself and her teammates. Her parents are rich socialites in Atlas, and after an incident with her older sister, Zeta. With her older sister Zeta. Oh, Zaina and Zeta. Okay, got it. Her parents would only let her and her sister attend Beacon if they used a fake last name. Because they didn't want it to reflect poorly on the rich family. This mix of Raz and the last team member? Okay. I'll start on the corruption. You'll have to get to her sister first. Oh, her sister protects the innocent bean. Um, how many feathers they got? Oh, Silver redeemed 80k. Yeah, Silver has a lot. Um, but makes sense. In combat style, extremely fast and agile movements with short mid-range slashing and piercing attacks. Thanks to her semblance's passive effect of electromagnetic sense, she is hyper aware of her surroundings. Okay. Love the personality. Innocent small bean. Love her. And I really do like whip swords. Whip swords are a fantastic weapon choice. They're difficult to learn to wield because they can absolutely be double-edged swords. If you're not careful with them, they can either interfere with teammates or, more often than not, harm the user. Aura can help protect from that, but damaging your own aura in the process, not ideal. Still, love the weapons though. Spark Blossom is the name of the weapons. Love the name too. Fits very well with the semblance. Extra ammunition, lightning and steam dust, Fairytale inspiration, static, the DC Comics. Okay. With the semblance though, a powerful static electric energy field that can shock her opponents and kind of gives her a sixth sense, where she can start to sense things later on. She learns through, because that would be something that she would have to learn through the training at the academies, and it would take a while for that to become useful in combat. I would say that aspect of it would be developed by the end of her time at the academies, because you don't want her to start out with that. Yeah, later gain the ability to use static electric cling of her semblances to stick to ceilings and walls. Now that portion of it, I don't know. Because static electricity, when you use it like on a balloon and you can stick that to a wall, it works because the balloon has very little mass. For static electric cling to work on someone human-sized, I just don't know if it's physically possible. Granted, rule of cool, and it's a different universe and everything, so it's maybe possible, but I think static cling is cool. Oh, I think it's cool as well. I'm just wondering about the functionality of it. Like, if it would actually be possible for enough static to be generated for a human to be able to stick to a wall. Reject reality, embrace Spooderman. It would take a shit ton of static. Yeah. It's cool, just unrealistic. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, unrealistic in our world is most of RWBY, but even within the RWBY universe, I don't know. It's not that would be a broken ability or anything, but I just don't know if it'd be possible. Like, if physics would even allow that, because she would have to generate a ton of static electricity to the point that I don't know how well she'd be able to sneak around. Because if you are able to like climb on walls or climb on ceilings and hang on there, that would be pretty good for reconnaissance, you'd think. But if she has to generate that strong of an electromagnetic field around her, then it wouldn't really work all that well, because anyone walking around with any metal would immediately get shocked being in the vicinity. Just be like, ow, what the, ow. Sems is also multifaceted. One component could be its own semblance. This is true, Bloody. This is very true as well. Especially with the ability to stick to walls and ceilings, that could be its own semblance in and of itself. If someone made their aura like really sticky and could actually Spooderman up a wall. When it comes to generating the powerful static electric field, that in and of itself, I believe, is just a good semblance on its own. It can channel electricity through weapons to shock opponents without actually being straight up electricity, without mimicking the abilities of lightning dust. It wouldn't be that strong, but it would be a shock. Just come in contact with a metal weapon, and it's just, yeah. Probably use so much aura that would be draining. Yeah, that too. What if she sneezes while doing the build up to the shock? Oof. But yeah, I think overall it's a good semblance. It's just the the amount of aura that she would need to pump into it and the amount of static electricity she would need to generate. And the electromagnetic fields, which I think the being able to sense things around her, it wouldn't be perfect, but she'd get the sense that, okay, something is kind of there. I think that's okay for later development. Um, though that ability in and of itself, I don't think should be overly powerful. Like 2.5 meters away, it's not that big of a radius, but which I think is balanced enough. But that in and of itself could be its own semblance. Like just aura sensing is could be a pretty powerful semblance that a different individual could have. But this, as long as it's balanced properly, I think it's fine. It can remove the wall clinging. Yeah, yeah. I think overall, very good, very well designed. It's more an idea of where the attack is coming from, a vague idea of the size. Yeah. Um, yeah, and that would tie in with aura sensing as well. Like we've seen how well Ren is able to sense the world around him as well. He's probably the best or the highest. What's the proper way to word this? Ren is probably the most skilled character that we have seen at aura sensing capabilities. And that's because he's put so much time into developing that aspect of his aura. Because he's very aware of his own emotions, very aware of his aura and the flow of aura throughout himself. You're forgetting Fox. I know that Fox has a lot of aura sensing capabilities as well, but Fox, inherently with his semblance, allows him to sense the minds of others. Ren's semblance allows him to mask emotions, but he's still able to project his aura outwards and sense. Like, Ren's better at projecting aura than Fox, I would say. Fox can sense minds in a larger radius than Ren can project out his semblance, but Ren being able to project out his semblance would take more aura and more control, I believe. Fox senses a Grimm's lack of aura. Yeah, I guess that's true. Isn't aura sensing a thing with people like Ren and Fox? Yeah. Nix, hello. That's how he fights. Fox actually fights using an assistive device that he has in his ear that kind of gives him information about the world around him. So he does use aura sensing capabilities, but it's not solely on that. He does have an assistive device as well. Skilled and knowledgeable is the word. Yes. Sure, everyone can sense aura, just comes with the cost of experience and time, and that's an important thing to note. When you're training with aura, you have to decide what aspects of aura you're going to put your training towards, whether it's aura strengthening, whether it's like being able to strengthen your body with aura, or whether it's strengthening the durability of your aura cloak, whether it's projecting your aura outwards, whether it's controlling the flow of aura throughout your body to be able to manipulate your semblance better. There's many different aspects of aura, and there should never be a character that is maxed out in all aspects of it. Every character should have, some aspects of it, but depending on what their semblance is and what their fighting style is, that is what's going to dictate not only what their weapon ends up being and what they would end up choosing as a weapon, because all huntsmen and huntresses seem to design their own weapons, except for other cases where there might be inherited weapons like Jean's. Those types of things will dictate what they would put their time into training. Very older type to be more experienced than non-outdoor type. Yeah, it's just how much people put the time into training their aura sensing capabilities. Because it's not going to be useful for everyone, but it's going to be much more beneficial for some characters versus others. Train amount of aura he has available, given the way I made his semblance, makes sense. And based on what the writers have said, you can uh, train the amount of aura that you have available. Though, with the way that the writer said it, I don't necessarily like that idea that people can increase the amount of aura that they have available. I don't think that's accurate because of Jean. Jean was inherently stated to say, oh, you just naturally have a lot of aura. And to me, that certainly implies that characters should not be able to train to the point where they can just naturally have as much aura as Jean has. I don't think that's the case. But what can happen is that individuals train with their semblance to become more efficient at using it so they consume less of the aura reserves that they have. I think that would be better. Make more sense of their semblance. Exactly, Silver. Exactly. Yep. Because I don't know how you would naturally increase the amount of aura that you have in your body. What training would you go through with that? Just constantly burn through the amount of aura that you have, reduce your aura to 0, and just constantly put your body through that rigorous process so it's making more aura? I don't know how you'd increase the capacity your body can hold. Sit under a waterfall. Yeah. I think increasing the aura efficiency would be the ideal route to pseudo increase the amount of aura you have. It pretty much just means you're going to be able to have aura last longer. Whether that's increasing the limit or just making it be used slower, it has the same effect. So logically, through training, they just increase their aura efficiency. Most people find a way to increase efficiency. It's what to do is spend less to more natural business people. Yeah. You pet the kitty. Meow, meow, meow. Is the cat even on screen right now? No, he's not. Meow, meow. Yeah. Haven't touched upon it in years. They gonna retcon it? Yeah, I feel they probably would, because in the early volumes of RWBY, I don't think they had fully developed the power system, and at times I feel like they forget aspects of the power system, but yeah. Okay, gonna put Maylin in now. Nice. Meow. All right. So that is Zaina, and I'm guessing Zayda is next. Zayra. Zayra or Ray. Okay. Because Zayda was mentioned here. Does she have a third sister? Or was that a typo? There are 3 of them. Okay. Zayra and Lena. Okay. So Zayda stayed behind in Atlas, I take it. Ooh. I love the look. And she has Tonfa rifles? It looks like Tonfa rifles. Ooh. Zayda is their older sister and is currently missing. Ooh, okay. To be honest, John having more aura than normal people is fine. Think of it as not many people can master their auras. Like we see Ren being exhausted using his aura offensively. Yeah. The thing is, Ren has put a lot of his time into the sensory capabilities of aura, not the efficiency capabilities of aura. So when Ren needs to use his semblance in a larger form, he can't do it for long because he's not that efficient with aura. But he's very good at using small amounts of aura to sense the world around him, sense the emotions of others. So, yeah. And Jean naturally having more aura, I think, well, I'm pretty sure there's reveals that are going to be coming later on in the RWBY series to really showcase why that is. All right. Zera Novosis. Her and her sister using fake last name while at Beacon. Sovas is the real name. Yep. Her name is derived from Zaylin Lavender. Okay. Female human, 5'7", same height as her sister. Pale purple. Weapons, Snowfall. Love that name. Bladed Tonfa semi-automatic rifle. Nice. Wind and Ice Dust. Wings, sewn into her outfit that can catch the air currents of her semblance, allowing limited flight and hovering. Huh. Semblance Northwind Aerokinesis. She can generate and manipulate air currents. Ooh. With practice, she gains fine control of speed and direction of the wind. She's capable of moving the wind at higher speeds. She can also utilize her air currents for limited flight and to hover, as well as form cyclones. Her wind is always cold. She can incorporate ice dust to lower the temperature of her wind to sub-zero temperatures. Huh. Fairy tale legend inspirations, Jack Frost. Makes sense. Personification of frost, ice, snow, sleet, winter, and freezing cold. Interesting semblance. Can generate and manipulate air currents. Also, if we have artwork we commissioned others to draw, do we have to mention who drew the art? Yes. I would prefer that you credited the artists. I would absolutely prefer that to be the case. I think someone is a bit too much, like already having wind dust. That's what I'm thinking as well. One thing I'm very strict about, or at least I mentioned in my semblance videos, is dust and semblance used to be together as magic, but they were separated out. So the elemental capabilities were put into dust, and so semblances should not be able to replicate dust. And that's a difficult portion of it, because although this semblance, it's not broken or anything, like it's not overpowered, it's not anything like that, but it does seem to replicate wind dust. Probably should limit the radius around her, which can manipulate the air. It's just, it does seem like she has built-in wind dust. That's mainly what I'm thinking. But let's read through the personality first, and we can think on the semblance afterwards. Personality: suave, sassy, no nonsense. She'll I can see why she protects her sister. That she's the one you don't want to mess with. And very loyal. She is street smart. Growing up in Atlas and becoming street smart. And is considered to have a silver tongue. That fits with the Atlas elite. Zera exudes confidence and has an outgoing personality. She's not afraid to express herself, share her opinions, and take the lead in various situations. She has a keen sense of style and is often seen in trendy and fashionable outfits. Her and Coco would get along well. She has a passion for shopping and staying up to date with the latest fashion trends. Very well, she'd get along with Coco. Though she usually ends up fixing most of the clothing once she gets home, as everything she wears must have her own personal touch. She'd also get along with Neo. She is well-liked and has a charm that draws people to her. She is sociable and can easily strike up a conversation with others. She has a great sense of humor and enjoys cracking jokes or making witty remarks, often lightening the mood during intense moments. So she's got good social awareness to not start cracking jokes at the wrong moments. She tends to take a pragmatic approach to situations, considering the practical aspects and potential outcomes before making decisions. So she's calculating. But if she doesn't like the option she's given, she's likely to come up with her own solution and make sure she looks good while doing it. Her and Coco would be great together. Best of friends. She's very protective of her sister and is still learning to trust her other teammates when it comes to the example they are setting for Xena. Her parents are rich socialites in Atlas, and after an incident with her older sister Zeta, her parents would only let her and her sister attend to Beacon if they used a fake last name. Combat style: mix of Taekwondo style kicks and weapon strikes involving fast spinning slashes from her weapon. Submitted your receipt? Nice, Nyx. One of them. All right. Nyx, I believe, has redeemed. Yeah, Nyx, you'll need to redeem first. Yeah. Through channel points, the format's supposed to be Word document or PDF format. Yes. All right. Absolutely be great friends with Coco. Yeah, like her and Coco would get along well. Both of them have someone they want to protect the innocence of. Coco with Velvet and Zara with Zaina. So, yep. I would really like to see that dynamic of them interacting. But that would be for an alternate universe story. Um, why did the command not work? Uh, that's weird. Why that command didn't work. Okay. It'll be a year till I can submit. Oh, John. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know why it doesn't work. Did Night? It should. I'm gonna check the command in Nightbot because it should be that anyone can use that. Yeah, everyone should be able to use the OC help command. It's set up that user level is everyone. I don't know why that didn't work. That's really weird. Nightbot slacking, yeah. Because Discord, okay, that one works. Huh. Interesting. And now, okay, I guess I just needed to open the Nightbot website and that refreshed it. But getting back to Zara's semblance, it's a really interesting semblance. I love the idea of the semblance, but it does seem to mimic wind dust. It it really seems like wind dust because that is exactly what wind dust does. It generates wind. We saw that in the Vital Festival tournament. Weiss uses wind dust as a gust of wind against Flint, and then there's Dew Gale from Team Indigo. There we go. I think on the name of the team for a moment. From Team Indigo, who has wind dust built into her spear and can create cyclones with it. It really does seem like she's got built-in wind dust. So, the question is, how do I change it? I don't know. Is the thing, because to keep the abilities the same, or to keep similar abilities, I'm wondering if there'd be a way to like generate. I don't think this would be an efficient semblance, but like generate an aura field and then compress air within that field to mimic a similar effect, but it wouldn't be efficient for getting the effects that you want. So I don't know. Well, the actual floaty hovering part could still be part of it. Just remove the wind aspects. Yeah, because telekinesis and glide do exist. But the thing is, telekinesis, as far as we're aware, does not work on people. It does not work with other individuals that have aura. Because we haven't seen Glinda, levitate other people into the air. The most we've seen her do is push Ruby backwards in episode 1, which can easily be explained by Glinda just using telekinesis on the air in front of Ruby and pushing that back into her so it sends her flying. So, but yeah, when you mention that, you bring up Scarlet David's semblance of glide. He can just glide through the air naturally. So, yeah. I have enough of a page. Oh, that's nice of you to offer, Silver. Yeah. back to characters as small as possible, to use as least as possible. Um, I don't know what would be the best way to change that. I don't I to be honest, I don't know if it can be changed to get the similar effects, because obviously the character is kind of, you know, designed to fit with this semblance. And don't know I don't know how to change that. Sensation of wind without the physical effects of it? How do you mean, bloody? Like sensation of wind? Like being able to sense the wind around her? Because enemy feels like there's a draft gale when there isn't. Yeah, that could work, but it's mainly can also utilize her air currents for limited flight and hover, as well as form cyclones. And like with practice, she gained fine control of the speed and direction of the wind, is capable of moving the wind at higher speeds. Like, yeah, like an illusion of wind. That could work in a way of its in and of itself. It could be a semblance where it tricks the opponents into thinking that there's a large amount of wind in front of them when there isn't. I don't know if that's the way you'd want to go with it, though. The character art can be added on extra pages without needing to have the points for it. Like, art is fine to add on. Like Silver, in this case, paid for or had the points for 4 pages, but added on these extra pages, an extra 8 pages of artwork for the characters, which is absolutely fine to include, because I can just have them up on the side while I'm going through the actual information. Because it's the information that is the part that you're redeeming for points. Technically, her semblance could just boost her ability to use wind dust. That's true. That's very true. You could just have her semblance be geared towards working with wind dust. And also we need to be on Zera. Yeah, actually, that's a good solution, if Silver's okay with that. Let's see a potential fight between this character and the theoretical faux wind semblance. Like she tries to manipulate the wind with no effect. Faux wind semblance? How do you mean? Hey, Ray, what are you surprised about? But yeah, hyping up the... Well, I mean, there is Coco's semblance of hype, right? That just generally hypes up the effects of dust. But to give a more potent effect, Zera could specifically work with wind dust and make the effect not only more potent, but more efficient, so she burns through less of the dust to get the same amount of an effect. Stream in the morning. Well, it's a OC review stream. I announced it a little bit in advance, like a couple weeks in advance, and yeah. So yeah, actually, so she could make a smaller amount of wind dust go much further than would otherwise be capable of, so she can actually use the wind more freely in combat without worrying about running out. Like with most other characters that utilize dust, they have to choose when to use it because, well, if they burn through their dust, then they won't have it anymore. How long am I planning to stream today? Probably 10, 11 hours. So someone's to boost the efficiency and control of wind dust with the side effects of chilling the air. Yeah, that could work. And I would also, for the chilling the air part, I would say that she could. I might try to limit that to adding ice dust to it to chill it down. Because the wind is still ultimately generated by the wind dust. It wouldn't be her semblance generating the wind. It would be from the dust. So adding in the cold aspect, I think, might be a bit much. Is Twitch bugging? The bitrate... What? The bitrate says I'm offline. Twitch? Twitch? Hello? Twitch? Okay, Twitch is showing that I'm live. There's a preview that I can see that shows I'm live. But when I look at the bitrate, it says I'm offline. Cats, hello! Hello, hello, and hello, Dark Magics. It stutters or skips, but you're still online? Twitch, what's going on? Uh-huh. Okay, well, if everything looks fine, Mecha Gaming, then for a lot of people, then I guess we go for it. Twitch is having a stroke on your end. Oh no. I mean, Twitch is looking strange on my end too, but it says I'm still live, and yeah, it's infected mostly just because her inspiration is Jack Frost. Yes, and I understand the chilling effect. Meme Hydra, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Twitch having scuff hours. Apparently so. I'd imagine there's not that many people streaming at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maybe there's a lot of people streaming on the other side of the world that's interrupting it. I don't know. But I understand wanting the chilling effect. I just don't know. Incorporating it would give her a pseudo temperature manipulation semblance, or a pseudo temperature manipulation aspect of her semblance, which is pretty much adding a secondary ability. And to be fair, just because a character's inspiration is one thing, it does not mean their semblance has to align with it. With the way they fight could be the way they align with that character inspiration. With the way they act could be how they align with that character inspiration. You know, for example, Yang's inspiration is Goldilocks. When has Goldilocks ever, gone all punchy on opponents? Or when did Beauty and the Beast create shadow clones? When did when did Snow White summon monsters to her side or use glyphs? No way to justify it. Unfortunately, nothing that I can think of right now. And again, I'm not going to be able to think of everything. I'm not, I'm also not an authority on semblances either. So maybe it could work. It's just right now, I think it would seem a little bit too much like two separate abilities incorporated into the semblance. I got to go do some housework. I'll be back. All right. See you in a bit, Chaos. Do you guys think inspired magical schoolgirl outfit change as a semblance is acceptable? So the outfit would be generated from the person's aura? because like the actual act of the magical girl change, yeah, that'd be fine. It's just where's this other outfit coming from? Because if it's an aura generated outfit, what happens when the person's aura is broken? And also, how much aura would that drain? Because if the person's aura is broken, like obviously they'd probably revert back to the other outfit, but there's the question of if they're wearing an aura only outfit, where does the other outfit go? And if they're taking off that outfit, then when the aura outfit is broken, to a pocket wardrobe. Well, we do have Fiona Time with the pocket semblance, so if it's, you know, strictly limited to outfit change, the time to streak. Yeah, change it to the wind dust amplification thing and work on it later. Sounds good, Silver. Sounds good. Destroy her closet that she can't use her semblance. Get her weapon. The outfit goes to the void. Since we do have Fiona Time and pocket dimension, there's pocket dimension semblance that exists. That's the size of storing entire vehicles without any detriment to her semblance. Then, you know, Twitchy Vicious, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You know what? But then we start to get into territory of Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tail. As Unethical Doctor just pointed out in chat, there are some semblances, Ruby, that are broken. Yes, there are, Ray. Yes, there are. The only thing that's hard is that outfit. Yeah. All right. Let's move on to the final member of Silver's team. Did we ever get a team name? What's their team name? I don't recall reading the team name. Razzle, okay. Okay. Team Razzle. Makes sense. Lena Respite. Ooh, red and blue design. Abs. Love how that's the first thing I noticed. Also, spider emblem, it looks like. She also looks like she's been through a war with all the scars that she has. But, damn. Simp. Hey. But the weapons are really, really nice. Ooh. A rifle that can change you into a halberd, it looks like. Damn. All right. Lena Respite. She changed her last name when she left home. Luncy. Luncy or Luncy? I think Luncy. There's last name. Her name, Lena, is derived from Linara Gingersnap. Second one, Luncy. Okay. Like Lucy, except with an N in there. Got it. Tarantula Faunus. Ooh. Faunus trait. Tarantula urticating hairs? Is that how you pronounce that? Mixed with her hair. Interesting. Does that give her extra abilities? Huh. So, but this is a character whose faunus trait is definitely not obvious. Same with Raz's as well, actually. But let's go with the, well, we can read down. Handedness, ambidextrous, eye color, pale blue. Her height is 5'6". She's the shortest member of her team. If you check Discord, you'll see what happened, kinda. Say what now? Huh. Okay, Velvet, I understand. Hopefully Twitch, you know, corrects itself for you, because that's mildly problematic. All right. She has a sharp, sarcastic, and often dry sense of humor. She's highly intelligent and has a keen analytical mind. Often observes and critiques the world around her, demonstrating a deep understanding of social dynamics and behavior. She possesses a strong sense of skepticism and is often critical of mainstream or superficial aspects of society. That's good. Her cynicism is a result of her perceptive nature and her ability to see through facades. She tends to see things as they are rather than through rose-colored glasses. Her realism can sometimes come across as pessimism. Feel that. But it's rooted in her desire for truth and authenticity. After several years of living alone in the outskirts of the city of Vale, okay, so she's from Vale. Makes me wonder where she was in, what situation she was in to fight as much as she's done to get the scars. She's slowly learning how to work with her teammates and how to interact with others. She's also quite the hacker. Where would she have picked up those abilities in Vale? She went away from home and her neglectful parents at the tender age of 12 and hasn't looked back since. While her parents are looking for her, they never imagined that she would have made it to Vale. So where did she come from? Interesting. Combat style. Her own unique style is based off of the spinning of her weapon and acrobatics. While it is a powerful fighting style, it has a large amount of finesse, utilizing the rotation of her weapon to redirect enemy attacks to throw them off balance. An extremely savage and brutal fighting style that she has heavily refined into her own devastating style. And over the top with her backstory, she is from Atlas. Okay. Is she from, like, the city of Atlas or from the city of Mantle? Because I'm mainly wondering how she would have afforded the plane ticket to get to Vale. That's one thing about Atlas. If you have a character there that's going to another continent, they need some way to get out. With Zaina and Zara, rich family, they'd be able to buy the ticket, but another Atlas runaway. Yeah. So I'm curious about that. And also, like, what situations was she in where she's been getting these scars? Because obviously those are from injuries that she's suffered throughout her life. Was that fighting on the outskirts of Vale, like she had to fight to survive? And where would she have learned the hacking? Because if she ran away at the age of 12, or I guess neglectful parents, yeah, I'm not going to make assumptions. I'm just going to ask questions. Because 12 to 13 is when a student would enter the combat schools, normally. Like Signal Academy, Pharos Academy, Oscuro Academy. But from the sounds of it, if she ran away at the age of 12, did she have any fighting experience before that point in time? It's a lot to type, so I'll put in the Discord OC description channel. Okay. Can't wait for RWBY Volume 10. Yeah, me neither. But I hope they put the appropriate time and effort into it. Auditory illusion. Audiokinesis, kinda. She can generate real or illusory sound waves to mislead, deafen, or attack opponents. Sound waves can be generated from any point in her body, and she can utilize her urticating hairs to generate either form of sound waves, even after they have been launched from her body. Either form of sound waves, even after they've been launched from her body? She can manipulate the volume, frequency, and pitch of her sound waves, and use the illusory waves to misdirect her opponents. She's also capable of mimicking any voice she has previously heard, as well as her own voice. Her semblance allows her to muffle nearby sounds to aid in avoiding detection. That sounds like a lot. Because we've had other sound-based semblances before, and they've focused on one aspect that was mentioned here rather than all. Weapons, Secrets, Retribution. Ooh, good name. A Hellglaive burst rifle that splits into a machete and battle axe. Can also be used to amplify the range of her semblance or fire more powerful, accurate sound blasts, as well as directed sonic booms. how has it been? How can it do this? How can it amplify the sound? Because a burst rifle, I believe, is not a sound-based weapon. Described as savagely elegant weapon. Equipment, steam, and combustion dust. On her left eye that monitors her and her teammates' aura and other info. Okay. Anansi. Trickster hero, West African trickster, spider godfish. Okay. Gonna be honest, this one is ridiculous. There's a bit over the top here. It can fire standard dust round as well as sound. I'll be honest, I think having it fire sound may be unnecessary. Because from the sounds of it, it doesn't necessarily fit with her fighting style. If I go to OC descriptions. Lena is the only daughter of Otto and Lisa Luncy, though this is not public knowledge, and neither the fact that Leah is a faunus. Okay. Otto doesn't know at first. Oh my god. How do I alter... Okay. Let's go with that then. Sorry, the formatting is terrible. I mean, I feel like this should count for an extra page of OC description, because I should probably be strict about that. Because it because this does seem like a lot. Yeah. I just, to be fair to everyone else, I feel like I shouldn't read that unless there's an extra page added. Yeah. Sorry, Silver. So same with multiple semblances in this one. Yeah, I agree, Bloody. But yeah, with the backstory, I do have a lot of questions. That I think it would require another page redeem to sort out. But at least for the semblance, we can go over that now. Like, generate real or illusory sound waves to mislead opponents makes sense. That's one ability. Loud enough sound waves to deafen or attack. That sounds like another. Rose! Thank you for this. I'm still alive. Holy shit, can't believe I finally got a stream. Yeah, welcome. Glad to see you, Rose. Hello, hello. How have you been? Root beer. Hey, hello. Welcome. But, yeah, generating real or illusory sound waves to, well, real or illusory. So real sounds she can generate, or sound illusions, like the illusion of a sound. That's two different abilities right there. uh, whether it's to mislead or not. That's one. And then loud enough sound waves to deafen or attack. That even sounds like another ability. Sound waves can be generated from any point on her body, can utilize the hairs to generate either form of sound waves even after they have been launched from her body. She can manipulate the volume, frequency, and pitch of her sound waves. And uses the illusory waves to misdirect her opponents. Like, real and illusory. That right there is two separate abilities. She's also capable of mimicking any voice she has previously heard, as well as her own voice. The mimicry aspect also sounds like another ability. And then there's ability to muffle nearby sounds, which sounds like another ability. Let's go with real sounds that can attack. Okay. So, real sounds that can attack. So, she can generate sounds from her body that are strong enough to be able to attack with. Because we've had semblances before that amplify sound. Like the two semblances that I'm thinking of is Azul Silva's and Cadence Caria's from the Phoenix Festival tournament. Both are sound-based semblances that amplify the effects of sound and use that to attack. For her to generate the sounds, like, her semblance allows her to generate sounds, and for her to generate strong enough sounds to be able to attack, that would require a lot of aura. And now thinking of Present Mick, yeah. Present Mike. Yeah. I've been living, that's good. Better than just surviving. This is true. If I had a semblance, what would it be? That would take a lot to think about. How about amplify sounds? Sure, that works. Because amplifying sounds absolutely works as a semblance. And then you can use that to attack with, and you would also need to consider the range in which she can amplify sounds. Because from other semblances that we've seen, like, it depends on what you want to focus on, right? If it's amplifying sounds strictly for the purpose of attacking, then that would probably be any sound that she can generate with her own body. Like, with the weapon she has, and the way that Azul Silva fought was he had a metal spear that he would slam on the ground, and that would cause a shockwave, and the amplifying the sound would cause, a greater shockwave outwards that would be able to attack. So that's a method that could be used for Lena as well. And if you want to go the route of amplifying sounds for more the misleading distraction thing, then it would have to involve projecting her aura outwards to be able to manipulate sounds that are further away and increase the volume of them. Like a rustle in the grass. If she tossed a small rock over somewhere and it made a clatter or made a sound, it would be a smaller sound, but maybe she could amplify that up. So, his opinion of a page and a half is 2 pages. Anything beyond 1 page counts as a second page. I'm gonna have to be strict about that because I want to try to keep it as concise as possible. So, and I need to be strict about that, I think. Just to keep it fair for everyone. But yeah, there's definitely some workshopping that would need to be done with the semblance and figure out exactly what you'd want for the character, right? Okay, so the OC help command is now working well. Did I need to open Nightbot for the things to fix itself? Yeah, because there is there is a lot that is stacked on this one character, with the semblance being able to do multiple things, and I think you're already whittling it down. It's going to take some time to rework. Yeah, I believe so. And with her backstory, like if you want to redeem another page for me to read more about Lena specifically, once you have her reworked or whatever, then I look forward to doing so. But I am curious, like where she got her combat training from, because ran away from home and her neglectful parents. So, and if she's from Atlas, her parents definitely didn't train her in combat. Um, so where did she learn to fight? At the age of 12, if she learned to fight on her own and applied to the Huntsman Academies after that point, like straight from Huntsman Academies, didn't go to the combat school, then where did she learn to fight? As well as where did she pick up the hacking abilities? Because Vale doesn't necessarily seem to be the place to do that, and neglectful parents doesn't really imply that they would teach her how to do that. Because if she's very skilled with hacking, is her character going to lean more into that aspect of it, or is she more a combat focused character? The more technological characters like Watts more lean into that aspect of their personality, whereas the more combat focused characters seem to lean more into that aspect of it. Working on typing that. Okay. Root beer. I'm gonna have to ask, like, especially during these streams, if you want me to review your OCs, you'll have to redeem the channel point redeems. But yeah, there's a lot of overall, I think, pretty good character. It's just there are some things that there's just a lot. I think a lot of different aspects to her character, her personality, and well, not necessarily her personality, but her backstory that I am curious about, and with the semblance. But yeah, great team overall, Team Raz. No worries, Rapier. No worries. But yeah, is there anything else that I can help with, Silver? Razzle, right? Team Razzle. Is there anything else I can help with, or anything else that you'd like to ask, or are we okay with this for now? Hmm? Having a little nap, buddy? I have a question. What's your thoughts on OC creators using canon characters in the backstory? Say, for example, OC is good friends with Pyrrha because they fought in Mistral tournaments years ago. I would say that that's non-canon, because the way that I've mentioned this in my previous video, you can move on. Okay. I'm not just trying to summarize her backstory. Okay, sounds good, Silver. Uh, I've mentioned this in a previous video before, whereas how not to break canon. But also, I want to mention, thank you for submitting your character, Silver. Excellent team. Hopefully, we were able to help with a number of things you had questions about, and help you focus characters and more with that. Or Crow saving an OC in a mission years ago. That's Sarah's? How do you mean? I did mention that I had wanted, I think I mentioned that in the How Not to Break the Universe video, that I had wanted to have Crow as part of Sarah's backstory, as he just randomly saved her on a mission and she was inspired by him. But even that I thought was too much. Like, because you have to consider, if you're making an OC for canon, your OC, as well as 1,000 other people's OCs, are all meant to exist at the exact same time. So if you write your character as good friends, or even being known by a canon character, like known by name or whatever, then there could be 100 other characters who also have that written into their backstory, and that would just not make sense. Maybe I'm being too strict on things like that, but you don't need your characters to interact with uh, canon characters. I don't think. Also misremembering. Yeah, like I in all of my OCs, I do not have them interact in any capacity with any canon character outside of what would logically be done within the academies. They're gonna meet Professor Theodore, or at least see him during the initiation and during their times at the academy. The Any student attending Beacon Academy is going to be taking Glinda Goodwich's classes, is going to see Ozpin giving a speech, is maybe, if they're at Beacon Academy at the same time as Team Ruby and Team Juniper, is going to see them and maybe be resentful of Team Ruby for, being Ozpin's favorites or getting away with more than they're able to. But they can't be best friends with Team Ruby because that would conflict with canon. It's interesting, to be honest. Only thought that was acceptable because it's very loose. So stuff like school tournaments, etc., is acceptable thing. School tournaments, etc. Sure, you can attend the same school as canon characters, but when it comes to tournaments, I'd be careful with that because people would often want to be like, oh, my character and Pyrrha, for example, met in the final match and it was a close match, but Pyrrha eked out the victory or something like that. And that's putting your character in a position where all of a sudden no other OC could fit. So your character could enter the tournament and lose to Pyrrha in an earlier round, but getting all the way to the finals or things like that, like I don't know. Again, maybe I'm too strict on things like that, but it's something I do have to consider because it comes to a point of your character is meant to fit into, if you're writing for canon, then your character needs to fit into the Ruby universe. And that needs to come with the understanding that your character, although is the main character of their own story, the overarching story of Ruby, they are a side character of. They are not the main character of, the Ruby series, of Remnant. And, say like Barry's will meets Ruby, things like that, but it's not breaking the rule of OCs. Yeah. It's just, yeah. And one thing that I'm pretty sure a lot of characters and a lot of writers are going to go into is with the Vital Festival tournament. Now, with that, I feel like some liberties are gonna have to be taken with that because most people would want to write their OCs to make it past the first round, most likely. It'd be interesting if, like, the directions that you'd take to have them fight in the Vital Festival tournament and, lose in the first round and see how that would be written. But if you are going to have your characters, especially if you're going to have your characters participate in the same Vital Festival tournament that we saw in the Ruby series, they're going to have to lose in the first or second round. They cannot make it to the finals, into the final 8. But if you're writing at a different point in time, then there are some liberties that can be taken as to how far your OCs make it. They cannot win the Vital Festival tournament, and I would argue they should not make it to the finals, but making it to the quarterfinals or semis, I think that's acceptable. Even though canonically only 4 teams will ever be able to make it to the semifinals in every Vital Festival tournament, I think some liberties would have to be taken there. Well, top 16 is only the second round, right? Because only 32 teams can enter the Vital Festival tournament. Personally, I think the Vital Festival tournament it's well designed for within universe, but I heard your name. Sirius, thank you for the bits. Team Blue is the same school as Beacon. Makes sense. because within Universe, each school, and we know how many teams are in the Vital Festival tournament because 8 made it to the singles rounds. So that means there were 16 teams in the doubles rounds, and in the full team battles, there must have been 32 teams because there was one victor, one loser in each match that was fought. So in the Vital Festival tournament, 32 teams are entered, 8 teams from each school are chosen. And also, as an added note for anyone who is incorporating the Vital Festival tournament into your OC's story, I am of the mind that the Vital Festival tournament is exclusively for first and second year students only. To be honest, I thought the Mistral tournament would be better since it's super vague as hell. Who completed it? It's only one known fighter. Exactly. Who was the one known fighter in that one? Because I don't know if I recalled. I know CFA use the if in the current timeline because they don't exist. No, I don't think any OC is alternate universe if in the current timeline. It's just they can't interfere with canon events that we already know of. So your character could potentially still be canon even if they were participating in the Vital Festival tournament that Team RWBY was a part of, and they lost in the first round in a match that we never saw. That doesn't conflict with canon in any way, shape, or form. Or even if they just weren't selected to participate in the Vital Festival tournament. She couldn't have. She was a first year at Beacon Academy when she participated in the Veil. In the Beacon Vital Festival tournament. She could never have participated in the Vital Festival tournament in Mistral because it was 2 years prior when she was... I think the tournament you're thinking of is that Pyrrha won a tournament in Mistral, but not the Vital Festival tournament. Or one, but wasn't seen in the second round for various reasons. Yeah, exactly. I'll just about my OC, but it goes over one page. It's 20k feathers for one page, right? Correct, Megas. Anything going over one page would count as a second page. Yeah, that tournament. Yeah, that was not the Vital Festival tournament. That was a different tournament. That was just a tournament held within Mistral for the students at combat schools. Vital Festival tournament is strictly for the Huntsman Academies. Even one sentence, I'm gonna have to be strict about that because down the line there will be people who push that. Oh, but you read, past one page for this one person's. Why can't you do that for mine? Well, because I have to be strict about it. Well, that's not fair. You did it for this other person. It's that type of thing, right? I just have to. I have the outline set for a reason, and I have to limit it to that. If you add images, yeah. I gotta be strict about that, unfortunately. And it was but yeah, getting back to the Vital Festival tournament, the reason I'm of the mindset that the Vital Festival tournament is only for first or second year students is because of the known teams that we've seen enter into the Vital Festival tournament. And also for the, balancing of the tournament itself. Vital Festival tournament is the only factor in your RWBY OC story that it's an event that happens twice during their time at Shade. Okay. Cooper, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The Vital Festival tournament, I believe, is only for first and second year students at the academies because of balancing. No matter what first year team you have enter the Vital Festival tournament, if there's a fourth year team, they are going to get absolutely destroyed. Hello, Cooper. Hello. Yeah, third or fourth years would blitz everything, everyone younger than them. Absolutely. There is, even if it was Pyrrha in those fights, if it was Team Juniper, and Juniper has Pyrrha, but it's a fourth year team, even an average fourth year team, with those extra 3 years of training, they would be able to take Pyrrha out. Maybe she'd be able to go toe-to-toe 1v1 with a member of the fourth year team, but all the fourth year team would need to do is blitz Nora, Jean, and Ren, and then take out Pyrrha in combo. Oh, you're an anime artist. Nice, Cooper. What artwork have you, have I seen any of your artwork at all? Have you shared any of it in the Discord server before? That was better acceptable thing than Vital, since Vital is known and Mr. Tournament is very vague. So it's easy to fit anyone in there that isn't taking a slot. You can fit someone into the tournament, but it's more the fact that the person is known by Pyrrha and is friends with Pyrrha. That is the issue. Pretty sure that Portner Nublek explained that only skill matters and attending year doesn't matter, though. Yes, but if we look at the fact that of what teams were selected from Beacon alone, right? Each school, there's 32 teams that are allowed to enter the Vital Festival tournament. With that being the case, that would mean each school gets to select 8 teams to enter. Okay, let's look at the teams that Beacon chose to enter. Okay, Team Ruby and Team Juniper. With Pyrrha and with Team Ruby, okay, maybe those are the strongest first-year teams. Maybe with 8 teams, they would choose 2 teams from each year to enter, right? Okay. So you have Team Ruby and Team Juniper from first years. And then there's Team Coffee from second year. Team Coffee, another standout team from the second year. So that makes sense. And then there's Team Cardinal, a first-year team that was soloed by Pyrrha. Are you telling me that Team Cardinal was a better fit for the Vital Festival tournament than any other second-year team? Or third-year? Or fourth-year team? Nah. No way. Like, Team Cardinal is probably maybe an average, slightly below average team for first-year students at Beacon Academy. Because we have to remember, all members of Team Cardinal made it to the Vital Festival tournament they made it into Beacon Academy on their own skill. They did not forge documents like Jean did. They made it in through regular means, through actual merit. They're still, the lower aspect of the classes, but they still made it into Beacon. But they would not be on par with the average second-year team, or third-year, or fourth-year. And Team Cardinal made it to the second round, meaning that they were victorious over whatever team they fought in the first round. They were second semester of their first year. They're still first-year students. Absolutely. So, yeah. So it really doesn't make sense. I understand from, a production standpoint why Rooster Teeth included Team Cardinal. It's because they had the models already made for Team Cardinal and they didn't want to make models for other characters to showcase Penny's fight. I understand from that aspect, but also from just a logical aspect, every first-year team or second-year team would get absolutely destroyed by fourth-year teams. And if a school went in to showcase the highest skill that they have available, why wouldn't they just include all of their third and fourth year teams? Have all 8 teams they enter be their most skilled students? That would make sense, right? But to prevent that, maybe you'd limit the schools to just having 2 teams per year. Well, then why was there 3 first-year teams for Beacon Academy? Like, the logic that, when you think about it, it would make sense if it's only first and second-year teams. Not to mention, when you think about how the curriculum at the academies would be structured. First and second years would be more focused on learning their combat capabilities, learning how to be huntsmen and huntresses, starting to acquire new skills, get that advanced tutelage that would come from the Huntsman Academies. And that would be what is showcased in the Vital Festival tournament. Once you get to third and fourth years, now you're at the point where you're getting close to graduation. You are getting to the point where field work, where actual huntsman experience is most important. It would make sense to me if all third and fourth year students are staying back at their own individual academies and continuing to go out on missions, because the world doesn't stop, or the Grimm don't stop for the Vital Festival tournament, right? The world keeps on moving. People are still in need of help. And honestly, a large source of, let's say lower paying missions are probably fulfilled by the schools, by third and fourth year students. It would make sense for them to be held back. Not to mention, as well, from an overall, world standpoint, if you think about it, Ozpin and the rest of the headmasters know that Salem exists, know that, there is a threat out there that could potentially attack at any point. Would you really want to send all of your best and most capable students, leaving the academy undefended? So, restricted to first and second year students. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, it would make sense to have third and fourth year students stay back at their own academies, fulfilling other missions, and staying back as, defenses in case there is an actual emergency or anything like that. Well, I mean, Lionheart, yes, but Lionheart only went full scumbag when it came to after the fall of Beacon. When Salem actually made her move, that's when he started arranging the deaths of all of the teachers and all of the other huntsmen and huntresses that were around Haven Academy. We don't exactly know how long Leo had been a traitor, but it was somewhere between current time and the time at which the Spring Maiden left his protection. That is when he turned traitor to Salem. Likely something to do with that final mission that Summer Rose went on along with Raven. That is when Leo turned traitor at some point during that time. So it's somewhere within the last 10 years, but for the however many years between the beginning of the Ruby series and the point at which Leo turned traitor, he was just feeding information to Salem, not actively harming other huntsmen or huntresses. Was it the teachers too? I must have forgotten. Yeah, it was pretty much all huntsmen and huntresses that were around there, including the teachers, I believe. I'm back on YouTube. Yeah, thank you, Root Beer. Thank you. In terms of mission, I assume your 1 and 2 students did local missions, 3rd and 4th year students did missions all around Remnant. They might not have done missions all around Remnant, but if there was one that was requiring certain expertise or something like that, then yeah. Because I think it's more that 3rd and 4th year students would start taking on missions by themselves without such strict supervision as was shown in, the Ruby series. Because Team Ruby, as a first year, got to go on their first mission, supervised by Professor Oobleck. We did see in After the Fall that Team Coffee did go out on their own mission and were unsupervised, but it was supposed to be a relatively routine mission. It ended up being a complete disaster, but Professor Port was also kind of monitoring them, looking out for them, and was able to come and bail them out when things got a little hairy. But yeah, and had Cinder on his list of students. Oh yeah, oh no, he completely helped with the fall of Beacon. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think he actively started, setting up huntsmen and huntresses to die until the fall of Beacon happened. In terms of mission, I assume you wanted to local. Yeah. Did not make Ruby OCs in Volume 10. That's you because careful. Well, not necessarily. You can still write Ruby OCs whose story carry past where the current point is in the Ruby series, but you got to be careful about that because you could write it now, and as far as we know, it could be canon, but world-shaking events are currently taking place in the Ruby series. So there's a high likelihood that it would become alternate universe. So yeah. Continue if you haven't even done anything yet. Exactly. But okay. So we've gone through Silver's redeems. So let's move on to the next one, 2 hours into stream. Going through this at a excellent rate. So Rail will be next. And you've redeemed 3, I believe. No, it's one of them. But if they're all connected, I'll go through all 3 at once. All 3 in succession. If Melina and Rubus were later. Okay. I don't mind going through all three of them now, or would you prefer me waiting on the other two until later? Um, bonus points if you get the reference. Of course, this routine, you haven't even done anything yet. I don't know the reference. It's out of stock currently. I want to get through the current redeems, and then I'll add more. If you're fine with all three now, then I am. Okay. Well, I'll leave that up to Cyrus. Cyrus, are you okay if I go through all three of Rails at once and then yours afterwards? Because you're next. I could go through Rails. Go ahead. Okay. I will go through Rails first. Let's get all of these open. So get that one and that one. That there. And that's there. All right. Go with that. I was about to redeem, so I'll wait. Yeah, I want to get through the current redeems, and then I'll add another 10 afterwards. These are other three members of Laps's team from the last review stream. Okay. Yeah, Kitty's here. Just off slightly to the side. And then we will just switch back over to here. And we should be good to go. All right. Meant for canon would like opinions on semblances and weapons. Is it Gilles or Gil? I have a feeling it'd probably be Gilles, but I figured I'd ask. Gilles Nimbus, human, leader of Team Glum, pronouns he, him, 5'11", age 27 in Volume 1. Oh, experienced huntsman. So, I forget which one I said. Gil or Gilles? So Gilles, okay. He wears armor and is also a part-time blacksmith. Ooh, fun. Has a claw-like scar over his vocal cords that have rendered him nearly entirely unable to speak, especially for long periods of time. Oof. Kind-hearted, loyal, guarded, caring, and self-sacrificing. All right. Now, semblance and weapons are going to be the focus here. Thunderhead Fortress. That's a hell of a name. Damn. It coats Gilles in electricity that has been absorbed by his semblance to act as an extra defense. The amperage or strength of the electricity is increased the more electricity lightning is absorbed. It can also be locally increased by focusing semblance to specific areas. Normally, the electricity gradually bleeds off, but if his aura is broken, the electricity is all released at once in a pulse centered on Gilles. Okay. The radius of this pulse depends on the amount of electricity that is absorbed. The closer an individual is to Gilles, the more of the absorbed electricity they would encounter. And if they are touching Gilles when this happens, Gilles becomes a human taser. Interesting. Honestly, seems pretty balanced overall, because the electricity, it's not like he's able to, shoot lightning bolts out of his hand and project it outwards too far, but it's like, yeah. What's the meaning of Gilles? Sounds like something in the sea. I mean, congeal, I guess, but yeah, honestly, I think this is pretty good, because it has to absorb the electricity before being able to use it, so fits with the separation of dust and semblance, and the amount of amperage that it can output is based on the amount that is absorbed. So I think that's pretty balanced. Now, how quickly does it bleed off? Because you say gradually. But how quickly would it bleed off? Because I'd imagine generating the electricity from stored electricity, it would last not in a matter of like too many minutes, but I don't pronounce it. The other one, Gil. Okay, Gil. Gil. Got it. Okay. Because and the radius of the pulse depends on the amount of electricity absorbed. So when its aura is broken, it gives off a pulse of the energy in a similar manner to Seraphina with her heat. Not very quickly. Okay. Because I'd imagine that like he wouldn't be able to absorb electricity and then keep it active and then have like an electric cloak for like 10 minutes or something. I think that would probably be too much. I'd imagine a couple minutes would be the extent of it. And also, how much aura does this semblance take? To absorb the electricity and to keep it absorbed within his aura, that would be continuously burning aura. And then to manifest the electricity and keep it concentrated around his body, that would also burn aura as well. So I'm just wondering what the aura consumption of this semblance would be. Because if he's struck by lightning, obviously he'd be able to absorb the lightning, but that would take a lot of aura, most likely, to if he's going to keep it stored within his aura for an extended period of time. And like manifesting it outwards, the amount of electricity that would need to be concentrated around himself, it'd probably take a decent amount of aura to keep that like stable. Cat. Using the semblance bleeds electricity even faster. Okay. Makes sense. So it's relatively balanced in terms of aura consumption as well. Yeah, I think this is probably a good semblance. Closer individuals to Gil, the more of the absorbed electricity they would encounter. If they're touching Gil when his aura is broken, then he becomes a human taser. Yeah, that makes sense because it's just a one. Yeah, if they are making physical contact, especially if they're making contact with what is most likely a metal weapon, they're gonna suffer some electrocution. Yep, I'd say that's honestly pretty good. Yeah, honestly, seems to fit with my understanding of semblances, and yeah. Honestly, anyone else have any comments? Yes, metal weapon or his armor. Oh, he's wearing metal armor? Yeah, he wears armor. When his aura breaks, would he not electrocute himself then? Because that's a definite concern. Projecting it outwards, like when his aura breaks, like that's understandable, but if there is, like, let's say an opponent's sword is, slashes him and is in contact with him, okay, the electricity gets projected to the metal sword, but would it not also travel back to his metal armor? I feel like that it'd be a little dangerous for him as well. He'd electrocute his opponent along with himself. It's not a lot of armor. Okay. But still, there's the potential. The potential for some comedic scenes there during sparring where he's just like, oh, well, shit, I didn't realize this could happen. As he possibly gets electrocuted with it as well. His weapons though, Fulgur and Fulmin. A Xiphos sword with electricity dust engraved into the blade. A shield that can double as a that can turn into a double-bladed sword with electric dust engraved in the handle. Okay. So yeah, I know. Okay. Just wanted to mention that to make sure it was accounted for. Fighting style. Gil prioritizes defense when Fulmin is in shield mode, counterattacking with Fulgur. while allowing his semblance to fully coat him. However, when during a fight he decides to go on the offensive, he transforms Fullman before attacking with the goal of hitting an opponent with one of the 3 blades as often as possible, all while focusing his semblance over his weapons. Yeah, that fits. When he focuses his semblance on his weapons, that would essentially turn them into a stun gun. And again, it would just come down to choosing when to activate the semblance, because for a prolonged fight, he would not be able to activate the semblance constantly. With electricity dust within the blades, though, that would give him the opportunity to absorb electricity and, well, if there's electricity dust engraved in the blade already, then he could probably, without needing to burn his aura, just activate the electricity dust in the blade to turn it into an electrified weapon, right? Yeah. So, yeah, makes sense. Honestly, I think the character's well done, well created. It seems you've accounted for everything in terms of aura, in terms of fighting style, and how the weapons would work with them. The weapons are, you know, pretty straightforward. Having a sword with electricity dust, and then a shield that can turn into a double-bladed sword with electricity dust. They're not, weapons that can handle everything. They're well balanced. I think everything with Gil is pretty good. Honestly, it's basically just adding more oomph. Yeah, makes sense. Honestly, I think Gil is well done. Is there anything else that you'd like me to comment on, or any questions you have or anything for Gil? Because honestly, I think well-designed character. Gotta go real quick. Unexpectedly needed for something. All right. Do you want me to go over Cyrus's character then first, and then I'll go over your other 2 when you get back? I'll do that. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So I'll save these 2 for later, and I'll go over Cyrus's next. Thank you for submitting your character, Rel. Really good. Really good design character. But Cyrus is next. Let's just go to this for now while I get everything set up. Have that open there. Get that there. Put that over there. Open there. Put there. Okay. All right. Stacy says, I'm sorry I can make up it. Hope everything's going well. Yeah, I'm okay. No worries. Honestly, if Daisy can't make it, then, life comes first, obviously. If I'm not back, then move on to the next one. Sounds good, Rail. I'll wait for you to come back when I can review yours. But yeah, no worries for Daisy. She can join in when she can, and if she can't today, that's all good as well. But okay. If we go to Cyrus's OC. Cyrus, you ready? Hopefully still here in chat. Yep, alrighty. Then we are good to go. Looks like a very built character for sure. How tall is he? He seems like he'd be like 6 foot. 6'1". Yep. Okay. Yeah, Cress is 6'1", relatively fit. Steel blue eyes, and a low haircut that he regularly brushes to maintain a subtle wave pattern. Complexion is dark brown. So cares about his looks for sure. It's definitely that is a built man right there. All right, Root Beer. Here's in your in your mind. Like his outfit design. Yeah, it's very sleek form-fitting, and he looks ready for combat for sure. Huntsman and Training Team CSMS. What's the team name? Chasms? Simple Pants. Simple Pants is good. Simple design is good. Like, over designing characters is like there's a lot going on. I think to try to keep them relevant and normal looking. Yeah, excellent. Or Outer Space. Yeah, age 17. So he's first year at the academy, male, human, personality. Cress is friendly and easy to get along with. He's easy to embarrass and doesn't know how to accept praise. Does hype himself up from time to time. Tends to become focused and direct when it's time to work, for better or worse. Furthermore, he's quick to put himself in harm's way for others and has a tendency to try to shoulder burdens that aren't his. Ooh, self-sacrificing as well. This particular trait gave birth to his semblance. Take some notes? Not sure what you mean, Rapier. But yeah, what is the team name? CSMS. How do you pronounce that as the team name? Because I'm thinking like Team Chasms, maybe? Because I'm thinking like Crimson doesn't work. Cosmos. Oh, Cosmos. Okay, good name. Like it. It was Cosmos, if I remember correctly from Cyrus said. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Semblance is Relay, a teleportation semblance that lets him switch positions with another person or object in his field of view. Okay? Objects and people with more mass take more aura to swap with. The farther away the target is, the more aura it takes. If the person or object he uses his semblance on is in motion, he inherits that momentum. He cannot teleport without swapping places with someone or something. Now, teleportation semblances are difficult to balance because when you have a person that can teleport within a field of view limitlessly, that can be very broken. The way that this has been balanced in the past is that teleportation semblances can only teleport to a position, person, or object that has been marked by their aura previously. Because it's very powerful if you're fighting with an opponent and then you just switch places with them or with an object to appear right behind them, and it can be very much kind of an auto win button. Because it was first to the wider universe too. Yeah. Minato? Kinda, yeah. And Root Beer, I am going to be focusing on more the characters that have been redeemed rather than other characters in chat, just to let you know. But yeah, like if he, and it would make sense to swap, like it takes more aura to swap with objects that have more mass and things like that. But I would think he would probably need to mark the object or person with his aura first. And the reason for that is mainly how much projection would be needed for a character to be able to project their aura outwards to be able to swap places with that object. And I know a lot of people point to Raven Bronwyn as, well, she can create a portal to someone who's across the world from her. She has very limited targets, people that she forms that connection with, and, well, still has to mark that target. Kind of makes me think of Law's Room in Shambles technique in One Piece. Yeah, because it's the aura projection to get into that field where he can just swap with. Because if we take, for example, the Vital Festival tournament, then he could just potentially teleport all around the urban biome where there's bits of rubble everywhere. He could just literally be like Minato from One Piece. Minato from One Piece. Oh my god. Minato from Naruto. Oy. Yeah, canonically, Minato's in One Piece now. Let's go with that. Yeah, it'd be like Minato, where he could just dart around the battlefield and it'd be auto win, like no one could beat him, as long as he has the aura to facilitate it. I I would think that he needs to mark the target beforehand, and then he can swap places with them, and maybe he could mark multiple objects to be able to either swap between himself and an object, or even swap the position of two other objects if he has marked them with his aura. And the aura markers would also need to be balanced probably in some way to limit how long they can remain on something, whether it be 5 minutes on a regular object, or if you're marking another person who has their own aura, that would probably interfere with that in some way, and it'd be maybe less than 30 seconds or a minute or something like that. Dude, you got enough sleep last night? Well, still a little though, and you have to activate it first. Yeah. There would be some limitation that I think needs to be done with this summons, because it is very powerful. Unlimited teleportation, even within a small range, can still be very, very powerful. But overall, I like the idea of having teleportation that's limited to swapping objects, because there's a lot of fun things that can be done with that. It just needs to be balanced properly for Ruby. All right, weapons. A gunblade with semi-auto rifle. Yeah. Oh, that is a badass looking weapon. Damn. Dustbreaker. Ooh. A gunblade with a semi-auto rifle mode. When the trigger is pulled and the gunblade form, the blade vibrates for improved cutting power by breaking small shards of combustion dust. There's gravity dust in the hilt and woven in his gloves, so Cress can call it back to him if disarmed. Damn, that's a cool design. Holy. Small bits of combustion dust giving it like a vibration to cut through. Damn, I like that a lot. Now, one thing I will say, the gravity dust in the hilts and woven into his gloves so he can call it back to him, that's an aspect I see a lot of people adding to their weapons, because, you know, Maria Calavera showcased it, so why can't every weapon have it, right? But I think it's kind of not necessary for most weapons, unless that's going to be incorporated into the character's main fighting style. That might be unnecessary. For most people, and I'm guessing this would be the case for Cress, is that he's not fighting with the plan of being disarmed, right? It'd be nice to have if he ever does get disarmed, but would it be worth building into the weapon? Giving off Gears of War? Really? I've never played Gears of War, so Squall, eat your heart out. Like, I love the design of this weapon. This weapon's cool. More like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Huh. And becoming overused. A little bit, yeah, serious. Yeah. I personally, like, I did build this into one character that I've created, but that incorporates into the main fighting style. Because Maria had that with her weapon because she's used to throwing it out, and that's part of her fighting style, is throwing the weapons out, calling them back to her, and that's how she fights. Otherwise, you'd see a lot of other characters in RWBY building that into their weapons just in case it gets disarmed. For example, Blake would be a prime candidate for having that built into her weapon, given that she's used to throwing her weapon out, but she has the ribbon to draw it back. And she uses the ribbon in her fighting style, so it wouldn't be beneficial to have the gravity dust. I think that just might be extra. It's not, world breaking or anything like that. It's just, is it really needed? I think one of the things I mentioned in my OC videos is just because you can doesn't necessarily mean you should. I don't know, just my thoughts, at least. I get MGSR vibes and Nier Automata. I haven't played Nier Automata either, so... But still, I love the design of the weapon. Backstory history. Cress was born in Atlas and raised in Patch to a Faunus mother. How did it get from Atlas to Patch? Deanna Bluebell, formerly Luna, and a human, Oliver Bluebell. Deanna's a retired huntress hailing from Menagerie, while his father is a retired researcher in the field of grim study for the Atlas military. Okay. So, born in Atlas and raised in Patch to a Faunus mother and human father. So they moved from Atlas to Patch? Then? I should just keep reading. The two met in Mantle, where Deanna and her team encountered Oliver and other scientists in the Tundra investigating unnatural grim activity. Cress would be born after the couple's marriage, much to the dismay of Oliver's family that held old-fashioned Atlesian views of Faunus. Bluebell family are one of Atlas's elite families whose fortune dates back to the Great War. Cress grew up mostly around Faunus, as his father's side of the family had completely cut contact with them. Cress would eventually follow in his mother's footsteps and become a huntsman. I need to read the full backstory before I start asking questions, huh? Gravity dust is extremely expensive, since Atlas Academy/military buy most of it and have the city float as cover. Yes. Granted, gravity dust is more widely available. It's not widely available. I probably shouldn't use that term. It's more available than hard light. Hard light dust is strictly connection to Atlas. Gravity dust can be a connection, mainly a connection to Atlas, but also to Mistral. Because Mistral does have the floating isles that have gravity dust in them, so likely a lot of it's harvested and sent over to Atlas. But very sparingly, gravity dust is available at other schools, even in Vacuo. I believe it was Roy Stallion's weapons from Team Bronze, rest in peace, he had the saw blades that he could throw out at opponents and draw back to himself. They had tiny gravity dust crystals in the middle of each of those saw blades. And again, the gravity dust was only included in his weapons because it is a main component of his fighting style, which is throwing his weapons out and drawing them back to himself. Max, sorry about that. No worries. Only one available to give a dog a walk. No worries, Rail. No worries at all. We're currently still on Cyrus's character of Cress Bluebelt. Yeah, the weapon's really cool. Dustbreaker. It's a gunblade semi-auto rifle. When the trigger is pulled in gunblade form, the blade vibrates for improved cutting power by breaking small shards of combustion dust. So, vibrating blade included with it, which is so cool. But yeah, overall, I think Semblance needs a little balancing, because unlimited teleportation, even within a small field, very, very powerful. If it's swapping objects that have been marked with his aura, that not only balances the semblance, but also opens up more opportunities for swapping to other characters. If he wants to swap his teammate with another object that he's marked, then that could be another option as well. So, Crest is French for peak of the hill, and Bluebelt is a flower. Nice! Work on the semblance and ditch the gravity dust. Got it. Yeah, that's pretty much what would be my recommendations. Other than that, love the design, love the weapon, excellent character. Dude's well done. Also, if he is the yeah, he was raised in Patch to a Faunus mother. So then he'd be a Faunus as well, no? Or is he adopted? To encounter Oliver and the other scientists, Cress would be born after the couple's marriage, much to the dismay of Oliver that held old-fashioned views of Faunus. He's a human. Because as far as we know about the genetics in Remnant, a child born from the union of a Faunus and a human is guaranteed to be a Faunus. So I don't know. I'm realizing a few issues with Luna's backstory that I have to fix, so probably won't be sharing it today. No worries, Silver. You're always around stream, so I'm sure you'll accrue the points soon enough, and then by the time the next OC review comes around, I look forward to learning more about her. Yeah, design's incredible. Because if you wanted to like keep him as a human, then maybe like I don't want to like force any story writing aspects or anything like that, but one thought I do have and an option to consider is if Oliver, with his parents being very strict about like, okay, this is who you should marry, maybe there was an arranged marriage that he had first, and that's where I feel like it's vague enough for me to slip it through. I get it. Fair. Though they weren't really that vague about it. They were pretty strict that, yeah, Faunus and human produces a Faunus. But, I mean, it could just... You could just have it be a trait that's... No, that would... If he's a Faunus, that would probably That would probably alter the backstory. Because if Deanna was Oliver's like actual love, but Olivier, I'm saying Oliver, but it's Olivier, isn't it? Yeah, Olivier was like forced into an arranged marriage or something. Maybe, I don't know. It's up, meow. Meow. Yes, you have so many opinions, don't you, Cat? I don't know. Regardless, that's not that's neither here nor there. That's yeet the catto. No, we're not going to yeet the cat. But yeah, I think overall, well designed character. And we've touched on the points that needed to. Don't you dare. Is there anything else that you'd like me to mention or you'd like to ask, Cyrus? Meow. Good. All right. Thank you for submitting your character. And damn, well designed. Love his visual design. Cat, must you be this way? Okay. All right, and then we can bring back Rails to characters. Yes, meow. I have to go. Gonna be busy. All right, see you, Ray. Thank you for joining in. All right. So, Malin Uwain? If I'm pronouncing that right? Malin Uwain. Or Uwain? Azazin Kafkan, hello! Have you not been able to type in chat? Has Twitch been glitching for you as well? Just gonna play one thing about Gil's name, since someone asked. Gil is Scottish. Oh, Scottish Gaelic for white. Honestly, don't know. Okay. Maybe it's pronounced just... I don't know if it'd be pronounced just Wayne. Like Wayne, Uwain, Wayne. It's either Scottish or Welsh. Huh. And she has a Welsh accent, too. I don't know where different accents would originate from in the world of Remnant, because it seems like it's a pretty consistent dialect all across Remnant. They're I don't know. But been able to talk for an entire hour. That's so weird, Capcan. I'm glad it's fixed at least, but Twitch is having issues today. Yeah, Lynx Faunus with the ears. Aw, kitty ears. Rogue of Team Glum. Pronouns she, her. Height 5'3". Small bean. Age 26 to 27. Is a trained field medic. Ooh, healer. So is this where the healing semblance is gonna come in? Maybe? Allows Malin to turn herself and anyone she's touching invisible. Okay, not healing semblance. Personality, kind, compassionate, loyal, caring, sarcastic, quick-witted, cutting, clever, teasing, protective, prankster. Okay. Quick-witted is not a descriptor I would apply to you, Cat. Will give people close to her lectures when they do something incredibly and unnecessarily stupid. Dislikes unnecessary bloodshed. Cat, you really don't learn, do you? The smallest of the team. Given the naming system, seems like the languages at least did exist at some point. Yeah, it really seems like it. Different cultures definitely exist on Remnant. It's just, I think since it's produced in America, the accents are all going to be just regular American accents, but I fully believe other accents would exist. I'm just curious as to where a Welsh accent would originate from. Semblance, Moonshadow. Ooh, love the name. Allows Malin to turn herself and anyone she's touching invisible. The effectiveness of this invisibility depends on the amount of light around Malin. The more light, the better the invisibility. However, just like her opponents can't see her, she can't see them, as her semblance makes anyone affected by it blind while using it. Damn! Those are some harsh limitations. But yeah, honestly, nothing wrong with this semblance. Nothing wrong at all. We love a short queen. I like to say vital for Welsh, maybe? A Lapis is 5'8". Ah, okay. She goes by sound. Interesting. Yeah, honestly, balancing wise on the semblance, it's very well done. In fact, I like that you've done this. You've added more restrictions to the semblance, even compared to what we've seen in the show. Because we have May Marigold, whose semblance just creates a field of invisibility around herself. She can still see through it and everything. And Moonshadow is different, but also has more limitations. And I like that type of writing a lot because it creates, not only does it, give the intended ability that you want, making herself and others invisible, but it adds more, it differentiates us from the semblance that we've already known, and also adds other aspects to it that can create for different, more nuanced situations. I really like that. Not your shortest though. Yeah, I really like that semblance a lot. The added restrictions to that she has to be in physical contact and also loses her sight when using it. Yeah, damn. And then her weapons, Merciful Silence. Ooh, God, people are so good at naming things. A pair of scimitar sickles with fire and water dust capabilities. Love it. And the fighting style is a mixed martial artist and will attack with her weapons or legs. Mixed martial artist that uses scimitars. I'm very much reminded of Riju from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. While invisible, she uses the sound her opponent is making to find and attack them. She also tries to make her opponents make noise by flirting with them. Malin claims that the only reason she flirts is to find her opponent in a noise-rich area, but due to the fact she does it in a 1v1, no one believes her. I think I'm done. It's not great, but had to trim a lot to make it a single page. Well, hopefully like, and you can also, if you want to submit, if you have one character that you have a lot written for, you can always submit one page as the semblance and weapon ideas just to nail that down, or to get, you know, advice or review on that, and then another one later down the line go more backstory and things like that. But yeah, cool ass names. Made up for it with a lot of art. Fair. I'll be honest, the flirting part just happened one day, and I loved it so much. Loved it too much to get rid of it. Yeah, honestly, it fits. Sarcastic, quick-witted, cunning, clever, teasing, protective prankster. It fits. It does fit. Honestly, yeah, I think well-designed character. Scimitars would be cool. Fire dust scimitars. Fire and water dust scimitars. And then the semblance, I really like the limitations that are added to it. Honestly, no real critiques from me. That strip your OC down to one page, getting all bases covered in one go. Sounds good, Chaos. Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on for Meilin? Because honestly, I don't really have much else to add. Just well designed. Excellent character. Love the naming schemes. Merciful Silence, Moon Shadow. What is her character's inspiration? Is there a fairy tale inspiration, or because like Moon Shadow, Merciful Silence, did those connect to an inspiration of some sort? Meow meow. Hacker RBC team. I want the drawing, but I need help. What I can do? Root Beer, I would suggest finding an artist who you like the art style of and asking them if you can commission artwork from them. That would be the best way to go about it. I know that not everyone can afford to commission artists, but no fairy tale, but Rayla from the Dragon Prince. Okay. I'm not familiar with the Dragon Prince. Is Moonshadow and Merciful Silence related to them? I'm just curious. Like, I love the names. Names are fine, but how do you sit your OC papers? There will be a redeem there's a redeem available now, but it's limited to 10 redeems per OC stream, and that limit's already been reached. I will go through the current 10 that have been redeemed, and then I will add another 10 after that point. So some of the names a reference, weapon name isn't. All right, cool. So it'll just be in the bottom corner. There should be the channel points. You should be able to find the redeem there once it's made available. Like, it's available now, but I'll be adding more limits to it. Anyways, I think if everything's good, Rail, we'll move on to the third character, Rubus Marin. I see only have 2.8k. Okay. Yeah, it does cost 20,000 channel points per page. I had to set it at that level because otherwise there would be so many documents that I'd have to read through. But you earn more through a stream, and there'll be other OC review streams as well, so you can always join in then. Don't know how your computer hasn't crashed yet. Note about Rubus. They are the one that is being the most edited next to Lapis. Semblance is new enough. I haven't figured out the range on it yet. Okay. Well, let's take a look at Rubus Marin. Human, pronouns they, them. Gunslinger of Team Glum. Okay. They have a large amount of explosives expertise. A surprising amount, as nothing under the name Rubus Marin suggests that they have had explosives training. They have a prosthetic left arm. From said explosive training, don't let them cook. I see. In multiple aspects, probably, because they'd cook explosives. Personality, straightforward, blunt, kind, snarky, appears calm under pressure, possessive over their things, and gives off theater kid vibes. Ah, another one from the theater. has a strong sense of justice and will join in on pranks. Ah, so Rubus and Maylin get along quite well. I thought it, Lex. I wasn't going to say it, but do I need to explain why not to let them cook? I think it's fairly straightforward, but feel free to explain if you'd like. Semblance. VEF. Versatile Explosive Force. Creates an explosive force that pushes away people within a certain radius. Not actually explosive, it's telekinetic force. When combined with dust, it becomes an explosion of that dust type. So, in a way, it's like a very toned down version of, going with the Naruto references again, Pain with the almighty push. Is to work on them. O is the best artist? What? Not sure what you're referring to there, root beers, which artist you're referring to. But yeah, if it's like, it essentially, so the semblance would create an aura blast that is just mostly an aura shockwave, I'd say, that pushes people around him back. I'm guessing, or around them back. I'm guessing that this semblance can't be activated like, okay, I'm going to activate it, then activate it again and again and again and again. It would probably take a decent amount of aura every time that this was exploded outwards. Rubus broke a stove making cereal. Why am I not surprised? Shadow Ninja game. We love casting jutsu. Which artist recommending? Okay. There's a ton of artists that you can find in the Discord server. I would recommend looking through any of those. There's plenty of good ones out there. I'm just not sure what your budget would allow. Because there's so many good artists to choose from. I hesitate to pick one over any other because I like supporting all. He doesn't use it much for backstory reasons. Is that partially because of why? Was it due to his semblance that he has the prosthetic arm, or was it due to other unfortunate circumstances? Using Picker better is easy to do. Good starting point. True. Merc root beer, like a mercenary? No, it's not. Okay, so it's other reasons in the backstory. Okay. Weapons is liberty and justice from the explosives expert. Okay. A dual-barreled shotgun pistol with combustion dust engraved into the barrels. Ooh, extra explosion. Got it. A revolver that has a bayonet can fire both normal and dust bullets. Makes sense. Fighting style primarily uses justice on opponents, but will draw liberty to blast people when they get close. Of course, they aren't opposed to just punch someone full force with their prosthetic. Fair. What does All Hail Ember do? All Hail Ember is for a stream that is just entirely the cat. I have a way that I've set up where I can like stream from my phone, so it'll just be a first-person stream of like, you know, pretty much a Q&A, where I'll be answering questions from chat and things like that, and then it'll just be focused on the cat for the actual content of it. Isn't that right, buddy? Unfortunate circumstances, that the only hint you're getting is that they are your Atlas runaway. Okay. Fair. No mark for Ruby Seas, things like that. I'm not sure I understand root beer. I'm not sure I understand, because Merc is, as far as I know, Merc is short for mercenary. When that stream's having a only say is yeet the cat up. But yeah, honestly, I think the semblance and like the weapons are perfectly balanced. They're fine. The semblance, as long as, you know, the aura consumption is accounted for, yeah, I think the semblance is fine. Um, and as long as they have enough dust available to, create the explosion of that type to account for the amount of dust that would be needed, yeah, I think it's good. Anything I'd like to say about my banned from the kitchen entirely? Well, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. If he's an explosives expert, you don't want him in the kitchen to because if he can, if he ruins an oven from trying to cook cereal, you know. If someone did some help with Rubices, I'll help them. That's me and Merc, so yeah. Okay. I think I understand Root Beer. But no, I don't really have many more questions based on what's given here. I am curious about how he got the prosthetic arm, but I feel like that's going to get into a lot of like backstory for the character, which I'm guessing would require probably another page submission to get into. But yeah, still a large amount of explosives expertise, a surprising amount. Where would he acquire such an expertise? It definitely would. And I'm guessing that question as well, where would he acquire the expertise in explosives, would probably require that same backstory. Reminds me of Spencer from iCarly. Chaos wants to yeet. Val, thank you for the 100 bits. Chaos, stop yeeting the Val. Stop yeeting le Val. But other than that, I think, yeah, everything looks good with your characters. Rail, I'm curious to learn more about them. And yeah, if you ever want to submit another one, then yeah, Simba the Val instead. Just something from past comment about the name hints at it. Ew. No one knows how he did that, by the way. Just did that. Okay. Doesn't use much for backstory reasons. Yeah. I think it's good. Just something from their past coming up with the name hints on it. Oh. Yeah, I'm not making the connection, I don't think. But still, all good, I think. Well, all good. Drawings next on your list. Yeah, I'd just recommend commissioning an artist in that case. But yeah, I think everything's good. Nothing under Rubus Merits suggests they have training. Yeah, which it's really making me curious of where they got that training. But again, that delve into whole backstory aspect as well. Yeah. So yeah, unless you have anything that you'd like me to go over, or anything else you'd like me to touch on with these characters, I think we're good. Self-taught explosion expert. Ready, finally. Took over 4 hours to speedrun. Note, self-taught. Okay. If he's an Atlas runaway, though, he would have taught himself after leaving Atlas, I'm guessing. It depends on what point in time they would have left Atlas. They did get the training. Okay. Possible Seraph semblance mention? What? When? Sure, Capcan. But yeah, I think we're good to move on. In progress artist, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, I think we're good to move on. 3 more before the review slots open, right? I believe we've gone over Rail. There's Dark Magics, and then the other redeem from Silver for someone else, right? Silver submitting for just that one visitor. Yeah, so it's 2 more. 2 more pages to go over. I'll save these points for a different team. Okay. But yeah, should be good to move on to the next one then. I will get the next one set up right now. The next one will be for just that one visitor. Because I believe... Actually, no, Dark Magic's redeemed first. So I'll go for Dark Magic's character first. It's gonna be Smekanoka, but it's very rough. All right. Team Dark for Team Seraph. Who would win and why? That's a question that would involve going into a lot. I'm gonna focus on the OCs for now. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll go over Dark Magic's first. Just because Dark Magic redeemed 1 minute before Silver did. All right. Let's get this up here. Perfect. And then we can swap over. We can go here and here. And Mara Artist. Yeah. All right. Onyx Sunstream. We have a musician on our hands, it looks like. Good name, too. I love the name Sunstream. Eye color green, hair color naturally brown but has purple highlights. Aura color purple, age 23. Female, human, kingdom of origin is Atlas. Weapon is Black Noise. Ooh, good name. A guitar that when played functions as a dust cannon. Most commonly uses electricity dust, but does on occasion use fire dust if the mission would call for it. Huh. Interesting. So whenever, she strums the guitar, it lets out a blast of dust? Yeah, the design is very clean. Good design, for sure. A lot of Atlesians around here. Atlas is a good place to have a character originate from for backstory reasons, because Atlas has a lot of problems. Societal problems. Yep, the red dust would function more like a flamethrower. Okay. So, a very dust-centric fighter. Got it. But usually a blast of dust. So, would definitely need to be able to replenish the dust. Similar to Weiss, I guess, in a very dust-focused combat style. Interesting. Semblance is crank it to 11. I can see the music intertwining, or the music inspirations. Onyx can make noises louder, quieter, and mildly distort sound similar to a sound system. Helpful when she performs, as she is her own sound system, but can be used to disorient enemies. Okay. Honestly, that's pretty well balanced for a Semblance, because it's not to the point of where she's using sound to attack. It's that she's being able to adjust the volume to a point where she can be heard better or quieter to muffle sounds and then distort them. So I think that's pretty well balanced, because she's not using sound to attack, so it's not like that loud, like just creating shockwaves. I think it's... I don't know if the strings would be lined with dust, or if it's kind of like built into the core of the guitar. Thank you, Rupier. I appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, I think the Semblance is pretty well balanced. The weapon is interesting, would require a fair amount of dust, but for a dust-focused combatant, we don't see too many of those that, focused strictly on dust, but I do like those types of characters. For sure. Personality. Onyx is hot-headed and can be arrogant at times, desperate to show off and be the center of attention. Though if she sees something wrong, she is the first to speak up. Though, since she often disregards rules, what she qualifies as wrong depends on her own morals. I see, plays by her own rules for sure. She is a girl who struggles to sit still and sees each encounter as a chance to see how loud she can play. Backstory. Onyx grew up as in a family of wealthy Atlas classical musicians. Classical musicians, eh? I see where some rebellious nature may have come in here, because last I checked, I'm no music expert, but I believe a guitar of this design is not necessarily typical classical music design. I'll keep reading though. She often had her life controlled. You just sneezed on me again, cat. Don't do it. We've been over this before. She often had her life controlled from a young age, which Onyx grew to detest authority because of this, and chose to become a huntress simply to spite her family. Though the only academy that took was Atlas. There she met her team, led by her future wife, Cherry. Over time, her motivations would change to help those less fortunate than herself. Okay. Volume and tone knobs double as dust capsules that can be switched out as need be. Okay. Interesting. She wouldn't have to have a skull tattoo, which she does apparently, on her bicep. It seemed like she would. He likes sneezing on you, apparently. But yeah, I really like the design. Semblance is very well designed. The combat is focused on dust combat. Is definitely a character that benefits from fighting alongside other characters to help cover for her when she either needs to swap out dust to replenish the dust, and seems to be a support fighter, which I really like characters that are designed like that, because a lot of characters are designed for the point where they can, are mainly fighting solo. Atlantic, your Twitch is working. Twitch has been off for a few people. People haven't been able to type in chat, and people have been having difficulties. I don't know why Twitch is doing that, but I'm glad you're able to join in. Overall, I think Onyx is well designed. The weapon is focused. She has clear motivations. Her semblance is balanced. Yeah. Pretty good character. Pretty good character overall. Yeah. I love the guitar. Yeah. Well-designed character. Well designed. But yeah. Oh, she very pretty. Yeah. Would love any advice to make her better. Honestly, like in what aspect? Because her weapon seems pretty balanced. It's focused on dust attacks. And since she has connections to Atlas, she would be able to replenish the dust fairly regularly. The semblance can make noises louder, quietly, mildly distort them. So she definitely seems to be would benefit, as I mentioned, from having allies to fight alongside with, because she can disorient enemies, allow opponents to get in to deal damage, and things like that. Just in general. Let's see. Left control from a very young age. She has become a huntress simply despite her family. So, like, I don't really know what improvements I'd be able to recommend per se. because I think she's honestly pretty well designed overall. Like, if she had her life controlled from a very young age, how exactly did she go about breaking away from her family's control to be able to enroll in the academies? Did she go to a combat school before that? Or was she only able to break away at the age of 17 to be able to attend Atlas Academy? Because fortifying out the backstory, I think, is, and for all I know, this is just the summarized backstory that you were able to include on a single page. It was just like things like that that would be good to iron out. Because the semblance seems pretty balanced. I don't really think I have anything to add there. The weapon, mainly electricity dust, is honestly pretty good. It's essentially functions as a dust cannon, as you say. Can fire off large bursts of dust, and that's pretty balanced for a weapon. Broke away at 17. Will weasel a letter of recommendation from one of their father's connections. Okay, no combat experience beforehand. Interesting. Okay, so she got into Atlas Academy based on recommendation, and given Atlas being the way that Atlas is, I think a letter of recommendation would See, that's something to consider, because as far as we know in Beacon Academy, people have to submit applications to be able to get in. Documents can be forged, as Jean did, but they still need to show some capability as a huntsman or huntress, and to be able to show the capability to survive at the academies. Presumably, by the age of 17, if that's the point in time when she was able to break away, she would not have her aura or her semblance. And that's problematic for being at the Huntsman Academies, as we saw in Volume 1 with Jean. That's knowledge that most huntsmen and huntresses should have by the time they get to the academies. And if the teachers and headmaster know that an applicant does not have their aura or semblance at that point, or at least at the very least their aura unlocked, I don't know if they would let them in, even with a letter of recommendation. Little to no combat experience beforehand. Punching the PF, I think the formatting is right. According to the OC help command, I'm really edging it. Literally one more row. It's 2 pages. Channels on the Discord server for this. Yeah. I should get into the very last word out of that page. Yeah. So that'd be my main concern there, is even with a letter of recommendation, if she doesn't have her aura activated, then she may not be accepted into the school. Though that's technically that's like a relatively minor nitpick. Overall, I think it's a well-designed character. Weapon semblance depends on how good they are otherwise, but I think something would unlock it before entrance. Not necessarily. There are a lot of characters that anyone who grows up like normally, unless there's something that would have unlocked her semblance. From what we've seen in RWBY thus far, if there is an event that would trigger a person to awaken their semblance, then that would unlock their aura at the same time. We saw that with Ren. We heard about it with Nora. But outside of that, aura would have to be awakened through other means. I don't necessarily like the idea of what Pyrrha did for Jean, is just using her aura to unlock his. I don't think that really works. It's canon that it works because Pyrrha did it for Jean, but like, I don't know. I think it would require some training to go through, at least. But yeah, overall though, I don't really have much else to add. It's just some things to think about with the backstory. This is Dark Magics. Yes. Yes. Um, it's weird or is it confusing? How do you mean? Awesome. Yeah, great OC, honestly. Well balanced, well created. If there's anything else you'd like me to add or anything you'd like me to address, then let me know. But I think overall, very well done. Right, Kat? But in that case, we will move on to just that one visitor then, if that's all right. Unlocking via others' semblances. Well, it was Pyrrha using her own aura, not her semblance, but her own aura to unlock Jean's aura. And my issue with that is, well, then why doesn't like everyone have their aura at that point? Because everyone could just walk around just awakening each person's aura, and then you go to the academies and then a teacher just walks around and unlocks the aura of every student that's there. I don't know. I feel like that just removes any difficulty of it. I believe it was mentioned by Pyrrha during that same conversation that people normally unlock their aura through like training and like meditation and things like that. And then Pyrrha just goes and unlocks Jean's aura on the spot. I feel like that was mainly a plot device used just to show that, hey, Jean is got zero experience whatsoever, but he needs this to survive and he needs it immediately. And it wasn't exactly well thought out. I don't know. Yeah, that could be a high level huntsman to be able to do that. But the thing is, the teachers would all qualify for that. So any students showing up to the academy or the combat schools who don't have their aura unlocked, is it just going to be that, okay, a huntsman goes around or one of the teachers goes around and just unlocks every kid's aura? I know Pyrrha was physically exhausted afterwards, but every 15 minutes the teacher just goes around and unlocks a different person's aura. But again, even if it was like Pyrrha's that high level, she's still only 17. The teachers who are experienced huntsmen and huntresses who are like 25, 30, 40, 50, they've had numerous more years than Pyrrha and would be more experienced than a 17-year-old Pyrrha. Regardless of if Pyrrha is a prodigy, she still only lived 17 years. Someone who's been a huntsman for twice as long is going to be just as powerful. Like, I don't know. But anyways, I will grab just that one visitor's information and ooh, I love this character's design. Okay. All right. But they didn't meet Jean at that point anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. Of just, okay, here's your aura and it's done. I feel like there needs to be something else with that. But let's show off this character who's got an excellent design. I really, really like that design. And she's our first AU, alternate universe OC. But yeah, design looks great. All right. Elu Eigner? Or is it Einer? Is the G silent? Age 37. Born June 15th. Height 5'6". Elf Owl Faunus. Ooh, interesting. So your AU has different races of beings other than humans, so elves, and if they're with Faunus, then there's elves and Faunus. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Aura color maroon. Occupation redacted. Soldier, director of special fortress, special forces, and a trained huntress. Okay. She's German by nationality comparison. Okay. The weapons. Kukri name. Shatsi. Little treasure / treasure, and Og name is Technic. Huh. Ooh. Love the design. Okay. Damn. Love the artwork. Who's the artist who drew this? Oh, you drew that? Wow, that's impressive. Just that one visitor. That's amazing. Damn. Okay, I'll continue reading through that, so I'm not just fawning over the artwork. Okay. Pistol name. Oh, I'm gonna mispronounce this. Punktgenau. AUG plus pistol name. Zweimal Action. Pistol combines to the AUG chassis. Okay. Semblance is deafen. The user can remove all admitted sound in a radius around themselves by releasing a thin medium of aura in an AoE or by some sort of channel. The user can choose who can hear in this field, likely teammates for stealth, or for throwing off enemies, how that may be fit. This can stem from denying objects of permitting sound as well. The cost isn't consistent enough to gauge, as Elu is quite proficient in how to manage it. Okay. The offensive ends in this could be that the user can use this semblance as potential psychological warfare. His hearing is controlled by the user. The user can manipulate certain auditory senses, that being internal bodily noises being singled out, leaving the victim subject to a mute sense of hearing, leaving them with themselves. This side of the semblance is high to potentially very high consumption of aura. So essentially, she can make it where you're trapped, or you feel like you're trapped in the quietest room in the world, where you end up going insane because all you can hear is the sound of your own bodily functions. That is cool. DM, if you look like it. Damn. That is really cool as a semblance. That's really good. Combat. Close quarters expert that especially excels in Kali fighting, which is sometimes paired with Silat. Not familiar with that fighting style with Silat. Capable of medium range engagement with Og, I believe that's how it's pronounced. Likes psychological warfare. You don't say. Generally mid to close range fighter. Fighting style. Elu, given her intellect, likes to have the battle start off at a disadvantage to learn her opponent. Let them get overconfident and display more of their tricks. This usually brings a later advantage in battle, likely pushing them into playing her close combat prowess and mid-range. Her semblance deafen is hard to adapt to supportive type semblance. Definitely hard to adapt to when you're not expecting it, for sure. She is capable of muting any sound around her and potentially eliminating the target's hearing. It is within a field, though, so if people can start to gauge the radius of her semblance, then, they could work with it, but it'd be difficult. This can make awkward situations for enemies in many potential dynamic ways. Some fight engagements can consist of denying her opponent of sound to mess with their reaction cues. Elu is described as being an aggressive fighter when she is given the opportunity to be. She tends to utilize defense and land decisively placed hits. Honestly, excellent OC. So much left out? No clue? Yeah, like, this is... I can imagine, but damn. Very good OC. Really, really good. Artwork's incredible. Design is great, and also there's more here. Pupils can expand extraordinarily wide for improved eyesight. Is that from Owl Faunus? Right. What's the Faunus trait? Is her eyes her Faunus trait? I would guess, based on this description. Doesn't require night vision eyewear. Okay. Pupils can completely disappear based on her mood. Oh. Is that something that owls can do? Usually can be seen with no pupils. Mood isn't always a variable for this. Elu's various body scars originate from multiple instances. However, her face and left shoulder have a scar that originated from a, quote, revolutionary grim, by Elu's words. So, scar and scar. Also, the added kind of guards to her shin and like the shoulder guard, they look damn, that's a really cool design. Elu means beautiful and relates to violet red. Eigner means in association to tribal conflict of an area, further meaning of declaring allegiances to many nobles / princes, lending their influence to those in power struggle and status in said region. Info per houseofnames.com. Okay. Shoulder guard is a rough idea of the grim that was revolutionary. The knife sits in the underpart inside the jaw of the guard, representing of how she slayed it. Okay. And I'm guessing this is a depiction of the knife that is underneath the shoulder guard. Damn. All right. Wow. Really, really good OC. Okay. Her eyes / the tufts on her head. Okay, makes sense. I'll just put after this one. No, not at all. Not at all, Lex. Oh, wait, before I embarrass myself, I'd like to put full resolution on my picks, so I'm not really sure if PDF would work. You can just drop them in Discord as well. Yeah, you can just drop them in Discord. Yeah, excellent OC. So, one parent would be an elf, one parent would be an owl faunus, I'm guessing? Or would it be like further removed down the line for certain ancestry? But yeah, honestly, semblance very well balanced, even for like alternate universe, whereas things can get a little bit more out of hand. Like this semblance is very well balanced. Any questions? Not particularly. I mean, I am curious about the overall alternate universe world that you've created, and the different races that would exist within it. Just by mention of there being elves, would there be dwarves? Would there be different types of faunus as well that wouldn't normally appear in RWBY, like, you know, dragon faunuses or more fantasy style faunuses type things. But as for the character herself, I think she's like, I don't know. I'd like to learn more about her, but again, I feel like that would require another page of submission, because as you mentioned, you had a lot that you wanted to submit for her, and I want to be fair to everyone else. Characters for your friend made for his story. Ah, okay. Washington, hello. Originated from Vacuo, Mountainous Valley region. Okay. Moldworms. Huh. A was a loose term that I had to stick with. I mean, it makes sense, because honestly, she could probably, with just a small amount of tweaking, fit into canon RWBY. semblance might be maybe slightly strong for Canon Ruby, but like honestly, it's a very good semblance. Probably pretty well balanced overall, especially at the age of 37 with like 20 years of training as a huntress. I feel like this is easily a semblance that she could have. So yeah, honestly, there's not really much I can ask without getting into like larger descriptions of the character. Huntress and military experiences. True. True. So she's got a lot of combat experience. Very well designed character, very well thought out semblance, fighting style, and obviously based on all of this, very well thought out backstory too. And a depiction of her weapon as well. Yeah. Damn. Excellent. Is there anything that you'd like me to comment further on? Anything like that you'd like me to add or delve into specifically? Because I think you've pretty much thought of most aspects of this. Yeah, very well done. Just that one visitor, very very well done. Um, if all's good, then I can open up the redeems again for more people to join in. If everyone's okay with that. Um, yeah, excellent character. Excellent, excellent. All right. So, first things first, I'll switch it back to webcam. But yeah, thank you for sharing your character, just that one visitor, and thank you for everyone else who's shared their characters as well. You know, takes a certain amount of courage to put yourself out there to share the characters that you've created, and I really appreciate you all sharing these amazing characters. Check Discord. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with that last statement you made, Velvet. Yeah. Um, share the leader, and probably most unfortunate to see when it comes to learning to control semblances, or should wait till I have enough to the entirety of it. Maybe. All right, I am. She has concussion grenades. She drops simultaneously in close quarters combat and mutes her hearing point blank. Just a neat combo she does. Ooh, that's really strategic for her to do with her control of volume like that. Yeah. Now, yeah, I was going to ask how would that work for sounds that like reverberate outside the field that she has, but no, the sound would just be muted inside the field, so everyone outside of her and the people that she chose would still get the full concussive force of it. Huh. But I mean, 19.7K, probably by the end of stream you'll have the extra 300, right? So let's go to viewer rewards, channel points, and I will up the limit to 20 on this stream. Bloody, thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing for what now? Feathers, yeah. Could I donate bits for their 300 needed? I mean, they can just, and see, this was something that was, donate the 300. I don't really know how we could balance that, though. Bloody no. Don't give in to the chaos. Okay, so I'll increase the limit to 20. I'll let people redeem and submit their documents to the Discord while I, go take a bathroom break. So the limit's going to be increased. 3, 2, 1. Okay, limit's increased now. More people should be able to redeem. There we go. Okay. Don't fall in. I've been lucky enough not to get trapped on the toilet throughout my life, and hopefully today will be no different. Though, apparently the skill issues are increasing according to some in chat, so it might happen. Oh, Cat, you're so sleepy. You're so sleepy. All right. Yeah. Have to send a message. Thought it says click and do. I mean, I think you could just send a message that's just. I don't think you have to send a message. I don't think it's required. But we have a few more redeems. Velvet, Chaos, Roman, Lex, and Unethical Doctor. Alrighty. Hope Silver got to see. I think so. I think Silver was here. All right. Yeah, yours went through, Lex. Yeah, yours is there. All right. Perfect. So we will start with Velvet's. I'm already seeing yours, Alex. Or Lex, yeah. I'm seeing an image there, and it's got Coco in it, so that's already looking interesting. Let's do that and that and that. Hey, get that there. And perfect. Okay. For first, then it didn't go. Now it says it did. Weird. Yeah, Velvet redeemed like right away. So, Velvet, there's no need to hide. Why? Your OCs are adorable. We switch over. And there. Christoph, thank you for the sub. Thank you. 2 months. How's my day going? It's going pretty well so far. We've seen some amazing OCs. There's still more Ruby OCs to come. It's a good day. By the way, Phoenix, what is it with the 50k one? That one's more of a joke redeem. If you want me to go outside and touch grass, then I will literally get up from my chair, walk outside, and touch the grass. That's it. There's no proof if I've done it or not. You'll just have to trust that I've done it. But it's also more for if people want to burn their points on making me go outside in the middle of winter. I hope no one does, but if they feel the desire, they can. Are all of Velvet's OCs attractive? I mean, you could say that about every OC that's been submitted today. I think there are people planning to send you through the Canadian snowlands. Yeah. I'm just hoping people forget about it in winter. It says I've claimed the max amount? Really? That's weird. Claim the max amount? Yeah, limit redemptions per user per stream. I have the limit set to 7 because I figured that was the maximum amount of channel points that an individual person had. I didn't think anyone had 160k. It should be fine. That's really weird. Didn't claim it all? Huh. But yeah, okay. Let's start with Velvet's character. Can you say that about Sarah? Probably. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? Some characters are going to be more attractive to certain individuals than others, but you know. Yeah, let's start with Velvet's character on the second page. Oh, that weapon's cool. But light blue. Hard light? We'll see. Kanoka Fawn. Her last name provides a color reference, not so much referencing to a young deer. Okay. Semblance. Aura location. Fennec foxes have a natural ability to locate underground prey with their hearing. Kanoka's semblance turns this up to 11 and allows her to see the sound vibrations even through walls. More solid material between her and the object/person making the noise makes it harder for her to focus on it. So she can sense aura even through walls. It's a good semblance. Very good semblance for reconnaissance. And what distance away can she detect aura? Because as you said, like the more solid material between her and the object, it's sounds. So she can to look at underground prey with their hearing. So it's sounds that she can so she can see sound vibrations. Okay, that makes sense. And even if it's on a lower frequency to where most people can't hear, she'd still be able to make out where the sounds are coming from and see where they're coming from. Or at least sense where they're coming from. Maybe not visually be able to see. Oh, not that far, like 10 meters? Okay, that's absolutely fine. Because I was just wondering, like, how would the distance away and the amount of material, like if there's, a 1-inch wall that she's right next to and there's someone 10 meters away, or if 9 meters away there's that 1-inch wall and then something's right behind that, like how would that impact it? It's not really like that important. It's just something I was curious about. If you'd consider sniper distance with scope, that'd be a long distance to project one's aura. But Truth's thoughts are winning. I want to head pat her and rubber big fluffy ears. If there's ever fennec foxes in anime, a lot of people love to fluff the ears or the tail. Weapon. Okay. Currently working on the name. Her weapon is 2 Kyoketsu Shogis? Shojas? How does one pronounce that word? Carbon steel Damascus blades with gold inlays and finished with heat blue stainless steel blade edge. So the colors are just for aesthetics, and damn, that looks cool. Chain is made from titanium, has been electroplated gold to match the gold inlays, and the chain is attached to her belt. The weapon was forged by Blaze when they became teammates at Beacon. Damn. Love the layout of the weapon. The weapon looks fantastic. Semblance is well balanced and would be very good for reconnaissance. Height 5'2", small bean. Age 18 at the time of Volume 1. Female, 21st of June. From Vale, previous education, different Vale combat school. So not Signal Academy, but a different one. Faunus, Fennec Fox ears. Aura color is pale orange. Okie dokie. Personality. Kanoka doesn't really have an illusion, but more that she is plagued by the fox stereotype of being shifty, conniving, and untrustworthy. Untrustworthy small bean. Perceived as an untrustworthy small bean. This makes her a very shy individual, trying to make friends but always being pushed away. She learns to stand up for herself and be more bold, not letting others affect her or see that they get to her. She's also a fairly peppy person when she makes friends and is very sweet. Aww. How many OC spots are available now? There should be 4 still available in this current set of redeems. Because there were 6 redeemed from here. So there should be 4 left. Backstory. In school, around the age of 9, Kanoka became quite isolated as she was already being bullied with the fox stereotypes by other classmates. Her bigger sister, Luna, she's siblings with Luna, often had to step in and protect her. She felt safe with her sister, but she also felt like she was living in her shadow, never able to do anything for herself. A big growing point for her. She had already unlocked her semblance and often eavesdropped on people's conversations. It didn't help her case with the bullies. Yeah. So we're going to know how she unlocked the semblance, but maybe thinking she got trapped somewhere. That could be. Or that, not even necessarily that she got trapped somewhere, but that she got separated from Luna when she was at a very young age and started having a panic attack, similar to how a child would have a panic attack when they get lost in a grocery store. They can't find their mom and they start having a panic attack there. That could be an easy way where she awoke the semblance and was able to locate Luna through that as an option. In the combat schools, she couldn't find a weapon she felt comfortable with. She was getting comfortable with whips, but still wasn't satisfied. And then she settled on just a bow staff and was doing that for a long time. Teachers were concerned she wouldn't stick with it, but she passed her finals exams. Still not sure about this part either. I know characters specialize in their weapons, but if a person doesn't feel comfortable with a weapon in combat school and does not find a weapon they like until they are at the academy, I think that's fine, and that is an interesting plot point to go with. Most huntsmen and huntresses do specialize with a weapon at the second year in the combat schools, but that doesn't mean they can't pivot later on. It is not necessarily advisable to do so because a character, and the reason why I specify they specialize as a second year at the combat schools is mainly so that they aren't like an absolute skill master with their weapon by the time they are a first year at the Huntsman Academies. They only have a couple years to train with it. If they are less experienced than that because they've wanted to swap weapons, that's completely fine. And that adds more interesting dynamics between the team, as the team would then have to either help the individual with their training, how they grow more accustomed to the new weapons that they have, and also compensate for that while out on missions and fights. Yeah. Lost in a shopping store. I'm just using the shopping store as an example. It could be lost anywhere, out in a forest, in a building that she's unfamiliar with. She's from Vale, right? So just out in the city, at a dust shop maybe, or, you know, no, kind of, quick question. How many pictures can I include? I would say you can include a number of them. I would say probably not more than like 5. Yeah, there's no limit to how many pictures you can include, but I want to make sure that it's not okay. Here's 1 page of description and then 20 pages of just endless pictures. I mean, even if that's included all in one document, I could still go over all of it. I just wouldn't be able to spend as much time on each picture. Yeah, go for it, I guess. Um, but yeah, Twitch isn't letting you guys redeem? That's strange. I'm just going to try to increase the amount of redeems by a little bit more. Maybe that'll help. If not, maybe try refreshing Twitch and see if that helps. Will there be a VOD of this stream? Yes, there will be. Lex has redeemed already. Let me in the end, but it was funky for a sec. Yeah. So, but overall, I think semblance, well balanced. The weapon, love the design, and also I do like the aspect of pivoting later on, because although it is more advisable for huntsmen and huntresses to stick with the weapon that they are used to. Oh, excuse me. It is more advisable for them to specialize in a weapon during their second year, forge that for themselves, but if they still don't know what weapons would suit them, then it's still fine to pivot later on. It's just it has to be written in a way to compensate for that, and they would be a little bit behind the other students in terms of combat prowess, at least at the beginning, which sounds like you would have compensated for that and written that in the story. So yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's absolutely a-okay. And I do like the fact that you included how the coloring of the weapon was done, like carbon steel Damascus blades with gold inlays and finished with a heat blue stainless steel. The welding experience you've had has definitely come out in the design, because for me, I would just be like, nah, the metal's just blue. It's just colored that way. I would have no idea how to actually describe how it's done. So, yeah. But also, one thing I will mention, for since you put previous education, a different combat school. So you want it to be a combat school different than Signal Academy. For things like that, I think it is okay for people to create their own combat schools, specifically combat schools, not huntsman academies, because there's only 4 of those, but the combat schools in different areas of the world, whether it be Vacuo, Vale, Mistral. I believe Atlas would probably only have 1, maybe 2 combat schools. I don't think there would be one in Mistral, but I think it's okay for people to create their own combat schools and consider it canon, because we just don't know enough about other combat schools, but we do know that others exist. As long as the naming of those combat schools fits within the overall naming scheme that the academies and schools follow for each of the different kingdoms. Pyropstar, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So if you wanted to come up with a different name for the combat school in Vale, it just has to follow like the naming school, whereas like Beacon and Signal, it's essentially like I don't know exactly what the descriptor would be to describe that general group of objects, but yeah. It's saying the reward is temporarily out of stock? Even after you refreshed? Because the moment that I updated it, other people were able to redeem right away, and I increased it again. Things that offer safety or guide people. I'd say guide is probably the appropriate term, because Haven Academy is more the one that focuses on safety. Shade and Obscuro is something that is obscuring them from the sun, because it's the desert. They want to get away from that. And then Atlas is just Atlas. Restarted your whole computer. That's incredibly weird that you're not able to redeem. Balefire Combat School, sound good? Yeah, I think that would probably fit. Atlas would be maps, right? The thing is, for Atlas, we only have 2 names to go by. Atlas Academy and its previous name being Alceus Academy. But it was renamed to Atlas Academy in the past. We do have, in the city of Vale, we have, or in the Kingdom of Vale, we have Beacon Academy and Signal Combat School. For Vacuo, we have Shade Academy and Oscuro Combat School. And for Mistral, we have Haven Academy and Pharos Combat School. I believe there was one other combat school that was mentioned in Beacon, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. Not in Beacon, but in Vale. Evo is going on this weekend, so servers are probably overloaded. Evo. Sanctum, that's it. Perfect. The one Pyrrha went to. Oh, Pharos is in Vale then. And Sanctum is in Mistral. Got it. Fighting game tournament. Yeah. Oh, there's a combat school at Mistral. Yeah. Pharos, yes. Pharos is in Beacon. Or no, in Vale. Vale and Vacuo located on the continent of Sanus. Vale and Vacuo located on... Yeah. Oh, posture check. Balefire noun, a large fire in the open air, bonfire, a signal fire, a beacon. Yeah, honestly, Balefire Academy sounds like a good name for combat school. I think it works. So yeah, you can go with that. Serious? Oh, you got 20k, nice. Never being a safe place for Mistral. Yeah, light for Beacon, safe place for Mistral, darkness for Vacuo, and it's unclear for Atlas. I assume worldly. Honestly, for Atlas, I'm operating under the assumption that Alceus Academy was renamed to Atlas Academy for the Huntsman Academy, right? I'm just going to assume that the name Alceus was the combat school's name. I'm just gonna go with that. Go ahead and say navigation instruments? Maybe. But yeah, light for Beacon, safe place for Mistral, darkness for Vacuo. I believe those are good descriptors to have. Yeah. But also, thank you for the bit series. I appreciate it. Astrolabe, Compass, etc. Compass Academy? Astro Academy? Maybe. But, my poor boy. Calum? All right. Rail, submit another one. Nice. All right. But yeah, overall, getting back on topic for Kanoka, I think well balanced with her semblance. Weapons great. Story seems pretty solid. Everything seems to be covered. Is there anything that you'd like me to specifically touch on, Velvet? No, I have it set so that people can claim up to 7 per stream. All right, cool. Thank you for submitting your OC, Velvet. Fairy Tale, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. All right, so we will switch back to the webcam. Exit out of those, and the next up in the queue will be Chaos. Hey, Lonely Magus, a redeemed posture check. I don't know why it's not redeeming for the OCs for you. It says still have 21.7k? That's so weird. That's so strange. Oh, you want yours later, Chaos? Sure, I can absolutely do it later. Next would be Romans then. So pull that up. Do that. That. I recognize this OC, Roman. I recognize it. Ooh, you've got new artwork that I haven't seen, though. All right. Let's increase the size just a little bit, and we should be good to go. At a 3.1k rail? Oh, no. Serious? Thank you for the bits. If you can get your feathers back, I can redeem for them, and then I can redeem when it allows to. I don't think there's a way for me to reimburse feathers. I legitimately do not think there's a way for me to do so. So it would have to be that you redeem for them and then they redeem for you later on, but that would involve a trust between the both of you, and there's nothing I can do to enforce anything in this. So it would be up to your discretion. Redeem for Magus, who's not able to submit to use the redeem for some reason, which is strange. I don't know why. And yeah, Unethical Doctor, you can absolutely be later as well, because it'll be Roman next, then Lex, and then it'll be up to Unethical Doctor, Chaos, and Rail, whoever wants to go after that. He and I have VC, so we chill. Missed a lot. There has been a fair bit, King of Blue Flames, but there'll be a VOD of this stream. I'll make sure to upload it to the YouTube channel or the VOD channel. But you know, all right. Now we will switch over to Roman's OC. Get that up there. All right. And Roman, your character is meant for canon Ruby OC, correct? Okay, canon. Just want to make sure. Azur Lazuli. The weapon is a sickle and weighted chain. The sickle can turn into a thumper that fires dust rounds, mostly ice. Ice-based fighter. Nice. And the semblance. Orbs. Makes dodgeball-sized orbs of light that can be as bright as the sun or as dim as a campfire, and can only make 2 of them at a time, but can move them around freely within 10 meters of himself. He can also imbue them with dust, giving the balls different effects. Each of the teammates have a pair of sunglasses like his to help dampen the effects of his orbs. So it'd be the elemental effects that would be given with the dust that can be put into them, right? So essentially he makes aura constructs of 2 orbs that he can manipulate around himself. Yeah? Okay. So it'd be a fun semblance to work with, and a very bothersome one for opponents as well. What would be the aura consumption of this semblance? Like, how much aura does it take to initially manifest them, and how draining is it to keep them both around? Forgot to add Kanoka's emblem. I mean, God, I haven't seen that guy in years. What is her emblem? Velvet? I'm playing Fade Extra. I find everyone. I must go continue swooning over Emiya. Fair enough, King of Blue Flames. Fair enough. I discovered his semblance at a young age when he got lost in a cave system where his dad and a few village guards found him. He grew up in Vale, outside of the wall, with his mom and dad. His dad was a huntsman. His mom worked at the local inn. He went to Signal, where he first met Olivia, and soon after graduating, he then went off to Beacon. It was at Signal where he first started to use dust in his orbs. Okay. Appearance: wears tan cargo pants, blue hoodie, also has a belt with many different pouches on it, filled with dust crystals and tinted glasses. Kind of based him off of Weiss, but he can only do 2 orbs, not many glyphs. Fair. Yep, that's fitting. It's in Discord? Sure. Let's see. So, for those who are wondering, this is Kanoka's emblem, Velvet's character. I'll just show that off briefly. And cute emblem. All right, so Lex is redeemed for Magus as well. That's very kind of you, Lex. And I'll definitely look over Magus's OCs or OC. Yep. Yeah, it should be fine, I think. Perfect. But yeah, okay. Gone with the appearance. Height 5'11", weight 170 pounds, age 20, third year. Yeah, aura color is white. So, the different abilities of the balls when imbued in dust. Ice, if touched, it will freeze on contact, is solid, and combined can freeze more. Acts like ice dust grenades. Fire burns and combines the two into bigger ones that explode. The lightning, they can arc if close enough. Interesting. Gravity slows anything that is near them. The bigger one makes them even slower. Okay, so it's constantly repelling with the gravity then. Because with the gravity dust specifically, gravity can either push or pull. Like it's either exuding gravity towards itself or away. So I don't think it would be able to specifically increase the gravity on a person, slowing them down. I think it would only be either like repel or repulse from the orbs itself. And I would probably pick one or the other for that. The wind can make small tornadoes. Combined can make a huge tornado. Water allows the change of shape of the orbs. Two of them lets them make something huge. How so with water? Earth can make an earth ball that hits hard. By mixing water and ice, he can make a platform he can fly on. Water and ice makes... No, that's water and heat. Water and ice make a platform he can stand on. He can combine two orbs into one bigger one. Yeah, made him when we first learned about gravity dust. Need to update that? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Now, with the water one, like, here's the thing, the question that I have. Once dust is imbued into the orbs, I don't think he'd necessarily be able to, like, manipulate the effect of the dust within the orb. So if ice is put into it, it gives the orb the effect of, okay, it touches something, freezes on contact. And if both of them are put together, then it kind of creates like a larger freezing effect, or kind of an explosive freezing effect. So with the water one, would water really be useful? All that useful with this semblance? Because with when you mention by mixing water and ice, he can make platforms he can fly on. Could he not just put would he not need the ice dust and wind dust to do that? Because he'd stand, or earth dust and wind dust, he'd stand on one of the balls and have the other underneath kind of pushing upwards with the wind, I'd think. It'd also be a very risky strategy to levitate on one of the orbs, because if the orb is taken out by an opponent with a sniper rifle by chance, then he'd be fallen. That'd be a risky strategy. It'd be possible, but risky. And for wind, if wind dust is put into one of the orbs, I'd imagine it would give like a continuous tornado effect, and then they're combined together and it makes a bigger tornado. Something like that. Would be my guess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, overall I think it's relatively balanced. because yeah, the dust is put into the orbs and just inherently gives them that effect that he can then maneuver the orbs around and bring them close enough together where they can either have an effect on each other, like the lightning and can arc between them, or can combine them together to create a larger effect. And from the sounds of it, with the fire dust that combines into two ones, when the fire dust is imbued into the two orbs and they're combined together, it explodes. Is that consistent with all different forms of dust? That once the orbs are combined together, it gives a large, impactful burst of dust, or if there's no dust in it, then it gives a large burst of light? Because I think that would need to stay consistent through all of them. If the two orbs are brought together, naturally they would just give a burst of light and disappear. And for the dust, fire dust creates a larger explosion. Ice, it would create like an ice grenade. Wind dust, it would create a huge tornado for, a couple seconds, however long it would last. For lightning, it would act pretty much like a stun grenade, things like that. Earth, I don't really know what combining them would do. Just create a massive boulder that lands on the ground? Maybe? Chaos, welcome back. I think... yeah, honestly, I think that it's an interesting semblance. I'm just curious about the aura consumption of it. If Azure can constantly create more orbs, create orbs, throw dust in them, have them cause a big explosion, then create more orbs and constantly do that, that would be a lot. But if it's balanced properly, like he has to choose when to create the orbs and the dust to put in them and when to actually have them explode and go off, I think that'd be fairly balanced. But another dust-based fighting character, which is very interesting. And also, more artwork as well with all the different types of dust that he fights with. He looks just slightly smug there. Yeah, close to that? Okay, makes sense. I haven't seen the show, so it was hard to think what would be... would do the same with water. And the thing is, from my own perspective, I don't think a single character needs to use every type of dust. So my recommendation would be pick 3 or 4 dust types that he generally fights with. You mentioned that he generally uses ice. I would think that ice would be his main focus, and maybe he has 2 or 3 others that he uses. Like, fire. Like, if he already has ice, fire may not be necessary. Though, if you had ice and fire and crash them into one another, that could give a smoke screen or a steam burst to give him a chance to escape, so that might be useful. Lightning and the stun effects, maybe that's one you'd want to go with. The gravity and the push-pull, maybe that might not be as necessary. If you have the lightning, that could be enough to keep people away. The wind dust could be useful for giving bursts of wind, especially with the tornado. If there's a character on his team as well that could benefit from a burst of wind. The water and earth, I don't know if they'd exactly be necessary, because I really don't know what water would add to it other than, just making a kind of ball of water that floats in the air. I guess if you wanted to soak someone with water and then throw a lightning ball at them, that could work pretty well, but I think the lightning on its own would do enough. And then the earth, it's just, an earth ball that hits hard. It could be useful, but I think an ice ball would also be effective enough, quite possibly. 6 to ice, fire, lightning, and water. Okay, so water is one of his main ones. Lets him change the shape of the orb. But how does water let him change the shape of the orb? Is the thing. Because that's not something consistent with any other type of dust that's put into it. So water allowing him to manipulate the shape of it implies that he can manipulate the orb's shape as an inherent part of his semblance, but that's not something mentioned with any other type of dust or the inherent ability of the orbs. So that's what I'm That's what I'm concerned about. That I think water kind of breaks the already established rule for the semblance, and it lets them make something huge. I feel like that is kind of adding a different ability to the semblance. Rather than just imbuing the elemental effect, adding water dust would allow him to do something completely different with his semblance. Drown people to spite them. How old do you need to be to get into the festival, like Vital Festival? First or second year student, so 17 to 18. Maybe 19 if their birthday is later in the school year. If they're 19 by the end of their second year. Exception of Ruby, of course. Yes. Yeah, Ruby was 15 because she was accelerated 2 years ahead. I think it's canonically fine if you have a student start at the academy at the age of 16 if their 17th birthday is going to happen within the first term at the school. But yeah, overall, I think there's one more page here. Azur's emblem, a gemstone. Okay. So 16. I think generally it's accepted that 17 is when you're accepted in the academy. I'm personally of the mindset that if you're 16 and your birthday is within the first term at the school year, then you're fine. But I think 16. But since the Vital Festival tournament happens in the second term, that means everyone entering will be at least 17 years of age. Yeah. Overall, though, yeah. What's up, cat? Okay. Yeah. Overall, I think well-designed character, interesting semblance with the balls of light that can be imbued with dust. Sleepy Kitty, indeed. It's just with the different. There needs to be, in my opinion, like a set kind of rule of functionality when it comes to the orbs, because they're orbs of light. They're specifically orbs, and then dust. What dust is meant to do is to give an elemental effect to something. And I know you used Weiss as the kind of inspiration for it, but I've mentioned before, Weiss kind of breaks a lot of rules of semblances. Where, okay, when putting dust into her glyphs, she can get these different abilities, but yeah, you're still able to submit, Washington. Yeah. I've never seen water in the show, so I had to come up with something for water. I personally, I don't think you need to have an effect for every type of dust. I think, just focusing on 3 or 4 is probably enough. I think we have 3 slots left. I think so, yeah. Let me just double check. Because I believe it was at, redeemed at, there was 20 total, and 7 of them have been redeemed so far. Or 17 of them have been redeemed. Okay, now 2. Alrighty then. But yeah, I think overall that's just the thing that needs to be considered, because they're intentionally orbs, and then the dust gives them the elemental effects, and the consistent elemental effects, and when they're crashed together, that gives a larger burst of that element. And I think having it be consistent along that throughout every type of dust that you'd be adding makes sense. I think that would be the best way to go about it. From, again, me personally, I'm no authority on OCs. That's just my own personal thoughts on the matter. And yeah, and then limiting it to 3 or 4 types of dust, because I and again, this is just me personally, I don't like the idea of having one character having every single type of dust available to them. Again, Weiss is the exception because she's the Schnee Dust Company heiress. She has unlimited dust available to her. But for everyone else, and especially when it comes to deciding what to do in battle, you don't want any decision paralysis. You want them to be accustomed to, okay, these are the options available to me. This is what I'm going to go with. Twitchy Vicious, thank you for this. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It'd be cool if RT put out an official OC guidebook one day. That'd be a nice piece of merchandise. It would be cool for them to do that, but also I'd be concerned about the rules that are laid out in it. I don't know how much they thought, like, I don't know if they've put that much into it. Subwater for wind that he carries, yeah, that could work. Lapin has the mount that she does. It's due to the different buffs of her semblance. Okay. Because I know that they released, and Rooster Teeth released like the official compendium that already has inaccurate information in it. They retconned the color of wind dust, which is still, and said semblance's complexity. Yeah, each semblance really needs to be covered on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if there's really a strict rule to go in with it, other than make sure to consider the amount of aura that different actions would take. His friends are someone whose parents run a dust shop, so he's very fluent in dust. Okay. Still, I would, even if you are fluent in dust, deciding what dust to use in a given situation in battle can lead to some decision paralysis. And even if you take an extra second to think about, okay, what would work best, that second could still cost some damage. And in the case of Azul, my guess is that the default he would go with is normally ice dust. So submit my OC. I just started watching stream today, so I have no feathers. It's fine living everyone else's right now. Yeah, and there will be other OC streams as well. This is not a one-off thing. I'm going to try to do them every few months. Whether it's 2 months or 3 months down the road. Hi, buddy. Yes, hello. So there's definitely going to be more opportunity for you to submit. Yes, hi. Yeah, head pat the kitty. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. But overall, I think 100 bits relax. His fighting style is the same as Hanzo the Salamander from Naruto. By the way, never put that in the doc. Ah, okay. It's been a while since I've watched Naruto, but I remember Hanzo. We only saw his fighting style when he was reincarnated, right? And Hanzo fought with poison, didn't he? It's always next time. You do that time, you're lucky to get at least 20k. Yeah, I mainly wanted to have the OC reviews to reward the people who've been joining in on streams regularly. And like, even during regular streams, we still talk about RWBY, talk about OCs, and small questions on OCs I can absolutely answer on regular streams. But is there anything else that you'd like me to specifically touch on, Roman? Did kind of with his Salamander summon. Yeah. I thought he used poison jutsu regularly. I'm gonna have to go and, well, rewatching Naruto is kind of a big task in and of itself. But nah, good. All right. Thank you for sharing your OC. I love the smug look on him. He definitely looks like, yeah, come at me. But oh, there's a watch party in VC right now. So y'all watching through Discord, not through the Twitch stream. I get it. I see how it is. Let's go over here, switch to the webcam. Exit out of that. Yeah, he's a cocky guy, real confident. It does come across in the artwork, for sure. All right. Next up is Chaos, if you would choose to go now, or if you want to postpone till later. Up to you. Watch party for Magus and Lex. So you want to go now? All right. Chaos's OC it is. And pull that up there. Move that over to here. I see you made use of every word you possibly could on the document, huh? Ooh. Like the design. All right. And the panic is peak. It's got 11k feathers working up the ranks. Nice, Candlana. All right, now let's switch over and show off the OC. It's just a wall of text. Yeah. Yup. Am I ending stream? No. The stream's still probably going to go on for another at least like 5-6 hours. That's a clean weapon. It is. Inferno Fang. Damn. Huh, I wonder if that has anything to do with Chaos Wolf being a hellhound of sorts. I have to strip 3 pages, okay. Fair. Alright. Showing off Canon Ruby OC, but I'm open to some feedback. Alright. Jay Ogian? Ogian? I am apparently not good at pronouncing names. The little extra accent over the N is throwing me off. Jay is your boy. Gotta ask, where's the blade going? What do you mean? Where's the blade going? Commissioned Mara to draw the OC. I made this, I give kudos. Yeah, it was Hollowed Chaos or Hollow Chaos in chat. Height 5'9", age 21, 4 years before the start of Ruby. Okay, so at the start of Ruby would be 25. Male, human, ambidextrous, but prefers the left hand. Claustrophobia. Okay. Personality. Jay is a strong and kind person, constantly thinking about the people he cares about before himself, and not caring if they are faunus or human. Jay always wanting to do something either helping those he cares about, or doing something he likes. If somebody betrays Jay's trust or antagonized him in the past, he will never fully trust them again. Jay is known to have hot-headed rage if he sees these people. Jay is known to have a hot-headed rage if he sees these people he cares about hurt or gets too involved in combat. Okay. And weapon Inferno Fang. That's a good name. Folds into parts of the weapon. Yeah. It's a telescopic-like blade, it looks like. Not telescopic, but it folds backwards. Yeah. All right. Tall Bean? I mean, five. The weapon, or you mean the character? Because he's 5'9". He's about the same height as me, and I ain't that tall. I'm not really considered tall in general. But let's read about Inferno Fang. It's a sword with a single cutting edge, with a rifle muzzle behind the blade. The main body of Inferno Fang is made up of red, white, and gray parts, and has the magazine and trigger near the handle of the sword, similar to Crow's weapon design, I'm guessing. Inferno Fang can also transform into an assault rifle that has a bullet counter to allow Jay to see how much dust bullets he has left in the magazine, as well as what type of dust he's using. Okay. Yeah. Came through, cats. All right. Perfect. Small bird. Yeah. I mean, I think it's average height for like North American males, I think. But yeah, good weapon. And the dust types used is fire, electricity, wind, rock, ice, and water. A lot of different dust types. Similar to Romans, I might say maybe cut that down to like 2, 3, 4, somewhere around there, because I honestly don't see 6 different dust types being all that useful. Like, normally, out of the types of dust that are available to a person, 2 or 3 are going to be the main ones used, and then there's going to be very fringe uses for other dust types. So, I don't know. Fire and water are only 1 meg per type. Huh. Okay. Fighting style. Jay uses a hybrid style that combines 2 fighting styles and focuses on close to mid-range combat. The first style is an offensive style that emphasizes fast movements, acrobatics, and quick and precise attacks. The second style is a generalized that uses basic offensive attacks and defensive tactics. This allows Jay to use Infernal Fang in its assault rifle mode, use his semblance, and think of new creative tactics. So he switches between 2 different fighting styles. Where/when would he have time to train in 2 separate fighting styles? Well, it's a hybrid style that combines those fighting styles. Okay. So it's a style that he's made his own then. Okay, got it. Many others, Fire and Water as one of the backups. Use the others. Fire and Water are backups. Okay. Because, yeah, I think, personally, the limit of dust that most characters should use is 4, and even less if they're not like a dust focused combatant, like with Roman's OC and with Onyx as well, who had the guitar and used dust blasts as a main form of attack. Having like up to 4 different dust types allows for that versatility in combat. But for a lot of characters who have weapons that they're accustomed to fighting with, especially weapons with multiple forms, that gives them their versatility in combat, and they don't necessarily need all those types of dust because in combat they're not using them as often. That's my thought process, at least. Yeah, and your Lapis as well, Rael. But let's see. The semblance, internal combustion, is a semblance that allows Jay to burn the fat stored in his body to heat up his hands, feet, or sword, causing them to be engulfed in flames. However, if Jay uses his semblance too frequently or creates too big of a flame, he can become too hungry to fight. Also, due to his semblance, Jay has a higher body temperature than normal. Okay. Interesting. Now, how does the weapon... well, I guess through aura, that's how the weapon can sustain the heat caused by his semblance. Because we've seen semblances, or a semblance already, with Bertilac Celadon from the After the Fall and Before the Dawn books. It's fine to have and with Cinderfall as well, it's fine to have a semblance heat up things. It's just the creation of fire seems to overlap with fire dust. So that's the only point that I'm thinking. It could be, a rule of cool type thing where the flames are more an effect of the semblance, not an actual, like a visual effect of the semblance. Blade section becomes covered in flames. Okay. Is it just visually covered in flames or like actual flames? Because that does then delve into the territory of the semblance completely nullifying the use for having fire dust. So, I don't know. I don't think it's close enough to magic, but he's using aura and his calories. Yes, he is converting the calories in his body to heat, which I think is okay because it is utilizing something within his own body. And it's using aura to convert that to heat. It limits his semblance more than like Cinder's semblance, because Cinder can freely just use her aura to heat up objects, but not only does Jay need aura to heat up objects, but he also needs to burn the fat within his body. So I think generally that's okay. He's converting the fat to energy. And I think in that case it's okay. If I don't think it would be possible to convert, the fat in one's body to a physical object. That I don't think is okay. But I don't think it's visual effect. It's the heat generation. Okay, perfect. I never really thought about it, but Ruby probably uses gravity dust the most because of how she uses Crescent Rose to propel herself in different directions. It would make sense, rather than just the rule of cool, firing her weapon downwards and her being able to slow her momentum falling through the sky. It's scary how Cinder can vaporize people. Yeah, it really is. So yeah, overall, I think that's probably a good semblance, and it's an interesting facet of semblance design. Not only requiring aura to activate, but also cannibalizing a part of the individual's body. Could be very dangerous though, because if you burn too much fat in your body, like if you have 0% body fat, you're not gonna be very healthy, because your body does need some body fat. Aura color is red. And for the backstory, Jay was born in a small village in Mistral, but had to flee due to not being able to control his semblance when he first activated it, and accidentally burned his dad. And if he's not controlling it, then that might also result in some health issues as well, I'd feel. Joe protect others even if it costs him. Fair. And using his semblance, having to do so, could definitely result in him in some less than ideal situations after the fight is over. While fleeing from the village, Jay crossed paths with the Bronwyn tribe. He was accepted into the tribe after he killed some of the tribe members in self-defense. How old was he when this happened? How old was he to be able to kill Bronwyn tribe members? While in the tribe, Jay became familiar with using a sword. So he didn't use a sword before that point. After a while in the tribe, Jay was sent out on his first raid, but he became disgusted with the tribe's tactics and left the tribe with the help of a wandering huntsman, Renji Kyoshiro, who offered to take Jay away from the tribe. 10 to 11, and he killed members of the Bronwyn tribe? Multiple members of the Bronwyn tribe. I'd say that's a little too young to be skilled enough to. And I understand that you're probably basing the just generic members of the Bronwyn tribe. You're basing their skill level off of Shady Man. But still, it's an 11-year-old, a 10, 11-year-old overpowering an adult. I think that might be a bit too much, if I'm going to be honest. Because I specifically, like, in using my own story as an example with Seraphina, even though she was trained, she got completely demolished when she tried to go up against another trained individual. Yeah, she got jumped and ended up beating half of them at 17. I mean, even like beating half of them at 17 sounds like a bit much, but yeah, like 10 to 11, it was an accidental environmental kill. But if he crossed paths with the Bronwyn tribe, like, it's not like he took them by surprise, at least from my interpretation. It, at 10 to 11 years old, and also from the sounds of it, it's not like he was really accustomed to combat at all before this point either. Kids these days be killing at an early age. Some of a video where told his experience with bodybuilding at 10% body fat. He was celebrating. People went, "Go, that's great," but he felt exhausted all the time. Oof. His body was at 20%. He was fine again. Chaos Bean is too strong. I think maybe. and this is the bit I had to do a lot of cutting down on. Okay, so there's definitely more that you expanded upon, but still, like, it seems a lot to be that strong at like 10 to 11 years old. Even though like Ruby and Yang were trained by a family of huntsmen, at 10 to 11, I don't think they'd be able to kill an adult. Even an adult without semblance or aura. Like, not to mention, there's not really, like, did he have a weapon at the time? I don't. Hmm. Anyways, let's keep reading the rest of this. Now following Renji, Jay was taught by Renji in a new fighting style, as well as understanding of his semblance, aura, and the Grim. So he, and again, this is important, he didn't have that understanding of semblances, aura, and Grim before encountering the Bronwyn tribe. So he just wasn't able to control his semblance. And I mean, if he somehow caught the members of the Bronwyn tribe by surprise, or they approached him like arrogantly and he was able to like get his hands on their face or their throat or something and activate his semblance and just burn through their flesh, then maybe I could see it. But it still seems like a lot. After a while together, Renji took Jay from Mistral to Vale, not only to get away from the Bronwyn tribe, but also to enter Pharos Academy, to set Jay on the path of becoming a true huntsman. After getting into Pharos, so that all happened before the age of 13. Okay. After getting to Pharos Academy, Jay crossed paths, and after a rocky first encounter, became friends with Diego Blanca. Or Diego Bianca. Okay. Sure, serious. There's a whole page backstory I had to strip down. Fair. Alright, see you, Root Beer. That's fair. That's fair, Chaos. That's fair. Our first encounter, became friends with Diego Bianca. During his time at Pharos Academy, Jay created a new sword that could transform into an assault rifle, which he called Inferno Fang. After graduating from Pharos Academy, Jay moved on to Beacon Academy, where Jay became the leader of Team OSD with Oliver, Tom, and Diego. While at Beacon Academy, Jay spent a lot of time bonding with his team and helping out anyone he cares about however he can, as well as excelling in combat lessons and activities. All right. Overall, like, semblance seems pretty balanced, seems pretty good. Weapon, excellent design, love the name. Types of dust used, personally, I would say cut the number in half might be better recommended, because again, it comes to the decision paralysis, and based on the fighting style that you go over, it doesn't really seem like he would use the dust all that often. Now, again, I don't have the full context of your character, so if he uses dust a lot more in his combat, then maybe more is justified. But even with dust-based fighters, they generally focus on 2 to 3 types of dust. And every weapon does not need every type of dust. Even if it could just be simple dust rounds, I don't think it's necessary. Like with, and I'll use the characters that I've created before as an example. I normally give characters a single type of dust, if they're going to use dust in any capacity. And then if they are a dust-focused fighter, then I will give up to 4 and limit the amount of transformations that their weapons can take. He might be given the kills, but it might be an explosion or other factor that led to their deaths. He just survived, and it was believed that he did it. But he then joined the Bronwyn tribe afterwards, so I don't know. I'm not entirely certain, but overall, fairly well designed semblance, weapon, everything like that. And and again, I don't have the full context of everything, but the backstory seems a little strong for a young character with presumably little to no combat experience. Jay only uses fire dust out of combat and water for surprise improved. Steam Bomb primarily uses rock, electricity, and ice. Okay. So I'd probably limit it to rock, electricity, and ice, I think. Simply because that just seems more practical. If water and fire are just fringe uses, then it might not be necessary for him to carry all those around. And I know Myrtanaster has a whole bunch of other dust rounds in them, but Weiss is an exception to a lot of different rules. Because get rid of the wind. Yeah, that's my thinking at least. Because with my character, who is a dust-focused combatant, Zelina Ray, I limited her to having 4 types of dust and weapons that do not transform in any capacity. And she uses those uses the dust in a lot of her combat. So if it's a character that's not like strictly focused on dust combat, then it may not be necessary to have those all types of dust. All right, thank you, Root Beer. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for joining in. Weiss is the exception to prove rules? I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think Weiss is just the exception in terms of weapon and dust availability because she's the Schnee heiress. And when it comes to semblance, I feel like there should be an intrinsic reason for that because she breaks so many rules of semblances that no one else does. But yeah, outside of like the backstory thing that I'm curious about why he's so strong as a 10 to 13-year-old kid, which you say you've already got written down in the backstory and everything. I think other than that, it's probably pretty good because there's nothing wrong with having a character necessarily join the Bronwyn tribe. I think that's fine to have a character who has joined the Bronwyn tribe, just not be Raven Bronwyn's right-hand person or anything like that. Or really have, because it seems like the Bronwyn tribe is mainly just a mishmash of outlaws and things like that, so I don't think Raven would necessarily... She'd probably maybe know the name of every member in the tribe, but not necessarily care too much or even 10 years down the road recognize the person if they encounter them. Yeah, he was just a regular grunt. Yeah. Sure. Check Discord. Sure, I'll do that. Yeah, and you can always just explain there. I'm something I might need to proofread beforehand. Yeah, all good. So yeah, other than that, I think pretty good. Love the name of Inferno Fang. That's such a good name. Yeah. Just, and you just to clarify, you do have it worked out in a way where it makes sense that he was able to kill one or more members of the Bronwyn tribe at the age of 10 to 11 without training, right? Because that's okay. Because that's something I'm very concerned about, but I'll trust your judgment that it's been worked out. Because that's the biggest thing that I see. Bronwyn tribe will see is not only Raven's long lost rival, best friend, lover, and the person she told first about her being a maiden. Well, sounds like an AU character to me. Zuna. That sounds fine. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like me to add, Chaos, or like me to touch on specifically, or questions that you have? Because if not, I think I'll move on. When does 6 months, 1 year, and 2 year badge get created? Must I get 10k bits of reach? I don't know what to create for the 6 months, 1 year, and 2 year badges. Wish I had feathers so I could put your OC through the ring of fire. Well, you can always earn more Phoenix feathers by joining in on streams, and there'll be other OC review streams. Because I think the last about the curse of being a new viewer. I see. No, good. Send the full page backstory to explain better. Sounds good. All right, BRB. I'll make sure to hold off on your character review until you're able to come back, Cats. Yeah, sorry. It takes. I'm giving the appropriate time to each OC to go through each of it. What is the order so far? Next up is Lex. So, Lex's own OC. Yes, it is indeed. Go back to webcam. Exit here. Go here. Let's see. Yeah, been through there. So, open that. There. We'll go here first. Open that. Put that there. Just need to get each of the images opened individually. And we'll have that one. Open that there. Put that over there. Perfect. That should be good. Time to be embarrassed in 4K. Character design 10 10, really dig it. Backstory for Tribe Part is approximately how much time has passed over the course of RWBY? Something like 2.5 to 3 years. Up until the end of Volume 8, that has been 2 years, probably a little bit more than 2 years. As of the end of Volume 9, however, my guess would be closer to 3 years, if not 4, at this point. I think we have had a 6 month to a year time skip. But we will only find that out once Volume 10 arrives. There's been a few time skips, so I don't know. It is 2 years, because RWBY is 17 by the time of Volume 7-8. So it's been 2 years. It's been at least 2 years. RWBY was 15 at the beginning in Volume 1. She is confirmed 17, Volume 7. Yeah, Volume 10 is probably 2.5, 3 years. I think it'd be at least 3 years. But still, let's get to Lex's OC. Open that. And that. All right. Calum Atter. Ater or Atter? Pronounced Calum Atter. Got it. Long A for both. Got it. Name meaning dull, dark sky in Latin. I see hard light. I'm not sure if it's hard light. It does seem that way. The weapons definitely have a glowing aspect to them, but I don't know if it's fully hard light. Color dull blue. Marcus Opus Trainus? Train of Rome. Not familiar with it. Canon compliant alternate universe. Okay. Pronunciation guide. You'll see. Yeah. Weapon kind of cool. Looks like Velvet's holograms, and I like it. Does seem to have a similar characteristic, but it's also different. The green glow, because hard light is light blue. We'll see when we get there, but place of birth, City of Vale. Date of birth, January 28th, 62 years after the Vital Peace Accords. So this is 62 years after the Vital Peace Accords. So The Great War was approximately 80 years ago, so she'd be 18 years old, approximately, as of Volume 1. Maybe a couple... Well, that's approximately 80 years, so we don't have an exact date, but I'm guessing 62 years after plays some... Yeah, okay. Date of death, the fall of Beacon. 18 years of age, second year at Beacon Academy. She died during Beacon... Wow, interesting. January 28th was the day of Train's Assumption Emperor of Rome. Okay. Hard light dust is going to be super rare now. This is true, if not completely extinct, because Atlas manufactured that dust. So the amount of dust that is out in the world currently is the only dust that exists of it. 80 exactly in Volume 3. Okay. Though I guess they might have recovered the technology with whatever scraps they were able to scrounge from the wreckage of Atlas and the scientists that survived, but who knows. Cause of death, killed in action, overrun by the White Fang in the fall of Beacon, surrounded by and attacked by a large group of White Fang members. Overuse of his semblance and no weapons meant once his aura ran out, there was no hope left. Oh no. Brave and admirable that you kill off your own character. Yeah. Definitely something I did not expect. Story, raised by to be a pillar of strength for the people of Vale all his life. For all of the people of Vale? Caleb was tutored for combat by both combat school and personal trainers to fulfill the family tradition of attending Beacon Academy to prove oneself as a worthy ruler. Even though the monarchy of Vale has been defunct for 80 years, the tradition prevailed. So in this alternate universe, Caleb is part of like the monarchy family. And the cat, yes. Hopefully someone makes up for like dust. Yeah. Because this is alternate universe. We do need to remember. But this is... So, I'll probably get to this at some point, but since the King of Vale during the Great War was an Ozma reincarnate, Caleb is a descendant of previous incarnation of Ozma? I was thinking about Ember. No magic. Okay. Wait, this is AU. Yes. It's canon compliant AU. So it's branching off of a point in canon becoming alternate universe, I believe. But it's alternate universe, so it's taking aspects from canon and canon compliant, like the semblance and weapon is meant to work within canon rules and restrictions, but the story is alternate universe-esque. Cat, what are you doing? 4.6k, you're getting up there, Capcan. You're accruing more throughout stream. Multiverse. Weight of death attached to a character sheet, like especially when setting a thing I understand. Yeah. That said, he's very little real-world combat experience, and is an indoorsy kind of guy, never having been too far outside the walls of the city of Vale, outside of diplomatic visits and fluffy headlines to keep the peace. Diplomatic visits. The monarchy was pretty much abolished in all kingdoms as of the Great War, so in this universe, they were kept. Interesting. So there'd be other royal lineages of for each of the kingdoms, but they're still prominent. Yeah. Members have a long way to go. You're already 20% of the way there, more than 20% of the way there. All right. Semblance is Royal Armory. Royal Armory is a well-known familial semblance passed down hereditarily and determined the line of succession when the monarchy was active. Interesting. So not every child would have that semblance, but one child would. I take it. Royal Armory itself has two components, the bond aspect and the weapon aspect. The first directly leading into the latter. When Caleb forms a bond with someone, he will be able to manifest a weapon that he associates with that person, not necessarily their weapon. Interesting. These weapons are very simplistic and do not take much focus to summon, which makes them ideal for the heat of combat. Depending on how strong his bond is with the person and how well he knows them, dictates how well he knows how to use this weapon and how precisely he can control it. This, however, does not translate into mastery of the real equivalent of this weapon. For example, if Calum were to pick up a rapier, he would not have the intuitive knowledge of how to use it. If it were one of his aura constructs, he would gain the ability to use it proportional to his relationship with the person whose weapon he summoned. Cat, are we going to need to have a talk? He has limited telekinetic control over his weapons, of which he can summon no more than 2 at a time, but this control is limited to hovering and unwieldy strikes, akin to using your offhand. The stronger Calum's bond is with this person, the less aura it takes to summon the weapon and keep it active. As Calum's relationships wax and wane, he tends to use the weapons he's more proficient in / people he has a stronger connection to at the time. However, the consistent weapons in his arsenal are his mother's longbow, his father's shield, and his grandfather's rapier before he passed, leading to Calum being unable to summon it anymore. More recently, Calum has begun to use Lucian's halberd and Russet's dagger. Interesting take on the semblance. Now, my question is, the semblance is meant to be canon complacent, correct? Semblance how his work, summarized backstory, weapon explanation, kingdom there and born in. There's probably more to it, but I can't. Yes, okay. Now, it does seem like a couple different abilities are tied into this. Being able to summon weapons is completely fine. That's aura constructs. And having it be that he can summon weapons based on the people that he knows and the connections that he has. So that's incorporating what we know from Raven Bronwyn's Kindred Link. I like that. That is a really cool take on the semblance. And I think that would be fine. Now, the issue arises when it comes to when he summons the weapon, he gains the inherent knowledge to use it. That sounds like a separate ability to me. Intervention with the cat. Laptop is being annoying to pull up OC stuff, so I have to go AFK. Stream started at the back. All right, see you in a bit, Chaos. Wait, does that mean the last owner doesn't have a semblance anymore? How do you mean, Phantom of Dark? Because the knowledge of how to use that weapon, that seems to just kind of come out of nowhere. I get why you'd want to incorporate that in so he can be able to use the weapon that he can summon, but I feel like that's a way to kind of attempt to get around what I've said before about jack of all trades characters. There's only so much time for each individual to train with a given weapon that mastering multiple different weapons seems unlikely for a character to be able to do. But these are more simplistic weapons. Like you've got the bow, the halberd and shield, and then initiation day. This is the image I saw in the Discord, and I'm just like, well then. Still linked to the bond that he has with folks. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is a really, really nice design of the semblance, that it's linked to the bond he has with different people, and that allows him to summon forth a different weapon. It's just the proficiency with the weapon. I think as he builds bonds with people, that he would need to, just as the bonds that he forges with people take time to be able to, well, grow and how people become closer, I think that he would have to take time to train with those individual weapons as well. 18 at his death, yes. What happens when the bond isn't there anymore? Does the weapon disappear forever? Yep, like his grandfather's. Like, he still has the memory of his grandfather, but since the person, like, see, I don't know, would it Would he be able to keep the weapon? I feel like it would be something that would lessen over time. Because at the moment of, if you're really close to a family member or a friend or someone and they pass away, that connection is still very strong for a good amount of time after that person passes away. So I'd imagine that he'd still be able to summon that weapon for some time. It's just the strength of it and the exact visualization of it might dissipate over time for him. That would be my interpretation of it, but either way, like, it works well. It's just the only critique I would have is, well, and the telekinetic control. I don't know about that, because adding telekinesis to it is, again, like, it sounds like a separate ability. But I also don't think the telekinetic control is really necessary for his weapon either, because he's able to summon long range weapons like a bow, which would also inherently, I would assume he's able to summon like the aura arrows with it and fire those out. So he would need to train in aura projection to be able to use that well, and aura strengthening to be able to keep these weapons strong. Yeah, the telekinesis is a bit much. I think so. But it's the overall core of the semblance. I really, really like the design aspect that you've went with. It's just the gaining the knowledge of how to use the weapon seems like a separate ability, and same with the telekinesis. Other than that, I really, really like it. And also going with the royal lineages still being prominent in each of the different kingdoms is an interesting world building choice to go with too. And then I'm assuming there's going to be repercussions of him falling at Beacon Academy, because at the age of 18, he would not have produced an heir to the monarchy of Vale. Would one of his siblings, like, because if he was the only one that had the semblance of royal armory, then, and if he had any siblings, then, well, that could either completely sever the royal bloodline, or the monarchy of Vale would go without an heir for some time until one of his siblings, if there are any, had a child of their own that awakened the semblance of royal armory. So yeah, there's definite repercussions that would come with that, and I really like that design idea. To kill the bloodline, bye-bye royalty. I see. And that would put Vale in a precarious situation compared to the other kingdoms, which would lead to, well, a domino effect that would carry on down the line. So that is really interesting. And then also Caelum's emblem as well, which is at the top here in the corner. But yeah, it looks like Coco kind of made a punching bag out of Caelum. If I'm Coco took the king and Caelum got the jack. I get it. I have no clue what to do about the semblance. I think the semblance is fine if you take out the telekinesis and the inherited weapons, because with what you've described, how that semblance is awakened as a sign of kind of the royal bloodline, then it's a semblance that fulfills kind of a symbolic view for this story. And it would take time for him to train with each of the weapons. So he would become more accustomed to using some of those weapons versus others. And also, one thing I would recommend, if he's fighting solely with weapons created from his semblance and he doesn't actually have a forged weapon of his own, well, as kind of, which led to his death, when he ran out of aura, there was no hope left for him. So that does come with its own inherent drawbacks, but he would have time to train with those weapons. Yeah, simple enough. Yeah, I think overall it's a really interesting take on the world that you've created, as well as, well, with his character, and having that familiar semblance passed down, and the repercussions that would mean when that character and semblance is removed. Question: how does a two-handed scimitar turn into a bow sound? Two-handed scimitar turns into a bow? Like a single two-handed scimitar, or two one-handed scimitars that connect together and turn into a bow? Because I feel like the two connecting together, turning into a bow, similar to Cinderfall's weapons, Cinderfall's weapon would work very well. For a two-handed one that can turn into a bow, it could still work. It would just, like, the transformation of it would need to be worked on. I think having a Forged Temple weapon is a symbol of power for royals. Ah, okay. That makes sense. So there was a lot of pressure on him to learn and master that semblance, which also, when the fall of Beacon happened, put him into that position where he was taken out. So it was... wow. There's a lot of nuance that would go with this story, and the pressure of only using his semblance of... you know, it's just so much. Wow. Because people have to see how strong their prince is. Yeah. Damn. Without any help. And depending on his own disposition, like how he is as a person, whether he's accepting of that path and very stalwart and pushing forward on it, or whether he's kind of not exactly wanting this fate put on him, could lead to very different outcomes and very different paths over how well he'd be able to master this semblance and train with the weapons and everything along with it. So swords should not be dual-bladed. It cuts you easier then. True. But as a single scimitar turning into a bow, it's definitely doable. I just don't know how that would function in terms of like transforming into the different forms. I mean, if you had a bow and just the arch of it was kind of the entire scimitar, but then there was a string on the back, maybe. I don't know. He would be accepting of it. Didn't get much into the sheet because it was cutting close like this. Fair enough. But be accepting of it. Okay. Interesting. Something the semblance I saw in the one OC, on the one Ruby server, outright conjuring a black hole is the best semblance I've seen from comedic perspective. Overpowered to hell and back, but from a comedic perspective, I mean, there's a bunch of semblances that could be pretty comedic in numerous ways, shapes, and forms. How is a black hole comedic, though? Or just like the comedic of a character having that semblance. But yeah, honestly, I think that's pretty good. I think that is a pretty good semblance. You're about to see one? Oh no. All right, so I think we will be good to move on to Unethical Doctor. If your Unethical Doctor did mention to say wait for... see his clothes are ripped in that pic. Yeah, he's been through a rough patch, it seems. Unethical Doctor did mention to wait, so I don't know if Doctor is here at the moment. Give me a sense of being so blatantly overpowered. I see. There's a form of bow that people used before. Bow is flexible wooden string. Hope you notch an arrow and fling it. Okay. I'm familiar. An AUG is a bullpip assault rifle. Okay. They need lines of compound bow. Cross how you can draw it. Yeah. You're welcome, Lex. Thank you for sharing your OC and your ideas, because that's really, really interesting. Really well designed. And that story sounds very interesting as well. And the repercussions that would follow from this. Yeah. Velvet, welcome back. All right, so... Unethical Doctor. Perfect, you are here. Are you ready for your OC review then? Because yours is up next. Let's see... just double checking the PDF. Okay. In that case, I will go over to Rails first, if you're okay with that. Um, just to give you some more time to double check. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I saw that as well. I'm just like, huh. We have 2 Kalums in a row then. So yeah, I'll go over Rails first just to give you a little bit more time on Ethical Doctor, and then once you're ready, we can go with yours afterwards. Um, when will the next Ruby View stream be? How do you mean Ruby View? Oh, or Ruby Review, like the Ruby OC review. It'll probably be October, November. Our battle will be legendary. Two coincidentally by the same name, or is it deeper? Let them fight. There can only be one. No, there can be 2. Please read the note at the end. I'll read it when we get there. Is Calum named after Callum from the Dragon Prince? Huh. All right. Let's go and take a look at another Calum. Meant for canon, want to show off and get opinions. All right. Calum Puma. Like the cat? There. Perfect. Pull that up. Pull that up. Ruby OC review. Yeah, it'll probably be October, November. Somewhere in there. Mainly because I'm at the end of September, I'm going on a trip, and the last weekend of September, I probably won't stream. Maybe I'll stream from my phone at that point, but we'll see. So yeah. All right, Calum Puma, Peregrine Falcon Faunus with wings. Ooh, another winged Faunus. Leader of Team Canvas, I'm gonna guess. Pronounce he, him, 6 foot, age 26-27, Ruby Volume 1. Family owns a small transport company. Best friend of Gil. Yes, Canvas. Okay. We're going Texas, actually. So I will be going to the States, but I don't plan on doing meetups there. So yeah, Texas. I haven't really made announcements or anything like that. There's a possibility, well, there's not really a possibility that I'll run into people, I don't think. But we got to at least try grits. What's grits? The shows I did include Calum's team. It's Cerulean. Ooh, good name. Please tell me this trip is after summer. It's the end of September. So not entirely out of the woods of summer, but I think out of it enough where I will be. I don't want you melting. Hopefully I won't be melting at the end of September. It was proofreading. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm headed down to Texas. But personality of Calum is sly, caring, calm, easygoing. Has a few insecurities that he doesn't show. And his semblance is afterburner. Semblance launches him in a chosen direction, requires focus to ensure good aim. So just an aura pulse that launches him, gives him momentum in a single direction. Makes sense. Pretty straightforward semblance. Weapons is Spitfire and Mustang. An M1 Garand. Not familiar with the weapon. That can turn into a sword. And Mustang, a pistol that can transform into a combat knife. Oh, just Texas. Yeah. Yeah, Alex has 160k feathers. You will melt? Great. All right, best way I can describe grits is kind of like porridge, but made with corn grains instead of oats. Yeah, mainly uses a semblance to take off. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's actually very fitting for a winged faunus. Fighting style. Uses semblance to launch into the air to fire one of his weapons from above and or launch at opponents to attack in close quarters with both weapons in melee mode. He's more proficient with firing Spitfire in ranged mode. So, in other words, raining hellfire from the sky. Notes, it took him a while to control his semblance. During that time, he would accidentally use his semblance and launch into a random direction that has led to him ending up in many situations. For example, getting launched into a dumpster, through a door, off a pier, into the ground. Not literally, it just floored him. Through a winder, and then through a wall. North American P-51 Mustang and Supermarine Spitfire. Don't care for the texture of grits. I've never had it, so I don't know if I will ever... And I don't know if I will have it when I'm there. Yeah. The little fire... wait, it was supposed to be a window? Okay. Yeah, because through a wall, I'm like, I mean, aura strengthening and all that, he probably could if it's a thin enough wall, but, you know. Dude, I'm a blade freak. I see. So it's a winged faunus with weapons based off of planes. I see. Interesting. Yeah. Honestly, pretty good semblance. Pretty good weapons. Balanced overall. I think it's... Yeah, not much to add on my end. Not the wall part, the one before. Oh, through a winder, not a winder. That makes sense. That makes sense. Drywall would make sense, no problem. Yeah, though, depending on how strong his semblance is and the burst of momentum he gets, assuming he has his aura up, he could probably put himself through a wall. And it'd be more accurate to say he got launched into a wall. Fair. Fair. Phoenix catching a stray. What do you mean? I knew that Alex is probably the one in chat with the most channel points. And at this point, I'm kind of considering that Alex just kind of wants that spot. Like, I have the most channel points. And he's just going to sit there and hold that crown. But a him-sized hole, but not all the way through. Just so he dented the wall. Yeah, because you could easily... I could see that being comedically added into... well, just like they did in the food fight, right? All of Team Juniper got launched into the wall. They didn't leave, like, human-sized impressions in it, but they left human-sized imprints from the paint in the food and just saving them to flex on the rest of us. Yeah, I think so. Either that, he's going to redeem everything all at once someday and take over the entire OC redemption. If Bo went through not much to master semblance, I can imagine, because it would be difficult to be able to control like a large burst of momentum, because Weiss's glyphs give momentum acceleration, right? But one glyph, not that much. This sounds like it would be a lot, especially if it's enough to launch him into the air. Dumpsters would happen at least twice. At least twice. Ruby flexing such speed and shattering the lunchroom wall. Yeah. Her speed has never really been shown to be that fast after that point. I think that was more a rule of cool type food fight, which was amazing. We love the food fight round here, but as for actual power scaling, may not be the most useful. Not really just have similar Cs I want to share, but I need to do the art of them. Makes sense. Team pick, their reference sheets, poses, semblances, and weapons. They're still in the beginning, need to get them like you need to get served. Just had to add in a little jab there at the end. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Nora's the best food fighter. But yeah, overall, I don't know if there's anything else you want me to add, Rail, or anything you want me to touch on, but it seems pretty straightforward. You made a winged faunus that can rain hailfire, launch themselves into the air, and rain hailfire down on enemies. How many OCs have been redeemed? I think 19. Just want to hear people's thoughts. Okay. I think then we should be good to move on, I believe, to Unethical Doctor. If you're alright with that, Rail. It's the only time that we've seen Ruby and Juniper spar. This is true. I'll be seeing Ruby spar with Juniper ever again. Not in full force, at least. Not in full force. I thought my posture was decent. I got it. Okay. Like all of the W Planes inspirations. The rest of campus will be the ones I need help with, and yeah, I'm fine. Okay, sounds good. So that'll be probably next OC review stream, I'd imagine. Go back to this. Go to here. Unethical Doctor will be up next. I'll just open that. Forgot to add, it's meant for canon. Got it. And the art is by, Miku and Keith. I feel like we'd probably be able to recognize their artwork after seeing it as well. Go there. The artwork. Yeah. Okay, interesting. All right. Phoenix Marnova said, Discord stream chat, pick up the scimitar idea I was thinking. Sure. If I just need to see you do it. Ah, okay. What's everyone sick for some reason? No. I mean, an unethical doctor, you never know. Well, no. Well, maybe. He's doing another piece for you soon. Oh, don't have to worry. Just showing off the last one. Okay. Put it in the OC chat. Yeah, that'd probably be a better place. I'll check that just before going into this then. Well, I can always check that afterwards, I guess. What's the order? Unethical Doctor is next. Then, because Rails was redeemed. Then it will be Lex, who redeemed for Magus. And then it'll be Washington and then Katz. That'll be the order that we're going to go in. Because that was the order of redeems. So if I switch to here, we have our next character to go over. And Pink, hello. Hello, hello. How goes? All right. Celestina Azur. Ooh, Celestina. That's a nice name. Gemstone focused OC. And also Atlas Tech, it looks like. Huh. Age 20, female, human. 5 foot 10 inches, 131 pounds. Aura colors light blue. But the character, 3rd year Atlas student. Makes sense if there's technology focused in there. Right-handed. Personality. Celestina is a reserved person. She is someone who would rather keep to herself most of the time, and she is usually the quiet one in the group that is always observing things unfold. But ever since she was appointed leader of her team, she has been trying to break out of her old habit so that she can meet the strict requirements that Atlas have unconsciously set on all new appointed leaders. Yeah, that fits. Hard to start a conversation with unless it's about something she's well versed in. Fears is loneliness. That's also very fitting. Likes dust drones. Technology and chemistry, huh? I see. Dislikes show-offs and silently hates losing. Fatal flaw is indecisive at a crucial moment. So, indecisive at a crucial moment would be the decision paralysis I mentioned before with like having multiple different dust types and everything. Sorry for not being here. This friend celebrating an early birthday. So it's late to enter character? No, not at all. Still plenty of time. I think there should be one redeem left now. If there isn't, I'll be adding more later. So, should be completely fine. Digging the sword? Yeah, the sword looks really, really nice. That cute, adorable bean. I mean, 5'10", not exactly a bean, but adorable nonetheless. A woman after Phoenix's heart. Well, maybe. Weakness reserved. overanalyzes, and indecisive. Strength, persistent, strategic, and smart. Okay. Weapon, Halo and Brugmansia? Brugmansia? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm guessing Halo would be the drone, and Brugmansia is the blade? Halo and Brugmansia are two pieces of equipment. Halo is a high-tech donut-shaped drone, nailed it, and allows for ranged combat. Brugmansia is a short steel high-tech baton with hard light dust inside. Halo uses 5 different types of dust: fire, water, wind, gravity, and hard light. Fire, water, and wind dust are used for combat, while gravity is used to allow Halo to fly around and attach itself to Celestina's left arm via gravity dust infused glove. Finally, the hard light dust in Halo is used to give her CQC capability in the form of a shield. Okay. Huh. John Halo. 510 is definitely not a bean. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, gravity dust to float around, and I'm guessing the portion of tech that she has over her eye is what she's kind of using to control Halo, I would imagine, and direct it around. Oh, I mean, you know, when you look at the chibi version, then adorable bean for sure. And the Halo can use hard light dust to form a shield, and then there's fire, water, and wind dust for attacks. Yeah, makes sense. And then she has a literal beam sword. Very Atlas. I like it. And semblance is disrupted perception. Allows Celestina to lay aura traps around her environment. Once a trap is triggered, it can allow Celestina to display short visual hallucinations that can be used to distract her opponents. Interesting. So essentially, they're like illusion mines. What's the range on it? What like how she'd have to place the mine down? How long does it last? And how far away can she get from it before it disappears? I should get a Kanoko bean. But yeah, you absolutely can enter, Pink. Absolutely. I think there's still one redeem left in this one. Yeah, there you go. Gonna do your first ever OC? Nice, I look forward to it. Nice semblance. What is the cons of existing after deployment? Yeah, pretty much. Because, and also, how many can she place down? That's an important one as well. Because there's aura consumption that needs to be considered. Like, how much aura does it cost to place one down? How many can she place down at a given time? And can they be remote activated, or does a person have to physically step on like that area of effect? Those are definitely things that need to be considered, but I love the idea of having like illusion mines. Like it's an illusion type semblance, but it's only triggered when they step on a mine. That's really creative. I like that. I like that a lot. And then we get to the backstory history. Raised by her father, an Elysian scientist, and her mother, an Elysian huntress. Okay, so the science and combat prowess. They can be remote activated. Okay. So that would imply probably a shorter range around herself, and that would be something that would need to be considered. Because if it's placing down a marking and then moving to a different location, but still being able to remote activate it with aura, it's just something that needs to be considered. So if it was I'd assume she would only be able to remote activate it if she is within certain distance from it. Otherwise, they could just be triggered by someone coming close to it. They're a huge drain on aura. Makes sense. God, that semblance is really good. I really like that. an Elysian huntress, Celestina, from a young age until the age of 12, had only known a life inside the secure walls of Atlas. Since her parents had jobs that required a lot of their attention, Celestina would often be home alone with her sister. It wasn't all bad, though, since her father would always be able to return home every night to play and entertain her. But the same thing couldn't be said about her mother, who had to often travel all over Remnant for her various missions, and she wouldn't be home for weeks at a time. Makes sense. And as Elysian scientist, that's being a very attentive parent. That's different than Velvet Scarlatina's father, at least, and different from a lot of things we know in Atlas. So that's very good. I like that. Celestina's dad, besides being an Elysian scientist, was also a great teacher for his two daughters. He would often incorporate a lot of his work into playtime he had with Celestina. His favorite subject to show them was the many uses of dust and the wonders of aviation technology. Celestina admired the work her parents did, especially her mother's work as an Elysian huntress. Whenever she came home from a mission, she would tell stories about the different people she met, the vast number of places she visited, and the wide range of challenges, human and grim, that she has faced. These tales always fascinated Celestina, but even though her mother never mentioned it in any of her stories, Celestina knew deep down just how dangerous those encounters in her stories can be from the way she would return home all battered and bruised. So every night after one of her stories, Celestina would promise to get stronger so that she can protect and support her mother during those missions. Aww! A very smart girl at a young age then. Instead of, in my opinion, a little bit different than Ruby, who, when hearing those stories as a young girl, was just like, I want to be the hero of those stories. Celestina was like, okay, shit's actually dangerous here. I want to get stronger to be able to protect my mom so she doesn't have to go through all this. Stupid mom? That was the thought when proofreading? What do you mean? What? Mom's not dumb. She's just a huntress, which, required her to be around. Oh, and hydrate, huh? What do you mean, Velvet? Oh, also, sorry, Pokeloon, I missed that, but you're probably gone by now, but have a good day. Best of luck at work. But yeah, when I said Supermom, I was referring to Velvet. Velvet's mom is fine. It's Velvet's dad that's the scientist. Velvet's mom was the one who brought her back. This one was made by Unethical Doctor. Kind of hard to ignore the injuries she came home with. Yeah, that's true. One thing I do want to touch on, though, since you mentioned the fatal flaw is indecisive at a crucial moment. She has 3 different types of dust: fire, water, and wind. Does that indecisiveness come into play when deciding what type of dust to use during combat? Because I'd imagine it would. And with that possibly being the case, would it be better, or would it be a decision that she would choose herself to remove 2 of the types of dust, to have it only be either fire, water, or wind, to remove some of those limitations? Yeah. But yeah, just that one visitor. This was made by Unethical Doctor in chat. Because that's what I'm mainly concerned about here. The overall technology aspect, being in Atlas, having a parent who's an Elysian scientist, fully makes sense that she'd have these technologically advanced equipment, that she'd have hard light dust available to her. The only thing is, if she ever needed to replace the hard light, she'd really need to be staying close to Atlas, so she has access to the hard light. That would also make it a little bit difficult for her now that Atlas is gone, huh? But that's a writing thing that can be done or dealt with further down the line. For right now, honestly, I think it's a very, very interesting character. a very analytical fighting style, but the indecisiveness is the only thing I'm curious about when it comes to the fire, water, wind, dust. Everything seems pretty balanced. Like, though her semblance will need some consideration with how far the distance is that she can remote activate the aura traps, and how many of them that she is capable of creating at one time. Other than that, I think everything is pretty solid with this character. Pretty solid overall. Is there anything specific that you'd like me to talk about or give insight on? What's the matter, buddy? You okay? You have food, and you're like 3.5 hours too early to be given your wet food yet. You're fine. What's the matter? It can be programmed to switch between dust to remove some stress. No, you pet the kitty. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it can be programmed to different types of dust, so that's something that she would have to choose at the beginning of battle then. Because if she has the option to choose between the different types of dust in battle, which she likely would, then that indecisiveness might come into play. The poor kitty? What do you mean, poor kitty? He's fine. He has his kibble downstairs, and, he'll get his wet food when it comes to 9 o'clock. Isn't that right, buddy? Yeah. Ember's just trying to voice their OC opinions. Yeah. All right, see you in a bit, Vegas. But, yeah, honestly, solid OC, great design, good backstory, very interesting semblance. And, yeah, the weapon seems pretty good as well. Solid design. Solid design. Other than those couple little things that, and limitations, this is the bad time to go AFK. After a certain distance, her semblance can only be triggered by someone. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just what distance that would be. I'd recommend determining that to an extent. And as she's trained more in aura, that distance could slowly get larger as she gets better at utilizing her semblance. But just something to keep in mind is what I'd recommend. Cat, your hair is everywhere now. But yeah, overall, very, very good. Is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on with the character? Anything that you'd like to ask, or good news for make your parents not snobby Atlas monsters? Yeah. I feel like a lot of people may do that, myself included. The cat shedding. The cat's always shedding. It's Cheerful Cat. Interesting that you should follow now. Welcome to stream. Your people have arrived. Yeah. But, yeah, if everything's good on Ethical Doctor, I think I'll move on to Magus's OC. Unless there's anything else specific you'd like me to add. Just wanted some feedback? Yeah. Excellent OC. Very well done. Thank you for sharing. I see. But yeah, thank you for sharing your OC. Excellent character design, and definitely a good design space to go to with the aura traps causing hallucinations. Yeah, so many good OCs today. I agree. People are so creative, and that's why I'm so happy to be able to showcase a lot of these OCs, and be able that people are willing to allow me to showcase their OCs and go over them and see all of the creativity that people can come up with. Because like I have my own ideas and my own OCs that I come up with, but using hallucinations as aura traps, something I never would have thought of. or something that I haven't thought of at this point. So yeah, oh, it's Pelos time. But yeah, like, oh, I love seeing all these different OCs. Let's see. Magus will be next. Yeah, there we go. Open that over there. Open there. Move here. Hit that. And open that. Perfect. I think that's everything. Hmm. Mm. Oh. Mm. Migration. Oof. Yeah, I think that's probably okay. Um. Yeah. Okay. Just doing some bit of proofreading here. Um. Phoenix Rock Paper Scissors. Say what now? You're the reason I created them. Oh, thank you, Unethical Doctor. I'm glad I was able to inspire that creativity. Watching your OC videos and your Team Seraph videos, I need to get back to making those videos. I really, really do. To my end, heck, Semblance took some inspiration from Sarah's. Yeah, it from the sound of it, it certainly did, but it inspired me to make my own. Thank you, Unethical Doctor. That means a lot. I'm glad I've been able to inspire people to express their own creativity, create their own characters, and it's amazing to see what people have come up with. All right, Magus's character time. Heads up, the backstory's a little dark. Ash Winters can actually watch now. Had the stream muted in the background during the D&D session. Ah, okay. I see. Well, glad you're able to join in now. It is time. Can I confess something? Sure, Cap can. It's the boy. Pelos, it's him. Apparently, Pelos is known by a lot of people here, huh? It's an AUOC, and depending on what happens and where he goes, his story is drastically different. This is mainly the bare bones of the character and some extra info. Name Pelos Clay. Pelos is the correct pronunciation, right? Polos? It's not Polos. Pelos. Ed Boy. There's a lot of people showing up for Pelos. There's a lot of people showing up for Pelos. Is Pelos a well-known character? Looks adorable. The boys approve. The race is Faunus. Lop-eared rabbit, and the trait is the ears. Velvet. It's another bunny. We're hyping our boy up. Not really well known. Okay. all of Magus's friends are just coming up and showing up to support the boy. Got it. Age same as Ruby throughout the series. Small for his age, fully grown, 5'7". He's not that small. Just slightly below average height. I never knew and never made an OC anything before I joined the Discord server. I'm glad the Discord server has been able to help then. His ears look adorable? Yeah. Adorable ears. Eye color, rough, dirty green, like uncut emeralds. Ooh. Okay, backstory. He was born and raised in a Schnee dust mine. His mother, Porcelain Clay, died not long after his birth. The toll of childbirth was too much for her already weak and failing body to bear in the hazardous work environments of the mine, and was subsequently raised by his father. Argelos? His father and every other worker in the mine died during a grim migration when he was 13. He buried everyone by himself before hopping into an outgoing dust shipments crate and leaving after 3 months. becomes AU when he leaves. Yeah, like his backstory is super dark. So yeah, traumatized bunny for sure, but that's definitely not unrealistic for Ruby and the Schnee dust mines that are present there and the working conditions in them. Yeah, he's had it rough. He's had it real rough. Personality: Pelos is a beacon of happiness. Damn, he's able to keep positive even after having those traumatic experiences in his past. A hurricane of positivity and the goodest of boys. He tries to always see the best in everyone and everything, but has very little real-world experience. He's a sponge, as whoever he is found by has a strong impact on his personality, fighting style, and worldview. Okay. Scared to show Luna's as hers is the most dark backstory of Team Black. I see. Well, you can always edit it if you think it's too dark, but like this amount is fine. It's just I don't want getting too graphic with it because that would probably be against TOS, and that's the main thing I'm concerned about. His weapon is Delver. Delver is predominantly a dark gray spear forged from the shards of his father's broken pickaxe. Damn. Imbued with gravity dust, and depending on Pelos' path and story, has 3 different forms. Oh, so he has branching storylines, so it could go multiple different routes. As you mentioned, he's a sponge for whoever he is found by and has a strong impact on his personality fighting style. So depending on who finds him, there's different storylines that could follow and different ways that he would learn to fight. Interesting. Gil Arubis would take the cake for Glum's darkest backstory. I'm not gonna say who would take the cake for mine, because there's a couple options. It could be Atlas, which is one form, a shotgun with hard light chain rounds. Think like the Doom super shotgun. Unfortunately, I've never played Doom. Or watched Doom. So I'm not familiar, but these are the different places that he would end up going to. So if Atlas, he gets hard light imbued into the weapon. Got it. Veil, a cane/rapier. So Ozpin left a significant impact on him, because if he has a cane mimicking Ozpin's fighting style, I'm gonna guess that maybe that played a factor. And Menagerie, a chain dart. Ooh, interesting. Protect Pelos at all costs. Yep, makes sense. Pulls him to his target. Oh, okay. Someone get Pelos some therapy. No kidding. And for the fact that he's a beacon of happiness, a hurricane of positivity, after going through that, the mental strength of this boy is pretty insane. To be able to keep the positivity through all that, because that would crush a lot of people. Fighting style. Pelos is able to throw and recall Delver due to the gravity dust relay devices implanted in both his weapon and right glove. Due to his small size, he is able to ride on Delver as a broom/surfboard. The rest of his fighting style depends on his environment and the individual encounters in his life. How does he ride on it like a surfboard? Imbued with gravity dust has different forms. But how can... Because I feel like that would need some form of controls to be able to manipulate it, right? Pelos mental fortitude plus 100. No kidding. No kidding. He doesn't need therapy? I don't know. It's small, quote unquote. Yeah, he's only 5'7". He's not that small. He's just built like that. I see. He would definite Blue Lantern for sure. He stands on it, and his boots have gravity dust. Okay. But, like, I can understand how he'd stand on it, but how would he give it, like, I guess, okay, using his, so it'd be like a skateboard then, I guess, because he would have to use his boots to kind of, and the gravity dust to kind of like push along the air, I guess, or give the bursts of momentum. Interesting. His semblance is Gemini. Gemini creates an exact duplicate of the user and everything they are carrying at the time of creation, excluding dust, whose consciousness controls both bodies at the same time. Would they mimic one another then? The Gemini can last a small number of hits until it is destroyed. The user can make a new Gemini if the previous creation is destroyed and can only have one at a time. As each clone is destroyed, the next clone becomes harder to create as the semblance takes a toll on the user's mental state and aura as well, I'd imagine, as the user gains a small headache that grows in intensity with each destroyed clone. Okay, so they're stronger than Blake's shadow clones, not as strong as Sun's clones. And does it? No, I don't know if it mimics the movement. He's constructed alternatively. Just built like that. I see. If he's small, then Melonveer are tiny. Because in DC Comics, where Green Lantern uses willpower, Blue Lantern uses hope. Moves his right hand to control the spear. Okay, so there's some technology built into the glove as well, not just gravity dust to recall it. It's kind of like a controller for it in a way. Okay. Interesting. I feel like that would be an aspect that would be more precise if he went on the Atlas route. If he went to Menagerie / Veil, well, Menagerie especially, maybe not so much. The technological aspect of it wouldn't be as pronounced. But in Veil, it probably still wouldn't be as pronounced as it would be in Atlas, but it's still possible, for sure. But yeah, interesting. So, as a spear that can have different functions depending on what route is taken throughout the character's story, and a semblance that creates exactly one duplicate of the user and everything that they're carrying at the time. That is a very specific thing to note. Duplication of everything they're carrying. Is there a specific reason why that was noted? Like why that is emphasized? I guess to duplicate the weapons that he would have on him. But the dust is not duplicated. So even if he does duplicate the weapon, the dust within the weapon would not be duplicated. So a clone would not be able to ride on the copy of Delver because it wouldn't have the gravity dust. Interesting. One second. Missed that? Can you make infinite money? How do you mean? Can you make infinite money? Hey, Roman. What I miss? A few OCs. Can you hear that subtle scratching? No, he can only make clones of himself. I had to go for a second. Okay, no worries, Magus. My question was, like, if he can use the glove as a controller for Delver, then that sounds like a more technologically advanced version of his weapon. So that'd probably be more the Atlas storyline. I don't know if that would necessarily be as prominent in Menagerie, because Menagerie is not anywhere near as technologically advanced as Atlas. And even comparing Veil to Atlas, it's not as technologically advanced. So I don't know if he would have as much control over it, at least. And then when it comes to Gemini, creating an exact duplicate of the user and everything they're carrying. So the weapon would be duplicated, but the dust within the weapon would not be. So, missed the one about the semblance that you had. I think that would be referring to the question of, is there a reason why it was specifically noted that it duplicates, it creates a duplicate of the user and everything they are carrying at the time of creation. By the fact that that is specifically noted, is there a specific object that you are intending to duplicate with his semblance? The aura construct, it's an aura construct but looks like him. Yeah, similar to Sun's semblance, right? But a little bit, not able to create as many clones, and can only last a couple of hits. But duplicates everything they are carrying at the time. Okay, mainly for his weapon. But the dust within the weapon is not duplicated, meaning that the clone could not use the copied Delver as a skateboard slash broom, because it wouldn't have the gravity dust in it. Yeah, it seems pretty good, because it clones himself and his weapon along with it, which makes sense that would want to be specified. I just wondered if there was anything additional to that. Yeah, seems good to me. Semblance seems pretty balanced. The weapon is interesting. I mean, I can't really delve too much into analyzing it, as there's 3 different potential routes that it could go, but as its base, with being a spear forged from his father's pickaxe, there's a lot of sentimental value with that, especially given the dark backstory that he has. And the gravity dust put into it gives him a few different capabilities. And then an Atlas gets hard light. Veil, it has the function of a cane rapier as well. And Menagerie is a chain dart. Yeah. More literal, you can't tell the difference between the clone and him until the clone is broken. Okay. So it's instead of Sun's, which is just very obviously an aura clone of himself, it's a weaker clone than Sun's, because Sun's clone can last a number of different hits, but this clone can only last a couple. So it's a midpoint between Blake's semblance and Sun's. Only one clone can be created, but similar to Blake's, it looks exactly like the user, and similar to Sun's, it can move around, but is not as strong as Sun's and can only take a couple hits. Seems balanced to me. Seems pretty balanced, hence the name Gemini. And the clone obviously would have to be controlled by the user, like mentally. It's not going to operate on its own. Does it mimic Pelos's movements? Is it, or does it operate separate from his movements? Okay, it does mimic his movements. Interesting. Which fits for the Gemini name of it. I don't think he intended for the pun. Okay, he controls both at the same time. Yeah, he fights on his own, and then the clone fights alongside him. So it does not. One mind, 2 bodies. So it does mimic his movements then. Fair. Makes sense. Okay. I think, yeah, semblance seems pretty balanced to me. It's confusing. How do you mean, Lex? Creates a clone that looks exactly like the user and mimics his movements. So it if he throws a left punch, the clone is also going to throw a left punch. And the point of it seems to be, well, be able to attack with 2 beings at the same time, or 2 Kid has had it rough, it seems. Oh, absolutely. Is to be able to attack with 2 bodies at once, but also to kind of throw opponents off because they won't know which one's the real one. Unless they see the clone being created, then maybe they'll be able to pick between it. Like Flint's Killer Quartet. Yes, though we don't actually know if Flint's semblance, if those clones are actually physical, per se, because we've never seen them take a hit. We've just seen them amplify the effects of his trumpet. Like he's in both places at once. Ah, he's experiencing both bodies at the senses at the same time. So if, for example, both of them were struck by electricity dust, he'd be electrocuted 2 times over? That's rough. That's rough. Did we tackle this one in the festival? Maybe? But yeah, oof. That hurts, but it's a still balanced semblance. I like it. I like it. Yeah, overall, solid character, tragic backstory, and an interesting choice to have 3 different story kind of fragments that you could go along. 3 different story paths. She tackled normal Flint, yeah. And I think he activated his semblance. She tackled the regular Flint, and the rest of the clones disappeared. So we don't know if they're actual physical or not. Grace and time continuing the hype train for the boys. But yeah, if there's anything you'd like me to comment on individually or specifically, or you have anything that you'd like to ask or me to touch on, overall, I think a very solid character. Very solid character. Pelos has been through so much, though. It's so much. I'm glad he's been able to keep his positivity through all that, though. Ooh. But if all's good, then I think we'd be ready to move on to Washington's. All right, perfect. This means a lot. I'm glad I was able to review your OC. Thank you for submitting him. And also thanks to everyone else for showing support for your boy. Everyone clap for our boy Megas. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for sharing. If you want to know anything, I mean, I am curious about more of Pelos' story, but I feel like that would get into what would be required of another page submission to learn more about his backstory, because 3 different paths is an interesting choice. Since it does delve into AU, I will ask this. Who is it who finds him in each of these paths? I'm going to guess that Vale is Ozpin. But Menagerie and Atlas. I am curious. Let's switch back to here for now. Off work, so you're going to tune in? Nice, Saw. Welcome. In order, okay? Tortuga. Ooh, okay. You incorporated the Aesops. Nice. Sienna. Okay. So it'd be Tortuga for Atlas, Sienna for Menagerie. Roman and Neo. Ooh. Oh, those are fun choices. Oh, and Glinda. Okay, it would make sense. Glinda, Cain Rapier. Huh. Wow. Interesting choices. Yeah, that would give you a lot of different what's the word I'm looking for? Story points to bounce off of for how his story would progress throughout those different paths. Let's go here. We have a stoic man's here, it looks like. Yeah, interesting. I call the one where he's found by Roman and Neo. Roaming around. I see. Her Tortuga and Sienna. Yes. In Magus's alternate universe, there are certain paths that the story could take where Pelos is either found by Tortuga, the Aesop who was replaced by Mero after Tortuga was killed. We don't exactly know what happened with Tortuga. Or Sienna Khan. Two characters who we don't know that much about in the RWBY series. But yeah. All right, now on to Washington's OC. And we have, as I mentioned, a stoic man's here. He looks very serious. And it looks like the boys are out for supporting Grayson Stone as well. I like the idea of being found by Tortuga. Yeah, that is a really cool idea. That was not a character I would have expected to incorporate into your story. So I'm curious how that would go. His height's 7'5". Wow. This is a big man. The only character that could eclipse him is Hazel. And that's it. White Rhino. You know what? White Rhino Faunus. That makes sense. To make sense. So he's built like a brick shithouse is what you're telling me. He's my God, this man could go toe to toe with Hazel. He looks like Ironwood's son. Honestly, now here's the question. Is Grayson alternate universe or canon? I'm going to start off with that. Shaq? Well, maybe. But yeah, I'll start with the question. Alternate universe or canon? AU, but uses canon rules. Okay. It's his trademark. Because the guy's tall lady you have in the works. I mean, my tallest character is like 6'3", I believe. Maybe even only 6'2", but 7'5". As a Rhino Faunus, it makes sense. His genetics make him built tough. King Arthur and Optimus Prime inspired. Okay. Atlas born, affiliation, Atlas military. Personality. Grayson is someone who mostly keeps to himself, only opening up about his life to his team and loved ones. He cares deeply for the people in his immediate circle and will do whatever possible for them. Apart from his civilian attitude when he's on a mission, he'll always be the first one to go in and the last one to leave. He's able to lead his team and other groups of soldiers through the toughest of missions. His leadership has been noted by many officers within the military. Some may consider him to be the next general. Despite all this, Grayson has shown signs of letting his emotion cloud his judgment, letting anger lead him in a fight against an enemy of the Atlas military. How old is he? She's 7'7", Rail. Wow. Big lady. The moment I heard Rhino Faunus, I understood his height. So did I. Atlantic, so did I. Imagine him with a long neck. I mean, I feel like he'd have a thick neck. He's around the same age as Winter. Okay. All right, yeah, that fits. Old enough to be going out on missions and making a name for himself in the military already. Damn, he does have that stoic look about him. For sure. Okay, and he's a member of a 5-member team? Potentially? I feel like we might learn more when we get to his backstory. But, interesting. His semblance, strike back. Semblance allows Grayson to deflect any attack back at the opponent with 2 times the force. If it's a melee attack, the attacker will feel the attack where they aimed it, but on themselves. If it's a ranged attack, it will be deflected right back where it is fired from. When active, the semblance will drain aura over time. It can be used for a maximum of 1 minute. The force of the hit also drains the aura. Now, deflection semblances are really hard to balance, because if you say, oh, okay, he can deflect any attack back at the opponent, I feel like there's got to be limitations to that. There's gotta be. Um, but especially if it's a ranged attack, I don't know. The semblance seems very strong. The force of the hit also draining aura, that is a good way to balance it because he still ends up taking the blow himself as well as, or at least taking the hit to his aura that would have been taken, even if he wouldn't feel the pain. But deflecting any attack, I don't know, it does, you wouldn't be able to counter a semblance like Emerald. Yeah, that makes sense. But she semblance in his beta face? Oh no. And also with a ranged attack, deflecting it right back where it's fired from, I don't exactly know how that would work. Because let's say a bullet hits his aura, right? Bullet hits its aura and it's deflected right back at the opponent. Like, I understand what you intend with this is that it's whatever damage he takes is reflected back on the opponent. But when it comes to a ranged attack, that would involve deflecting the projectile back at the opponent with perfect precision, exactly where it would have hit Grayson. That seems slightly Whale Shark, you're doing that? Ooh. Can you just make it whereas Atlas Tech helps Backlash from using the semblance? You could, but it's more so that if a character has a semblance that can just deflect any attack, they'd become, one, reliant on it, and two, it would it really sounds like it's Talk's semblance, but better. Because Talk, the character who fought against Maria Calavera, a previous lieutenant of Salem's forces, has the semblance of, for a single minute, their aura becomes impenetrable. And in a similar way, when Maria went to attack Talk, her attack was reflected off of it. But from the sounds of it, this is meant to be kind of an improved version of Talk's semblance. Say you shoot him and he deflects it. You move, but the bullet goes where you were before. See, when it comes to things like that, I think, like, if a bullet hit the aura, I feel like there would be some well, if he's deflecting it, then there would be, like, angles that would need to be involved. Like, if someone, like, for example, if you're standing here, your aura is, relatively straight. If someone shoots from this direction, you'd think there'd be a reflection to a different direction. Not that it would be hit here and then be reflected back in that exact same direction, if that's making sense. Because that's one thing we have to be careful of. Like, if it's falling, I know this is for alternate universe, but following canon rules when it comes to semblance, that's one thing I've been concerned about, and I think I've mentioned before in semblance creation videos. If you make a semblance that's this character's but better, that's not exactly balanced. Simply because, especially with Talk already being strong enough to become one of Salem's lieutenants, and one thing with Talk's semblance, once she activated it, her aura became an impenetrable wall. Nothing could get through it. And then her aura automatically broke afterwards. Once she activated it, deactivating it, her aura breaks. That doesn't seem to be the case here. Not glad I forgot about Talk when I made it. Okay. Because Talk had good limitations with her semblance. Once it's activated, deactivating it will break her aura. With this one, though, it seems like activating it, deflect a hit, then can deactivate it, fine, and keep on fighting, and then just whenever an opponent is going to hit him, he can activate it again. That seems very, very powerful. Like, he can pretty much mitigate most attacks that would come his way for a decent amount of time. For pretty much an entire fight, for example, in the Vital Festival tournament, which seems very powerful. But anyways, we'll move on to the weapons, and we can come back to the semblance momentarily. Weapons: Excalibur. Ooh, combining Excalibur and Caliburn. Excellent. A great sword that is able to have dust vials loaded into the hilt of the sword and have the blade coated in dust. Okay. The main dust types Grayson uses are fire, lightning, and ice. The sword used to belong to his father, Onyx Stone. And then Bulwark, a large shield that can transform into a cannon to fire out heap. High explosive armor piercing, 30mm bullets with the force of an artillery gun. You know, it is fitting for a 7'5" Rhinofaunus to have armor piercing rounds on him. That fits. That fits. Onyx is an Onyx Prime. Question: can dare anyone to make a whip spider faunus? Ooh. I should do is make it where the Redux hard to control the aim. He uses the device to ignore the link, put it by mistake. Ape would be APHE, but you know technicalities. I don't know enough about weaponry to or armor piercing high explosive rounds. I don't know. I kind of like the abbreviation heap. Anti-tank rifle on your tall lady. This guy's going full artillery. Yeah. Grayson was born into a military family. His father was the director of special forces in the Atlas military, which ended up being part of the reason why he joined the military special forces. When he was younger, Grayson, alongside his sister Tormaine and his mother Whitney, were attacked by White Fang extremists because Whitney married and had kids with a human. Yeah. The attackers hurt and permanently disfigured Whitney, which sparked a deep hatred and hostility towards the White Fang. This attack is what pushed him to join the military special forces. When he joined Atlas Academy, he became the leader of Team Gore. Okay. As in, like, how a rhino with their horn would gore their opponents? Is that kind of the thought process? His teammates are Oliver Green, Roman Raha, and Eleanor Vanille. Any relation to the Vanille family from Vale? They went through many events which led to a battle to save Remnant from nuclear destruction. Damn. Who was it who dropped the nukes? It would be someone in Atlas, surely. This led to the forming of a new special forces group called the Saber Ops. Now the team works as Atlas's out-of-kingdom special operatives and takes on missions that even pro huntsmen wouldn't dare take. Damn. And so he'd be the leader of the Saber Ops? Huh. Interesting. A rhino, what you expect. Yeah, pretty much. No relation. I see. Okay. Long story. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Interesting backstory. Okay. Is nuclear energy even real in Remnant? Well, this is an alternate universe story, right? As far as we know, nukes don't exist in Remnant. But given that magic exists in Remnant, in the current Ruby universe, nukes probably don't exist. But in an alternate universe, they could. I schnee. My voice messing with a demon core, so my heart, yes. Oh god. The nuke was the dust-like one in Volume 8. Ah, okay. So Really big bomb without actually having the after effects of a nuclear explosion. Got it. Dust nuke, indeed. Also, Fall, hello. Heron would have used a nuke already. Yeah, he would have. But yeah, weapons seem fine. Uh, anti-tank shield and a sword that can be coated in various types of dust seems pretty good for Atlas Tech. The semblance though, it's an alternate universe, so you're free to do like obviously alternate universe. It's world's your oyster, but to balance it with canon, it does seem a little strong. I will say. Hello. Um, but yeah, the semblance is the only thing that I really am thinking of. He has a rhino tail hidden between his booty cheeks. I see the little nub of a tail. I see. Like God, this might be showing my age, but like damn it, I had his name in my head. Like George Costanza from Seinfeld, who had the vestigial tail, similar to that. Wonder who found that out, hmm? What's said in stream chat stays in stream chat. Yeah, you know the show Seinfeld that was on like in the 90s? Um, he hides it because he doesn't want to risk someone grabbing it mid-fight, because that's something he would do. Makes sense. But yeah, it's a smaller tail. Given that he's 7'5", though, the tail would still be of a decent size. Don't worry, you're still cool. Thanks. I mean, never really been cool throughout my life, but I'll take it. But yeah, it's really only the semblance that I have those comments on. Other than that, everything seems pretty darn good. Phoenix, I don't even know your age. Cool. I don't know, just wondering. Oh, wonder who found that out. I see. But yeah, other than that, I think solid character, solid weapons, interesting design, absolute tank of a man. Stoic, definitely follows the principles set out by the Atlas military, and has good motivations for joining as well with the interactions he's had in the past with the White Fang. Yeah, honestly, really good. Still love his coat. Yeah. Yeah, his coat is quite cool. Kind of a mix between like Crow's. No, it's not even a mix between Crow's. Like he's got his own style. The man dresses well. And he's also built to mess anyone up that he comes across. Not that anyone would mess with him, because he's 7'5", but still. Yeah, that's his alt outfit. Looks great. Like, solid character design all around. Again, just the semblance that I had comments on. Not sure if you saw, but I forgot in the Atlas timeline, Post is the leader of Team Poetry, I would imagine. I'd fight him. Magni, I think I know his weakness. Do you now? If you pull his tail, you're probably going to be put into the dirt. Pottery. Okay. It's his heel. Ah. But yeah, if there's any other comments you'd like me to make or anything you'd like me to comment on, let me know. But I think for areas where the military isn't appreciated. Ah, okay. I feel like he might also, even if he's not dressed in his military uniform, I feel like he might also give off that air of not necessarily superiority, but of authority. That this is someone who's used to enforcing the law. His one weakness. It's always winter. Always. Fear winter schnee. Oh, she's his GF? Really? She'd scold him. I see, I see. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Make him sleep on the couch. Do we know how tall Winter is? Does this man eclipse Winter by 2 feet? The couch wouldn't be big enough. I feel like he'd have to get custom made furniture. Let's be honest here. The couch of shame. Winter's only 5'8". Okay, so not almost 2 feet. Not entirely 2 feet. But still. After sees give the living tank a donut. I mean, you'd need a decently sized donut for it to make any substantial make a substantial snack for him. It's probably a really, really long couch. And also, probably has to be a pretty sturdily built couch. I'm pretty sure sitting down on regular furniture, he'd just go right through it. Family size couch just gets sent to it by Winter. They're cooking with the donut right now. I mean, yeah, man's that big. He'd need a big donut to be an actual snack. But overall, excellent character. Thank you for sharing, Washington. Thank you. And cats would be next then. So we will go to the next OC. Go to webcam. But yeah, excellent OC. Thank you for sharing. And Cats is next. I assume Cats is still here on stream? Just want to make sure that Cats is around. Because I believe Cats mentioned that they were going to dip out for a bit. I saw that they did come back, but just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Let's go here. Open here. Over here. And then we do this over here. Ooh. Love the design. Okay. Perfect. I think right there. Okay. Excellent. I got one taller than him. I think there should be like a height limit. Like maybe we don't go much taller or even at all taller than Hazel. But close to this man, I left a polar bear faunist, 6'4". Ooh, interesting, Ash Winters. Curious how fight between him and your lady would go. Semblance is all offensive. Yeah. Got full OC bio info for J Little Demio. Check it out after stream. All right, Chaos. It's one of the most feathers anyone has spent, and how many pages does that translate for a Ruby OC review? I believe, I mean, Silver today has already redeemed 100k of points, and that was translated to 5 pages. I think that's the most anyone's done in one go, but Alex is preparing to do more at some point. Which has 5-foot tall elk antlers. 7-foot tall person, 5-foot tall antlers on top of that. How can they balance? OC eclipses Hazel, but it's AU. Fair. Meanwhile, Pelos only reaches 5 foot at season 6. Oh no. Tallest is a megalodon guy who's 8'6", only because of the fact he's a megalodon faunus. It makes sense. Give me feedback on the semblance of one of your favorite OCs. Just a pretty quick question again. If it's like a very small line of text, sure, but I do, at least for today's stream, I do want to focus on it's only 5 foot at one very specific time. She shaves them down. Okay. I thought we get to from 5'7" bellows to Shaq. It's 1 OC. Okay. Then yeah, small. Okay. Yeah, sure, Capcan. I should be able to. Yeah. All right, go to sleep because I have to wake up early. All right, good night, Chaos. Sleep well. Thank you for joining in on stream. Thank you. Amaretto Gillamori. Okay. And then we can switch over to Katz's OC as well. Interesting design choices here. Like, I'm not sure what era of clothing this would be inspired by, but this kind of, it reminds me, like, the poofy shoulders are interesting. He grows very slowly. Um, Keegan Claret, fiery wine. Races the faunus. Trait is cat teeth. Okay, he's male, 33 years old. Huh. Is he really 5'7" or did you mistype? I mean, he's a rhino faunus. Or, wait, no, Pelos. No, he's probably 5'7". But I like the gloves. Yeah, the gloves are really nice. The claws along with them. He's got the cat teeth and leans into the cat aesthetic with the cat claws. Cat Sason. Damn, good name. Semblance Grim Shroud. When used, the user's negative emotions are amplified. Their sclera turn black, their irises turn red, and their strength, speed, and reflexes are amplified as well. The amount of amplification increases with the number of Grim present. A baseline for if there are no Grim present is it's doubled his normal stat for these traits. It steadily drains his aura while active. Speed at which aura drains increases with the number of Grim. Interesting. Huh. Interesting take on a semblance. Yes, he is a cat faunus. 5'7" isn't tiny. Yeah, Pelos was a bunny faunus. But yeah, Keegan is a cat faunus with the cat teeth as the faunus trait. But that semblance is interesting. Using the way that Sienna Khan's semblance works, that she gets stronger the more people around her are damaged, and it's like an area of effect type thing. It'd be similar here, except his strength, speed, reflexes are amplified by the amount of Grim in close proximity to him. Interesting. Very tiny? What do you mean, very tiny? Look at Megasis' last comment. A lot going on in chat. It's barely an inch. Season 9 would be 5'2". Okay. Now I see the small bean. But that's an interesting take on the semblance. There's no like direct comparison in the show, but I see where the different aspects of other semblances are going into this one. Power amplification with strength, speed, reflexes similar to Yang's and Sienna's, but it's like similar to Sienna's and translating that into something very, very unique. I like that a lot. Cat Sason. They are gauntlets with blades running along the fingers and past the tips like talons. Good, simple weapons. I love it. Ties in with his faunus trait and could do a lot of damage with that. They aren't, the most hard-hitting weapons, but they could surely deal a lot of damage. So he got claws. Yes. Personality. Possessing a quite, I'm guessing that's supposed to be quiet, boiling temper. Keegan isn't afraid to tell you what he thinks of you, but is decent enough not to just run his mouth whenever with said opinions. Being fully aware of his temper, he adherently monitors his own actions, reactions, and constantly polices his own thoughts. He often feigns a lack of interest or concern when out in public, but once placed in a one-on-one situation, he can prove to be quite the caring and concerned individual. Aww. So, like a cat that can be caring, but also seem like they don't want anyone around. I see. He's also extremely protective of those closest to him and will step up to assist in serious situations. And while he is loyal to his closest friends and family, Keegan prefers to be left to do his own thing rather than having to follow their schedules. I again look to the cat. I see where there's inspiration here, cats. He is very cat. He is very cat indeed. He likes the night sky. Wassail? Not a word I'm familiar with. Or is that a place? Pancakes? I see, him and Nora would get along. Or maybe they wouldn't because they'd be fighting over the pancakes. Cinnamon and licorice. Reading crime novels, the outdoors, a good beat, doesn't matter the genre. And dislikes, being discriminated against. People who jump to conclusions with little to back up said conclusions. Yo, same. Drama for the sake of attention / drama. Wow, good thing Twitter doesn't exist in, I hope Twitter doesn't exist in Remnant. With Atlas and the CCT gone now, if Twitter did exist, it's gone now. Excessively nosy people / busybodies. Lemons and lemon flavoring, and anything that is more than slightly burnt. He doesn't like bacon? Huh. It is a drink. Ah, okay. But bacon needs to be crispy. He doesn't like crispy bacon? Weakness. Keegan is claustrophobic. Doesn't like small spaces at all. How can he not like bacon? I know, but like bacon needs to be crispy and like needs to be a little charred. Or is that like the limit of what he's okay with? I'm curious. But also, burnt marshmallows is a no-go for this man. Got it. Fighting style. A fan of quick, successive punches, stabs, and slashes. Keegan prefers to get up close and personal. Makes sense. Very agile, nimble, and flexible. Does he always land on his feet? With quick, responsive reflexes. He's good at bobbing and weaving and darting. Just as skilled with kickboxing and parkour. Yeah. That is the limit. Okay, got it. He was doing so well before he said no bacon. No. Katz corrected me. He's okay with bacon, but that's the limit. Anything more than that, it's probably no-go. Backstory. Was born in the Kingdom of Vale, but his family moved to the Kingdom of Mistral to be closer to other family members. Attended and graduated from Haven Academy. Is a member of Team Rustic. Ooh, good spelling for that too. His semblance unlocked for him at an early age when a lone Grimm entered the grounds of his family. His semblance is tied to his protective nature and the anger he feels at having those he cares about threatened. Between himself and his cousins, he is the oldest and there is a fairly substantial age gap between them. He has a younger brother who is 18 years younger than him. Wow. Different generations, pretty much. He always has had a temper, but with lots of support from his family and huntsman training, he's learned to keep it under control. His color theme is wine red, and based on old pre-Ruby OC temperamental ginger cat boy with paranormal ties. The song This Is Gonna Hurt by 6 a.m. Not a band I'm familiar with, but okay. No, but he's good at rolling. Makes sense. If you're familiar with parkour, you know how to disperse the impact of a landing from jumping from a high place. Yeah, overall, very solid OC. The semblance, there's a lot of creativity with that. It's translating some of the things that have been shown with other semblances in the show, but making it very unique. Amplifying the user's strength based on the amount of Grimm nearby. And also, I don't think it was mentioned, considering given the last OCs that we've had, how tall is Keegan? Being a cat faunus, I'd assume not like 7'5", like the rhino faunus we just had, but I'm curious. I'm curious how tall he is. Because at baseline, if there's no Grimm present, he doubles his strength, speed, and reflexes, which would probably in and of itself be a decently aura draining technique, but then increasing the power more and more with more Grimm present, he would only be able to sustain it for a shorter period of time. 5'11", okay. Yeah, makes sense. Certainly not Hazel size. I would imagine not, but 5'11" makes sense. Um, yeah, good semblance. I really like it. It's just a very straightforward, like at its base level, it's a very straightforward um, physical enhancer semblance. And it can get to the levels of Yang's power increase if there are a number of Grim present. So it's scaling that works well and is a very creative take on it. I really like that semblance. And the weapons, very straightforward and simple as well. I really like it when people go with the weapons, tone it back a bit rather than like over designing. I really, really like that. Um, Overall, very well thought out OC. You've obviously put a lot of work into creating the character, given the likes, the dislikes, the attention to detail with the subtle hints at the cat like nature and personality and abilities. And yeah, everything is just really solid with this OC. Don't forget the downside. This is true. No Grim present. Steadily drains aura while active. Speed of which aura is used increase with the number of Grim. Yes. Yes, yes. Do they go nya? Nya. Has, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna. I was gonna say, does he do the paw thing as well? I didn't know if I wanted to do that motion on stream, but yeah. No, he go rar like a lion. First line. When you use the negative emotions are amplified. Right. I forgot about that too. So yeah, there are definite drawbacks to it. Scalera turn black, Iris turn red. Yeah, the negative emotions amplified. So if he's already angry, then that would turn into a blinding rage, which could very much be problematic. Can I place an OC in, or does the account have to be reset? I think I have to add more for you to be able to redeem at this point. Does he chase lasers? Like what Yang tried to do for Blake, and Blake was not impressed back in Volume 2. But yeah, very solid OC. Is there anything specific that you'd like me to touch on, Cats? No, but his teammates have tried. Very fitting. Val, thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Val. You're already number 1 on the leaderboards. There's no need to donate more. I appreciate it, though. But yeah, I don't really have much critiques. I see where the different inspirations came from with the character, and I think everything's pretty well balanced. Everything's well thought out. I was mainly concerned if his semblance was balanced. I think his semblance is pretty balanced. Like having a physical ability enhancer or a what's the term I've used before? I forget the term I've used before to describe like Adam and Yang's type of semblance. What? You got a sub? Yeah, make sure to thank Val. But I do think that it's relatively balanced because there are semblances that do just on base level increase the physical capabilities of the user. Like, and a baseline of a 2 times increase in the Ruby universe, that's not really that much. That's not anything broken. But then increasing that further with the amount of Grim present, that's a pretty specific activation requirement. And also having the added limitation of the negative emotions being amplified, I think it's balanced pretty well. Counter semblance is what I call them. How would they be a counter semblance? They're not really countering anything. It's activating it, and his strength, speed, and reflexes are amplified. Sienna Con semblance. Yeah, it's I'm guessing SiennaCon's semblance was used as a basis to translate over for this semblance. Um, yeah. Now, I think in Sienna's case, if people aren't weakened around her, then she doesn't actually get any increase of physical abilities. But Yang and Adam, you call counter semblances? Oh. Mm, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, thank you for the gifted subs, Val. But yeah, I think everything's pretty good. Yeah, the semblance I think is balanced. I think it's good enough to fit in Canon Ruby for sure. I'd say it's pretty good. Perfect, but it's a fit. This is true, Rail. That's true. So if there's not anything else, then I think we'll move on to the last one we have on the queue currently, which is Pink Roses OC. If that's all right, cats, then we will move on. Semblance. Sharing is caring. Can throw an orb of aura at a target, and it will give said target a shot of adrenaline. Yeah, I think that's probably okay. Yeah, you'll be up next. Actually, his previous OC life, he was bound to a demon that has those effects on him. Oh. That would definitely be alternate universe, obviously, for obvious reasons. But, hugging your plushie. But yeah, giving someone a, like, shot of adrenaline, it wouldn't be biologically adrenaline, but give them an energy boost is what you mean. And yeah, I think that's good. Bound to a demon, though, that had those effects on him. Huh. So the demon would give him those abilities. I'm guessing that was not a Ruby OC then. That was probably for a different universe, different series or show? Which, or was it like when Phoenix said hugging Sarah appeared. Monster School RP roleplay. Okay, interesting. Well, you've been able to translate it over to the Ruby universe very well, I think. I think this works quite well. Thank you for sharing your OC, cats. I appreciate it. Excellent, all the way through. Alrighty. And then we will move on to Pink Roses OC. One thing I am going to do quick before I pull up Pink's OC is I'm going to go start the oven so I can start making food because I'm getting hungry. Get that, move that over there, move that there. And that should be good there. All right. Go make food. What's for dinner tonight? I'm going to make the chicken wraps again. So I need to start the oven, cook the chicken for 40 minutes, and then make the wraps and then come back and eat. So there's plenty of time to go over Pink's OC in the moment. But yeah. I'm going to go make some chicken nuggets? Yeah. But I'm just going to go start the oven, so I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Alright. Val! Chair, how's the day going? Cat doesn't actually sit in the chair very much. You're not even facing the camera, Cat. You're a horrible streamer. Ember is sweet. He's an adorable little orange fluff ball. A dumb fluff ball, but adorable nonetheless. Ember faces. He definitely lurking. I've thought about the idea of like putting something on the camera to lure his gaze there, but once I leave the room, I think he'll probably go up and attack it, which would be a bit of a pain. But yeah, ovens started. Just need to go back out there in a moment. I just need to send a message to my mom. Uh, let's see. Perfect. Yeah, and I'll need to go out and put the chicken in the oven in like 5-10 minutes, I think. Don't blow up the oven making cereal. I'll do my best not to. I feel like that'd be a very bad thing to have happen. Because the cat still needs his home, and having a fire break out would not be a good idea. Gonna play OS. Alright. I'm surprised Pellis received so well. Why, Megas? It was a good character. He's small and adorable. He's not that small. I mean, OOA? I don't know what that stands for. But yeah, Capcan, you're already at 5K. So you're able to accrue points fairly quickly, especially during long streams like this, where we're all hanging out and it's like hours and hours of accruing it. 5-2 apparently. Oh, okay. So yes, Small Bean and Pink, or Rose actually. Alternate Universe OC, Rose Sapphire, 17 years old, born August 9th, 5'4", Small Bean as well. Home Kingdom is Mistral, but studies at Beacon Academy. Rose is very bubbly, always excited, and a bit childlike. So I think her and Ruby would get along quite well, meaning she can be a bit oblivious to the world. She always wants to make friends and wants to give hugs to everyone. Now, who does that sound like? I wonder. Rail, is she puntable? Rude. Although she is silly, when she's in a fight, she can be very serious. She also knows ballet and gymnastics and practices them as much as possible, alongside her training as a huntress. She also has a surprisingly large amount of upper body strength, but her lower half is stronger. So, you piss off the Small Bean, she'll knock you upside the head with a surprising amount of strength. Got it. No punting. Your precious little bean, yeah. Rose is from Mistral, and her father was a hunter. She always wanted to be like him, so he trained her in combat and helped her make a weapon thanks to his contacts in Atlas. As a kid, she did ballet and gymnastics to keep her fitness and found them fun. During a gymnastics class, she nearly broke her leg, but instead it twisted and she felt no pain, unlocking her semblance. One day, when she was 15, she decided to follow her dad while he went on a mission and was nearly killed by a Beowulf, but was saved by her father. She was left with a large scratch mark on her back. Her mother didn't like what Rose did, causing her parents to divorce. Oh. Because of this, her father banned her from training and from being a huntress. But after he became a teacher at Haven, she practiced in secret and secretly applied to Beacon. Her dad does not know of her orientation, that she's a lesbian. She went to Beacon behind her father's back, and this is where her dream of being a huntress started, by meeting the teammates of Team Rainbow, and she attends Beacon Academy. Okay. So definitely some rough patches in her backstory for sure. That has to be hard. But again, another character who's persevered in the face of this adversity that she's faced, like with her parents divorcing and her father being against her becoming a huntress, not to mention almost dying to a Beowulf, but still keeping that motivation. She got a strong heart for sure. It does hide a lot behind smiles. Makes a lot of sense. And I'm sure throughout the story that her and her team would go through, there's a lot of opening up and being honest about one's feelings and one's past and things. And all of the nice characters have such sad backstories. Well, there's a saying, I don't know if I can quote it correctly, but those who smile the most often hide the deepest wounds. Is that's not the exact quote, but I know there's a quote that's pretty similar to that. Those with the brightest smiles often have the darkest secrets. Is that it? She and Bellas would be besties. It's something like that. Either way, maybe I'm just creating new quotes on my own, but they could be good quotes for characters or something like that. Weapon, Rose Thorn, a gymnastic ribbon that is attached to a metal rod. She can use her ribbon to swing on stuff, tie up someone, or swing her ribbon like a whip for hard strikes. It would definitely be made of something stronger than regular fabric that most gymnastics ribbons would be made from in our world. Probably something like Blake's ribbon or stronger even, given that it's meant to restrain people and used for grappling and things like that. But hard strikes especially would need a stronger material, but absolutely possible in Remnant. Interesting weapon. It's also pretty versatile because it could strike, restrain, and be used for mobility. Can also disarm. This is true. Rapid armor weapon, nice strong pull would disarm an opponent if they're not ready for it, at least. And Semblance's Twisted Ribbon. Rose can contort and twist her body at will. She uses the semblance to dodge any attack she can see coming. The semblance helps her dodge something as fast as a bullet. If she twists her body enough, she can put more power into her kicks after unraveling herself from the twist. Interesting. Huh. That's an interesting semblance. Because semblances that affect the user's body. Wish I had PayPal. I want to commission art. Oh, I mean, you could probably be able to set up a PayPal. It's got to be something unnerving to see. Yeah. For sure. Like, I think this semblance is probably fine. There's nothing directly related to it in canon, but it's nothing overpowered because she can't dodge every single attack. Like if someone is slashing like horizontally across like the middle of her body, it's not like she can completely dodge that attack. She would need to either block it or find some other way to get out of the way other than just her semblance. Her semblance doesn't nullify every single attack coming towards her. I would imagine that's not the intent. But if it's an attack that's coming towards her, she can contort to allow herself to dodge many different attacks. But in that same vein, it's not like she can... It's not to the same extent like Luffy from One Piece, where he can stretch his body at will and do all these other ridiculous things with it, but she can do a lot with it. Type thing. Yeah. First I thought her weapon was going to be similar to Mitsuri's from Demon Slayer. Kind of, but not as rigid, because Mitsuri still is rigid. It's still a blade, but Rose's is more focused on the grappling aspect of it. But yeah, if you shoot 10 bullets at her, she could dodge up to like 6 at most. Yeah, pretty balanced. Really interesting semblance for sure, because it's not related to anything that we've seen directly in RWBY, and it's... My god, she'd be one hell of a gymnast, wouldn't she? I know it's in her backstory and everything that she's really liked gymnastics and everything, but... And now that makes sense. After, during a gymnastics class, she nearly broke her leg, but instead it just twisted and she felt no pain, unlocking her semblance. And obviously, this semblance, or I should probably ask this. This semblance, she doesn't feel pain from twisting and contorting her body, but her semblance does not include pain nullification as an aspect of it. I'm guessing that's the case, but I want to ask. I want to do some things with gymnastics, yeah, and I think it's really well done to have a character that has a lot of gymnastics incorporated into their design. That is correct. Perfect. Yeah, I think honestly Rose is a well-designed character as well. Ballet gymnast, uh, semblance works very well with that, and decided to go the route of being a huntress, even though she could probably be like an insanely, well, the equivalent of our world would be an Olympic gymnast, but yeah. She can feel the after effects of the twisting, especially if her aura is broke. Oh yeah, well, if her aura is broken while she's twisted, that could have, like, her body would, to write it so that she wouldn't, stay twisted, which would have a lot of medical repercussions. Her body would snap back to where it would be when her aura was broken, or where it is normally, and that would probably be pretty painful. Purposely likes to kick, according to Pink. Ooh. She can feel the impact of damage. Yep. She may have broken a few bones and muscles a few times. Yeah, that fits. God, she's not only a happy bean, but a tough bean too, to be able to go through that and still be like comfortable using her semblance in battle, even though she's had broken bones and things, and torn muscles and stuff at various times. Damn. Wow. But yeah, overall, good OC. Good weapon, nice and balanced. Semblance, very unique, and backstory seems solid. That's why she's the leader. Makes sense. This bean has guts. Strong, smiley child we love, and could also mess you up if you get on her bad side. Yeah, very solid. And also, her emblem's a heart with the rose in the middle. And why Melody loves her. Adorable. It seems to be common. Yeah. It's an adorable character, adorable emblem. And I mean, for characters to be huntsmen and huntresses, a lot of them need to have that strong will and drive. So yeah, it is a common trait among a lot of different huntsmen and huntresses, but also a lot of people are really making solid characters. But is there anything else I can add, or that you'd like me to touch on? Because overall, I think Rose is a very solid character. Cat hair still floating around. Yeah. Yeah, overall, I think very well done. In the meantime, I am going to go put the chicken in the oven, though. So I'll be back momentarily. Cat, entertain. Cat, have you entertained? No meow. She won't drink anything unless it has sugar in it. She gonna need a dentist then. I did send Pelos' emblem well. Not sure if you saw it. I don't know that I did. How do you feel about OC romantic relationships? Oh no. She's like Neo. She prefers people to attack her first, then counterattack. Makes sense. Not the one to go on the offensive. Sleepy kitty. Now the not so sleepy kitty. Does she like mint tea? No, she only drinks something that has sugar in it. So more OCs? Sure. Pikachu. We can aura heal cavities? Probably not. I don't think I don't think aura can inherently heal it can heal damage, but I don't know if it can heal physical ailments like a cavity would be, or like gingivitis if we're talking about teeth, or like other biological diseases. Yes, Magus, you can post an emblem in chat. If I have any questions about her, I'm happy to answer. I think for the most part that the document you submitted has covered most of the questions that I would have, because my expertise more comes from like world building, like understanding the world of Remnant, understanding semblances, weapons designs, everything. And your character is very balanced. Overall, the semblance makes sense. The weapons straightforward. The backstory is fitting for the world of Remnant. So I don't really have much more to say. I don't think. Even if I feel more bad for Calum, as he has to deal with the most chaotic and Scottish OC you've ever made. Oh boy. But yeah, overall very, very solid. Let's see. But that's for next time. Yeah. All right, is there anyone else that wants to submit an OC who has the points? Because I know Val mentioned that might like to, but is there many other people that are planning to submit? Okay, Velvet, sure. So I'm getting 6K by the end of stream. Probably not. Sorry, 16K. Yeah, 16K is probably not going to happen because I think Capcan, who's been here for most of stream, has been able to accrue close to 2K, maybe. Because yeah, it takes time. Posted. All right, let's have a look. Oh, okay. Oh, dang. All right. For Pelos' emblem, it is the shattered pickaxe of his father. That's rough, but fitting. Just need to make the PDF. Val, welcome back. If you want to submit an OC, the OC redemptions are now open again. Should be able to submit. Yeah, close that. Let's go over there. I gotta get water. All right. Velvets will be next then. All right. Proofread last paragraph just in case. All right. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. I'm noticing a certain image is missing from your submission, Velvet. I remember seeing there was a commissioned artwork. I don't know. Well, maybe it's fine. Want to submit another, but I can't decide who. Also have a semblance. What image? Uh, well, I mean, Twitch would probably hit me for it, so I'll stop there. There you go, Velvet realized. Yes. Actually getting water for the house. Oh, okay. Crit, have you redeemed on stream? Because you have to. The way the OC reviews work is you redeem for 20,000 channel points on stream and then post in the. Oh, why would I show that? I don't know. I just thought I'd mention it. Thought I would mention it. Let's go there and there. It won't let you? And you have 20k points? That's weird that it won't let you. Why? I wonder why it's been doing that for some people. Because I believe Magus wasn't able to redeem. And also someone else. 5.6. Ah, so yeah, you just don't have enough points to redeem because it takes 20,000 to redeem. And I'm gonna have to, and I'm gonna have to be strict about that because people have been watching for a while. Still can't? That's weird, Magus. Yeah, sorry about that, Crit, but it will. There will be time, like in the future, for you to be able to join in, for sure, because there's going to be more OC streams. It's just right now, yeah, you'll need the. There'll be time to get the points though. That is really weird though, Magus. That is very, very weird. I don't know why Twitch isn't allowing you to redeem. All right, but we will look at Velvet's OC, Luna Usagi. Usagi is rabbit in Japanese, I believe. Clears throat. A bow. Indeed, with a crystal in there, and it looks like sword configuration. Oh, that's the sword. So blade is there then? Interesting. And hard light bowstring. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. I need help on the semblance. Okay. I'm gonna realize that RWBY fans are always starving for things from the world. Yes. Because in the scope of the show, there's not that much revealed about the overarching world. Ignore the sword? Okay. So do you want me to read the semblance last then and go over everything that you're more confident on? And he decided he wants to see a rice pounder as the weapon. It could easily make a weapon because you could easily pound someone's head in with it. But, all right. Lunar Eclipse as the semblance. Luna's semblance allows her to be more durable, faster, and stronger, but as long as the moon is visible. Power increases and decreases as the moon waxes and wanes. During the new moon and lunar eclipses, she becomes weak with little to no strength at all. If she is in direct moonlight, then she is granted a slight healing buff to help with serious injuries. I would say that healing and strength increasing are two very different abilities. Because this is meant for canon Ruby, correct? Yes. Then I would say pick one or the other. Because yeah, the healing bit is definitely seems like separate power. Yeah. Similar to Crescent Mom semblance, minus the healing. But the rest is good, I think. Because we haven't really seen a character or semblance that, you know, increases with the waxing and waning of the moon or the rising and falling of the sun. But if it's balanced properly, then I think that's fine. I think that semblance is fine. And I'm not counting Superman or his semblance. The artist was Mara, I believe, right? Yeah, I would say the healing is just like healing semblances probably need to focus on healing, and there shouldn't be anything else much with them. And strength semblances need to focus on strength, and there shouldn't be much else with them. Because healing and increasing strength are two very different abilities. Overall, yeah, Mara did the main work. Oh, you did the weapon, Velvet. Damn, that looks really, really good. The ropes on the weapon, dust. Well, let's get to the weapon then. Weapon, Blue Moon, height 5'5", 6'2" with the ears, tall ears. Age is 18 at Volume 1, female from Vale. Previous education at different combat school in Vale. Probably the same combat school that your other OCs went to, I would guess. Cooking food and OCs? Yeah! Well, I mean, I just had to put chicken in the oven, right? I haven't seen it until the Justice League movie. Clark was powered by the sun. Yeah, and Clark's semblance is... It's just, oh, I'm Superman, but only when I'm in the light of the sun. That's not... That one specific aspect that, okay, it's the light of the sun that helps with his semblance, sure. Everything else about Superman's semblance can just be tossed, because that's not a semblance. I'll just say that straight up. That's just not a semblance. That's just being Superman, but only in the sun. Yeah, same as Kanoka. Aura color, white. The race is Faunus, bunny ears. Born January 21st, golden eyes. Fighting style, prefers to stick to long range with her bow, but will resort to hand-to-hand combat if called upon. Okay, so no detail of the weapon then, other than here. Oh, the glass is the hard light that conjures the bowstring, it looks like. Yeah. Hard light bowstring, and these are hard light crystals that would conjure the bowstring. Nice. I like it. Oh, and the ignore the stored configuration, getting rid of it. Yep, makes sense. Yeah. I like it. And then there's the bow-wielding bunny. Yeah, no weapon this time. Well, description at least. Wasn't actually in Remnant, though. True, but it was meant to replicate Remnant. And people, a lot of other people who watched the movie are going to say, oh, that's a semblance. Yeah. I can't spell tonight. Okay, personality. She's ambiverted in nature. She likes to be around people, but values time alone. She tends to be quite peppy and upbeat, but if something gets her down, it takes her a while to get back to normal. Luna lived in the city of Vale with her sister, Kanoka, and her parents, who work for the Vale City Police Department. Her mother, Judy Hopps, huh? I get it. Her mother, Judy, is also a rabbit faunus with bunny ears, a half lop, and she resides from Atlas, aspiring to be a cop in the big city above, but never quite making it and deciding to try her luck in Vale. Judy Hopps, huh? Her father, Nick, resides from Vacuo as a red fuck. Yeah, we're going full Zootopia on this. Got it. Moved to Vale as a salesman for not so reputable people. And the idea for locking her semblance is that she attacked an alleyway at the age of 13 and left there in the cold, the harsh veil winter, to essentially bleed out. But it would take the healing from her semblance. Did I make it too obvious? Maybe just a little bit. The second I read the name Judy, I was just like, oh, Judy Hopps from Zootopia. Rabbit Fauna, like Vale to Police Department. I'm like, okay. Then Judy, I was like, oh, this is very familiar. Then, oh, wanted to make it in the big city. Oh, Nick. Oh, Red Fox. Got it. One thing I will mention, though. It's okay, Velvet. One thing I will mention, though. Since both parents, in this case, one's a rabbit faunus, one's a fox faunus. Two different faunus having a kid, they're playing the genetic lottery. The fact that they ended up with two rabbit faunus is probably a statistical anomaly. You can't. The burp said so. This is true. No death. The Velvet Cotton 4K. Yeah, because two faunus of different genetics play the genetic lottery. So the odds that two bunny faunus would be born is a genetic anomaly. I decided to do it with the. I hate that that's what they decided to do with how faunus work. Yeah, but I also kind of understand why they had to do that with the way that faunus work, because of faunus. Well, I guess if they had two faunus together, it could be either one or the other of the genetics of the parents, but there would never be new types of faunus. And if there were faunus that were like discriminated against or people avoided, then they would never pass on their genes, and that like genetic makeup of a faunus would die out. Makes no sense genetic wise. I think it's because the genetics of, I think the way it would fit in genetics, it wouldn't fit like in our world genetics, but to explain it in Remnant, the faunus genes are dominant over human genes. Human and a faunus have a child. The genetic makeup of the faunus is the one that will be the genetics of the child. Obviously, there's both genetics involved, but the faunus trait will be that of the parent. But when it comes to two faunus, both the faunus traits are dominant, and there are within each faunus there are a number of recessive genes from all the way back through faunus genetic makeups. So when two faunus have a child together, the dominant genes, I don't want to say necessarily cancel each other out, but at that point it is the recessive genes have much more of a chance of being pronounced in the child, is the way that I took it. Faunus be like 100% dominant. Yes, if a faunus and a human have a child, the faunus child will guaranteed be a faunus of the same type as the parent. As far as we're aware as well, with the exact same faunus trait. Blake's mom has cat ears, so Blake has cat ears. As far as I'm aware, that is the way it would go. It's like the X gene from X-Men. It's bad they hope they retcon how that works. I don't think they'd be able to at this point, because it's been so pronounced, and I kind of like the way that it works, because it kind of makes sense genetically. Panther and cat, is she a panther? Well, technically both Gira and Callie are faunus, so I guess in that case, I guess there's got to be some genetic subtleties to it, because both Gira and Callie are cat faunus, right? So if two cat faunus of different types get together and have a child, then are they guaranteed to have a cat faunus, but they're still playing a genetic lottery within, the cat genetic makeup? Kind of genetic lottery allows some funny dynamics. Yes, dog mom and cat dad think they're, and I'm their bird child. Nice. See, makes no sense. No, I think you can make sense of it, but, and I mean, if you want to divert a little bit from the Zootopia inspiration, you could have Nick be a little bit of a sly fox of a human without actually having the faunus trait, that type of thing. His bunny is cute, yeah. These be the rules. And limitations do breed creativity. I like the genetic lottery aspect of it because it gives that extra creativity that if you have two faunus parents, it could give a situation where they end up with, a random bird faunus showing up. But, it depends on how strictly you want to adhere to the Zootopia inspiration. Human x human equals human. Yes. Humam. Who would have thought? Those great eyes, horned owl tufts. Yee. But has great eyes and horned owl tufts. But the eyes also, especially with the owl faunus, they seem to be part of the faunus trait as well. So, but Euroseas for alternate universe. So in alternate universe, having two different faunus traits is completely fine. I don't know come about if bunny is the dominant trait because you wrote it that way, Velvet. Because you wrote it that way. Phonics same faunus equals same faunus. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. But other than that, I think all is pretty good. You don't gotta think too hard. Well, when they were initially creating the RWBY universe and the world of RWBY, neither Monty nor Carrie nor Miles, none of them had experience at building worlds before RWBY. None of them were like veteran writers. So there are gonna be flaws, and those flaws, to keep the continuity of the show, they're gonna have to be carried through. They've mentioned multiple times that they regret limiting faunus to only having a single faunus trait, but they have to carry it through because that's how the world was set up. So if I made non-canon RWBY in the past or a few years in the future, is that alternate universe? Like, events never happened in said timeline that is taking place for that story? Yes, it would be alternate universe. If you are altering anything from the universe in which we've come to know, then that is alternate universe. Pil's mother would have to have ears as her trait. Probably. But with Pelos, the eyes also seem to be their faunus trait as well, because their pupils can go massive or disappear entirely. So, well, time to retcon the parents. Unfortunately, within the scope of RWBY, I mean, all you'd have to do is just say that Nick isn't a faunus, and that'd be enough right there. Or if you want to alter the Zootopia aspect of it entirely, then that's up to you. But I need to go and flip the chimkin in the oven, so I will be back momentarily. But yeah, other than that, good OC, Velvet. Good OC. Love the idea for the semblance, how it works with the moon. Bunny faunus, good weapon, pretty much. Are you planning on adding another form to her weapon, or are you going to keep her strictly as an archer? And also, Bunny. some spanakopita. Gonna hide the Zootopia reference. Ah, okay. The bean. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Velvet. Both excellent OCs. Now we'll switch back to here. Exited both of those. I don't know about the bow yet. All a work in progress. Because having a character that's strictly an archer, especially since her sister is on the same team as her, right? No, keep the bean up. But, Cat. Not Bunny. Cat superior. But Cat. Cat supremacy? I see. Well, everyone's voting for the cat. I'm sorry, Velvet. But I will go flip the chicken. Yes, Kanoka and Luna are on the same team. Yeah, so if she's kept as strictly a bow user, it could be because she wants to, fight alongside her sister, and she plans on sticking with her sister for the entire time. She has no plans of breaking off from them. Generally, characters that are strictly long range are ill-advisable for the RWBY universe, but since Luna and Kanoka are planning on sticking together, that could work for their weapons. Yes, one bunny. Well, I'll keep the cat up since the cat had more vote. Is it too much to ask for both bunny and cat? I mean, the cat would just be in the bottom corner then. But cat also in stream discussion? Say what now? Other cat! Always resting on top of the monitor, too. Huh. Okay, interesting. It works like this 7 years ago. Okay. Well, so apparently we do have the official description of Faunus genetics, which, It's owl supremacy. So, yeah, if that's the official description that has been given, still, no, thank you for the follow. At least I'm home. Pain and suffering after 9 endless hours of call center. Oof. But yeah, apparently dog faunus plus dog faunus equals dog faunus. Dog faunus plus human, either dog faunus or human. Oh. Okay. Really? Dog faunus or human? In the World of Remnant series, they stated that it was dog faunus. Like in this case, like a faunus and a human would give birth to a human or a faunus child. I don't know if that's retcon or not, because 7 years ago was around the same time as the World of Remnant series. Or the World of Remnant series maybe happened afterwards, before? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Well. Alright, I'll go. Sixer, it might be a stupid question, but are you telling the next chapter for your OC's story on YouTube, or do you do it on live stream? If live stream missed a lot, no, I'm gonna do it on YouTube. That story is gonna be strictly released on YouTube. No worries about that. I just have been really dragging my heels with getting the story out, unfortunately, as people in chat know. But I need to go flip the chicken in the oven, and I will be back momentarily. What? Meow meow. Your paws are blocking the path. Here you go. Cat stretch. Thank you for the bits, Val. All right. And I'll need to go back out and make food in like 10 minutes. So, unfortunately, this will like interrupt the middle of Val's character review, but we can pull up and start going over Val's character submission. Welcome back. Thank you. As you were talking about, well, just how bad is the art that Phoenix hinted at? Let's not worry about it. Between Velvet and God. Cyrus knows. All right. Let's see, review submissions. Vals. All right. Let's go here. Yeah, this. Switch over. Be curious if it's good enough. Well, let's find out. And I'll need to keep an eye on the time. All right. Full name, Jade Thallow. Okay. Inspiration, mythological connection. The Blades of Chaos from God of War. Ooh, fun. 25th of September. Phoenix's bro? Say what now? How do you feel about a Liger Faunus OC? I mean, has a Liger ever actually naturally been born? I don't know if it'd be the canon. I don't know, actually. Keep an eye for 1950. I'd probably need to go like in 5 minutes to go get the chicken out of the oven, not not 10 minutes. Just to make sure it doesn't burn. Lagers are born sterile. Okay, but they do naturally exist. So, I think they'd be okay. Like if a Tiger Faunus and Lion Faunus had a kid. I don't think they'd be born sterile or anything like that, but how would you differentiate a Liger Faunus from a tiger or a lion? Because they manifest one Faunus trait, which would probably be either tiger-centric or lion-centric. Realistically speaking, no. Okay. But anyways, Val's character of Jade. Age 17 years old, female, no Faunus trait. So not a Faunus? Or I'm guessing human then. Hair color brown. Appearance slim build, 160 centimeters. Braided hair most of the time, blue eyes. First year student, relaxed personality. Lives in Atlas. Okay. No team or team members yet. The weapons, Blades of Chaos. 2 swords. Each has a chain between the hilt and the sword. Yep, so the God of War, Blades of Chaos. Nice. Not a Faunus. Okay. Likes wearing loose enough clothes. Likes to wear tank top and shorts when relaxing, reading books, drawing, and when getting the chance. Dislikes being spoken to in a strict manner. Military style and manners. So, lives in Atlas but dislikes the military aspect of it. Interesting. Semblance is magnetism. Able to manipulate steel within a range of 20 meters with a max weight of 100 kilogram lifting capacity. This max uses chance of draining aura is higher if not kept in check. Oh, went to Beacon Academy. Makes sense. So, to get away from the militaristic aspect. Whose OC is this? This is Val's OC. Backstory. Jade is raised and later in life trained in Atlas, but she didn't like the military style and the manners that is used at the academy, so she did everything in her power to get to Beacon. Jade didn't like it that most people disagreed that she not only decided to go, but also went to Beacon Academy instead of Atlas Academy, even though she stated why her parents agreed on her decision. As long as Jade didn't drop out or and got her huntress license. Before Jade headed off to Vale to study, there are a few people discussed whether that she should go to Atlas Academy because of her semblance and strength in battle. And they told her she had more potential in Atlas than Vale, but Jade kept her statements, telling everyone she disliked the strict manner that was used in Atlas Academy and chose Beacon over it. Makes sense. Okay, everything seems pretty good. I do think her semblance is a little strong. Being able to manipulate steel within 20 meters around her is fine. It's similar to Pyrrha's, because Pyrrha's was polarity, able to manipulate magnetism, but 100 kilograms lifting capacity might be a little strong. It does make sense and is well balanced with the max usage. Like the heavier the thing she lifts, the more it drains her aura. But I think 100 kilograms might be just a little bit too high of a ceiling. That the fam lives in Atlas, yes. Went to Vale, and the family still lives in Atlas. Makes sense. She wanted to get away from the strict mannerisms and military style of Atlas. I was going to see whose semblance you thought wasn't a little too strong. Yeah, there's been a number of them so far. There's been a number of them today already, Lex. There's already Max. Oh, you already have a reduction to it? Goldfish memory? I mean, Pink's semblance, a lot of the semblances, I've also said they're not too strong, but there's some semblances people have incorporated what seems like two different abilities, but like, for example, Pink's semblance of contorting their body. Perfectly fine. There's a number of other semblances. And Pellis's, I believe, it was AFK. Ah, okay. There was a few of them so far. But anyways, as it's just the only thing I would really have to comment on is the lifting capacity. Because that sounds like a lot that she'd be able to lift. Yes. I put in the aura is immune in check. It reduces quickly. Yes. I agree it reduces quickly, but being able to lift 100 kilograms is a massive amount of weight. 100 kilograms is... How many pounds is that? Well, wait. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Okay. Yeah, that's 220 pounds. 2.2 pounds per kilogram. I should have placed it next to it that the weight sips aura madly. If it's okay, max lifting capacity, for some reason I thought 100 kilograms was much heavier than 220 pounds. I think that's generally okay. I would put into the semblance that it consumes more aura if she's manipulating something that is 20 meters away from her. The farther it is from her, it drains her aura more quickly, similar to how, like, holding a heavy weight closer to yourself is easier to do than holding it out further from yourself. I think that's probably fine. For some reason, I thought 100 kilograms was, like, more than what it actually is. I think it's probably good, because one of your C's, being able to eat a shipping container full of dust, yeah, that's a lot. But, yeah. Other than that, seems good. Yeah, I do need to go actually make my food, so I'm going to do that. and then we can come back and I'll talk more about OCs. Uh, make the food. I think that should be right. He's cooking. Maybe I should stop cooking if the chicken ends up burning. Let me go to bio break. But yeah, thank you for submitting your character, Val. Honestly, I think it's probably pretty good. I just for some reason was having a brain fart on what 100 kilograms actually weighs. Downside is he has to touch the item first. Ah, okay. Hmm. I can switch over to cat though. Just Ember's chilling. Yeah. Yeah, he is. When in doubt, get angry. Entertain. Look, camera over there. No, you're never gonna listen. Don't get sassy with me. What are you doing? Here. Pay attention to stream. And back. Okay. Damaged books sagging. It's not sagging that badly. It's lived for the past how long have I had that bookshelf? 10 years? Close to? Chimkin time. Yeah. I don't the cat, whenever I'm making wraps, cat comes out to the kitchen, whether he is drawn by the smell of chicken or the possible prospect of a piece of cheese falling on the 11 will be its doom. I hope not. The day that bookshelf comes down is a very sad day for me. Maybe I need to replace it. I don't know. Just wondering except it needs a new bookshelf. It's not broken. It's fine. It's fine. Sucks that the cat left, though. Cat was supposed to stay and entertain stream. Thank you for the bits, though, Well. Appreciate it. And Bloody, thank you for the 25 bits. Oh, well, drew up a stronger one. The shipping is going to be the costly part. Closer to... Maybe I should just end stream now. Maybe that's a good option, too, huh? Maybe I just do that. Okay, pardon the chewing sounds on stream. Top 10 things he said before disaster. Oh no. You're right, Lex. Only 123 left until the chemistry stream. Oh, Phoenix me too. Chewing ASMR, no. Move the microphone further away. Put your food in stream discussion. Bloody no. Not while I'm eating, no. Or you go, or... Ooh, those look good, Lex. Damn. You're a more talented cook than I am. I just got, store-bought breaded chicken, slapped that in the oven, and just made wraps out of it. Burst out laughing at you moving the mic away. I'm glad I can be entertaining. Oh, Greek spinach wraps. Mmm. Those do sound very good. Hmm. Burp taking some big gnomes? Of course. Well, I mean, with all the talking that I do have a big mouth, right? Highly recommend. Yeah, they seem kind of similar to I believe samosas, like spinach samosas, from Indian cuisine. Never made OCs for other series. I have not. I've only made OCs for RWBY. Mmm. 5.5k Capcan. Nice. Ooh, chili. That's always a good option, too. Lamb samosas. I don't know if I've ever had lamb. I think I've only had... Actually, maybe it was lamb. I know I've had beef samosas, but... 7k feathers away from the next OC review. Oh, nice. Can't imagine Seraph were your first. No, Seraph were my first. Seraphina was my very first OC. I mentioned this when I created her, though, that I spent months, like, meticulously going through, finding everything that I wanted for her. But yeah, she was my first. Yeah. Thank you, Lex. I appreciate that.
hopefully all of the other OCs that I've created as well will do the same as they are showcased in Seraph's story whenever I get to that point. But yeah, thank you. I thought about making Arknights OC, but not as knowledgeable with the universe as I am with Ruby. Ruby's been created in such a way where the universal or the understanding of the universe very much lends itself to creating very unique OCs within that, each having their own unique weapon, their own unique semblances, and the backstories that you can go into with OCs. This being stream as an ASMR stream now. I'm not switching the category over to ASMR if that's what you're implying. Yeah, Monty made sure of that. I have enough feathers for almost 4 pages fried. Damn. I know you're kidding, but I just want to put it out there because I know someone's seriously going to consider it. Are you going to pull the trigger, Fried? Because if so, I'll start the reviews in probably like, again, in 20 minutes or so. But 6.3 now after your own and Magus's? Nice. Well, it was nice of you to use the 20k of your points. Well, World of Remnant episode on Faunus was 3 years ago. Okay. So that Facebook post that they made was retconned to specifically be Faunus. Okay. Almost 38k, but no OC? Well, there's plenty of time to create an OC if you feel like it. Okay, that's the re-upload. Yeah, I felt like the World of Remnant series was always around volumes 2, 3, and 4 for the World of Remnant. Nope, haven't put a doc together. All right, well, there's always time for later OC reviews, right? World of Remnant released throughout volume 2 and 3, maybe 4. I know it was definitely throughout volume 2 and 3. It wasn't just one volume. So I don't know when exactly each of them was. And the cat hasn't come back yet. Ember! Meow meow! He's not coming back. We're going. I like World of Remnant, but wish they actually made some of that into the show. Yeah. Oh, problem is you want to learn how to draw. I'd love to learn how to draw as well. It's just finding the time to dedicate to it. Volume 4 ones were narrated by Crow. So it did go all the way till Volume 4. Which was, I guess, around 7 years ago. I do know how. Oh, can't find motivation to restart. I see. Well, motivation comes and goes, right? Maybe, months from now, maybe years from now, you'll find that motivation again. And hopefully, I'm still doing streams, still doing Ruby content, and we can touch on it then. Okay, July 24th, 2014. Nice, Capcan. Getting up there. Pulled from Google. Ah, okay. Everything Enthusiast, welcome back to the most exciting content you've ever seen. A lonely man sitting in a chair where his cats abandoned him, and he's eating food. I think that might be a little bit strong, Magus, but you could have a semblance that interferes with semblances within a range, I think. Not deactivate permanently, but maybe one that disrupts aura slightly. I feel like a little kid. Slowly counting your allowance as you're getting it. Yeah. Peaceful eating with no Kato. Yeah. They look at you while eating. Tyrion's disrupts aura. When he makes physical contact with another person, he can create openings in their aura so he can physically injure them. He doesn't actually disrupt a semblance, as far as we know. Likely, disrupting an individual's aura would probably interfere with their semblance, but we've not seen that as of yet. It's only aura that we've seen him disrupt. Poor Fiona. Hello, Daisy, and hello, Mama Flower. Found a cart where all 4 wheels work. Wow, that's a rare occurrence at many different supermarkets or stores. Assuming you're actually at a store and it's not a shopping cart you found out in the wild. I can hear you running around out there, Cat. What are you doing? Meow. Cat. Meow. Here, boy. Thank you for the bits, Val. Cat. Dumbass. He responded to dumbass. Validation. Oh god, he's got the zoomies. And now he's gone. Alright then. Good job, Cat. Single brain cell award goes to... You got that right, Rail. He's an excited dumbass, but a dumbass nonetheless. Yeah, cats and zoomies, exactly, Val. Thank you for the 100 bits. Just wanted to show how fast he was. Yeah, he darted away pretty fast. Let's see if it works again. Hey, dumbass. I heard him. There you are. Hey, dumbass. You've just proven that that's your name. Good job. Don't be mean. Ember's smarter than that. I've got cats too. Your cats are probably smarter than this one. M Fast Boy. What's about the meow? A big meow. Don't be looking at my food. It's my food. Hey. What are you doing? That ain't yours. Really put the point close. I like how you pointed accusingly. Not accusingly, but, you know. Don't get me wrong. I love Ember. He's a great cat. But I'm willing to admit that he's not smart. And he's willing to admit it too. He's okay. He accepts his shortcomings. The way he's looking at you. Oh, what's the matter? What's wrong? Are you upset that I'm eating and your food is still like an hour away? 45 minutes? Yeah? I know. I'll feed you soon, buddy. I need to keep you on a schedule, though, because if I feed you early, you're going to be meowing in the middle of the night hungry. Hey. I'm already 8 hours. Yep. Has been. Halfway through FMA Brotherhood. Nice. Everything enthusiast. Getting to really good parts. Oi. Stop it. There you go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Comfy cat. You just wanted attention, didn't you? I was giving more attention to my food than I was to you, and you just couldn't accept that. How many OCs do I have? I mean, there's a number of, well, a couple tangential characters that I've had to create, but OCs that have a dedicated, like, part to play within Seraph's story. I think that's what you're asking, Lex? Called him dumbass, that started eating in front of him. I was already eating. I called him dumbass, he responded, ran in here, had the zoomies, and then bolted out. Sure. Or were you asking someone else? Probably meant you. Oh, you reviewed. 22 OCs have been reviewed today. 22 OCs have been reviewed. So, yeah. So in about 8 hours, 22 OCs, not bad. Want to hear the Seraph Tangential OCs? Well, I'm not going to reveal information about them. Just how many there are. So far, there's like 11 OCs that I've like decently thoroughly developed for Seraph's story. But, you know. Oh yeah. And that's like for multiple volumes of it. Is that including Nile? Forgotten about Nile. Maybe? I don't know. Depends on if I bring Nile back again. But alright, good night, Magus. Team Cerulean's last member is Nile too. Oh no. Yeah, good night. Yeah, good night, Magus, and thank you again for submitting your OC. Was his name Nile? Yeah, yes, his name was Nile. The bully from Oscuro. Yeah. Forgotten by Phoenix and Velvet. Well, Velvet remembered Nile. Reviewed enough OCs to carry a small gotcha game for a couple months. Yeah. Pretty much. Because these OCs added to the OCs from the first OC stream There are definitely more this time around. I think last OC stream, I don't even know if we hit 10. But this time we got more, which is good. Hydrate while I'm in the middle of chewing, huh? That's just mean. How long was the last stream? The last stream was another 10, 11 hours, but I substituted in playing... I can't remember what I was playing at the time. Was it playing Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, or was I playing Tears of... No, I wasn't playing Tears of the Kingdom. I might have been playing Path of Radiance, actually. Because I'm pretty sure the last OC review stream was in May, after the end of Volume 9. It was Zelda, okay. Really? Oh, I played Breath of the Wild because it was before Tears of the Kingdom released. That must have been it. I'm pretty sure I scheduled it so it was a week before Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came out. Because I knew when Tears of the Kingdom came out, I'd be playing a lot of it. So I think I scheduled it before that. Yeah, it was Breath of the Wild, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Felt like I intentionally put it before Tears of the Kingdom, because I knew I'd have a mild addiction to that game. Makes more sense. Yeah. Speaking of Zelda, the Minish Cap is next, and since it doesn't look like there's going to be any more OCs, maybe we start with Minish Cap today? And also, did you perhaps beat Oracle of Ages? So? How's your playthrough going? 2 hours or so? Yeah. Probably be about that. Yeah, I think Oracle of Ages is a decently long game. But I'll play both. Alright. Because I'm only going to be streaming, 3 days a week. So the rest of the days a week, can always play the other one. Didn't lose your Micaeus? He was last place. I thought I looked, but he's not lost? What do you mean last place, Fried? Might wrestle a bit with the RPG shenanigans. Oh, with the game that you're making, Lex? Is it going well so far? Be kicking around with the calendar, but can't find a good length of time to give the game. It depends on how long would be required for the plot to take place, I guess. Micaeus the Unhallowed. Check several places within your bulk storage. I mean, during original Innistrad block, Micaeus was kind of bulk, because for a while he was like a $5 mythic, I think, but then he jumped to like 30, 40, 50 bucks at times because of Commander. But yeah, Micaeus, good card. New fan RPG top down 32-bit style. Yeah. I can't remember if I have a Micaeus or not. I don't think I do. Yeah. Yeah, he is known. Just full ass right on stream. Isn't that right, buddy? No respect. Huh? Yeah. make your own OC, stuff like that. On and off project for a while. Hey, dumbass. Oh. You didn't like that, huh? I'm sorry, buddy. I tease because I care. Yeah, I know. It's the Ultimate Masters printing. Ah, didn't play OG Innistrad. Bigger Deal is too lazy to keep high value cards in their own place. Oh no. Yeah, Fierce Guardianship in there for a while. I mean, Fierce Guardianship was just reprinted in Commander Masters, so you know, no one's expecting that type of message. Ella possesses rings she wears on her fingers too. Oh, punch someone with leaving with nothing but the sound of metal bashing in their skull from her fist. Ow! Oh my god. I'm just got adored by the burb and chat, but also Dum Dum Brain Cell. Exactly. He understands. Well, single Brain Cell probably doesn't, but I'm sure he gets the intent at least. Isn't that right, buddy? Yeah. Excuse me, volume 1 to 3 in a single 15-week term feels too short. Putting in 2 weeks. Putting in 2 feels too long. Yeah, maybe. Apparently an Entomb in there too. But borderless. Fried. Man. That needs a. Is it at least sleeved? Is it at least sleeved? I have a feeling it isn't. But, you know, sleeve them expensive cards. Even if you're not going to play them, you can always sell them to buy cards that you do want. Oh, you comfy, buddy? Huh? You comfy? I kind of want both hands to eat, but you're kind of like pinning one of them. Yeah, a little comfy. Huh? Mm-hmm. I don't keep them separate. I know you don't keep them separate, but do you at least sleeve them? You can still sleeve them and put them with the rest of your cards. Volume 1, 2 with Volume 3 happening post-term? Better make a holiday for it? Yeah, that could work. Volume 1 to 2 in a 15-week term. I think that works. I know Volume 2 takes place second semester, but you can easily collapse them together. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cannon died in a back alley or something. Yeah, for your own alternate universe story, the events of Volume 1 2 can easily be collapsed into one volume. No, they're not sleeved. It's one of those 3,200 count storage boxes. Yeah, I've got a few dozen of those. But you can still sleeve it. Evening, Barto. Hello. And yes, meal is very good. Captain Gaming, hello. What did I miss? Well, we've gone over about 22 OCs today. So there's that. But other than that, it's just me eating right now. Is that so, Velvet? Follows a similar structure to your AU. Canon might be a part of it. And going that way? Yeah, why not? Canon compliance, but main Ruby stories affected by the player and character in the team. Makes sense. Oh, crazy Feethy. What if CL trolling in Volume 9? Find out CL is the Summer Maiden? I don't think that's possible because CL is from Atlas. I don't think she could be made into... Unless she became the Summer Maiden after going to Vacuo. That's possible. But... oh, there's your ad nauseum. Knew I had one of those. Oh no. Fry. Oh. Can I somehow yeet a hammock over? I mean, a full-sized hammock I don't think would fit in the room. A cat-sized hammock, I don't know where I would hang it. A lot of CL rubbed you the wrong way? Well, it was definitely playing directly towards specific YouTubers and reactors, but, I mean, it was just an offhand line that didn't really affect anything in the plot. It could have been anything about the previous volumes. They just chose to have that one in there just to poke fun at Murder of Birds a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. He's the biggest reactor for the series that has been there for the entire scope of the Ruby series. So, makes sense. Makes sense. Hell, people who wouldn't even know Murder of Birds, I think, would find that comment very offhand. Honestly, people who aren't that into the Ruby series and just kind of watch it adjacently without delving into the fandom, they probably even wouldn't know who CL is, because I don't think her name was actually mentioned within the show itself. Remember some Ruby members reacted to Arnold's video before? Yeah, they have. They've also collaborated with him before on gaming video, I believe. Practically endorsed by them. Yep. Pretty much. I mean, I guess you could say the same about me as well, since I did the Ruby recap series, but yeah. Do you think that Kana and Yang would get along? Kana. I don't know who you're referring to with Kana. She's introduced by Penny, or introduced herself, not exactly. Huh. Said maybe by the announcers. We never saw CL's match, or rather, the announcement of the match. Or maybe the announcers did say that Penny and CL Soliel won. Penny Polandita, CL Soliel. I don't know actually. Oh, it could be Callie Belladonna. Penny introduced her to Ruby. Okay, I guess I need to rewatch volumes 1 to 3 again. It's been a while. I did, Velvet. I did. I've commented on it. Okana from Fairy Tail. Depends. Well, we've never seen Yang drunk. But honestly, I could see Yang being a similar drunk to Kana. I think they'd get along. What do you think Ellie would get along with? Granted, I couldn't fit her personality in it, unfortunately. It's difficult to say for sure. Yeah, I'd need to know more about the individual personality for me to make that judgment call. Team Ruby plus alcohol, the crossover they need. I feel like Crow might object to that. Just beat the 3rd dungeon. Nice, Saw. Are we still a minor? Well, Ruby's still 17. But what's the legal drinking age in Remnant? That's another question. I could understand if the legal drinking age in Remnant was 16 because, by God, in Remnant, sometimes you might just need a drink. Go by Eastern Europe rules. Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do. Shorter lifespans. You never know what day might be your last. So, and not to mention, if they graduate from a combat school at the age of 16, I feel like their parents would let them have a drink in celebration. But, I don't know. At least for the sake of the question in chat, if it can be a small enough message, sure. Thoughts and semblance. Like and shift. Allows them to assume a more wolf-like form. Granting them enhanced strength, stamina, and senses. State always attacks with more animal instincts. Because it acts more aggressively than would. So it's a transformation semblance that essentially turns him into a werewolf of sorts. Oh, didn't mean to send that? Oh, okay. VTuber, forgot that was going to be a thing. Yep. Are they going to be streaming that on Twitch? Age of 17 or 18 grad? Well, no, they'd be 16 or 17 as a grad. Still editing. All right, Ash Winters. Stream on the RT site, uploaded to YouTube the next day. Ah, okay. Oh, VTuber Ruby is pre-recorded? Huh. Interesting if it was pre-recorded, because part of the allure of VTubers is to be able to directly interact with an anime character and have them respond, right? Oh, the thing from 2016. Oh. Since Ruby and Juniper Minor Oscar are old enough, and there are huntsmen huntresses to have their license, or to a driver's license. If we running a roads to drive, even off-road. I mean, Yang had a motorbike since before her time at Beacon Academy, so... But personal vehicles aren't really all that common in the world of Ruby, except for, like, within the main city of Vale, or Atlas Mistral, maybe. Yeah, most are 20 by that point. But if you're old enough to fight Grim, you're old enough to drink liquor. Well, there are a lot of people in the Ruby universe who need to fight for their lives at ages much younger than 16. So, I don't know. More aggressively in the wood. Still retains his intelligence and situational awareness. 5% of order to activate. Drains are when used. Sort of mix between Mother's Tiger Summon and his father's barriers. I would say, when it comes to transformation semblances like that, I'd say working in a different way, whereas they gain sort of an aura cloak of whatever animal they're mimicking, rather than being transformed into that animal. Oh, you want me to raise the volume? Is the volume that low? This should probably help. But yes, 21 is Huntsman Academy graduation. For non-headphone users, yes. Speakers all the way up. Oh. I'm still a little quiet. I didn't adjust the volume. Huh. Like, I haven't adjusted the volume on stream at all. That's weird. Like, is my stream quieter than it normally is? Weird. Is a character inspired by Steve Irwin? I don't know. Something's could be animal communication? Yeah. That could be. Remember before that you were quiet compared to other streamers? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I could, I guess, increase the volume on my side, but I don't know. I don't know how to access the master volume velvet. You've said that before, but I don't know how to access it. Like having to join Ember and give pats. Did I watch the Crossover movie? I did. Still need to make a video on it, though. Figures are still all the way up, and you're now sounding your normal volume. Okay. Is it normally... Do you normally not have to have your speakers at full volume to hear it? Crank some knobs on the mic? Like, I don't think that the mic would actually help, but I'm going to go put my plate back in the kitchen. And then I'll maybe see if I can alter some things, I guess. Church of Cat. Virtually Pat's Ember. As more acting, small, soft, smiley type of person. Very capable of listening to, consoling others. Brutally honest as she is, however, not to be fooled with and face demeanor. Observance, background card from her mother mentor teachings. Feels like there's a bit that a few characters that they could interact well with, like Ruby, soft, smiley type of person, but also the heck of a backbone. Yang would probably get along with her pretty well, so 100% could fit in the fridge. Want to give tummy rubs? Yeah. Thought your shirt was plain when she stood up just now. No, it's a Ruby shirt. It's got Ruby on it. So yeah. It is more than a plain white shirt. Fitting for OC stream. I thought so. So, the heck is this master volume you speak of? Because I don't know how to access it. Because I've gone to the settings in OBS and I don't know how to access master volume. Like, I guess I could increase the audio for the mic, but I'm worried that it will start capping out. Okay, there is no master volume on OBS. But you've been telling me, oh, just use the master volume. Just use the master volume. It's like,
Bruh. Turn up the decibels of your mic. That's I did. I turned it from -5 to -2. Um, next to sources, I'll see the mixer. Yeah, the audio mixer. Yeah, yeah. So that's not master volume. That's the mic volume. Then mixer on the panel on the right hand side. Slide the target mic audio to the right to increase the volume. Yeah, yeah. The volume is already up. Click on the tiny gear icon next to the bottom. Tiny gear icon. Okay. Yep, mic active and it's at -2. Oh. And this is also where you get the sync offset as well. Huh. So this is how I could edit, since normally when I'm streaming there's a delay there. Huh. Interesting. I think he sounds fine on phone while drawing. Okay. Just scream for the rest of stream. You know, in response to that, I have debated just screaming into the mic, but I'm not going to deafen people. Yeah, it definitely helped. Absolutely, because I did not know that. I feel like this screen is familiar, that I've looked at it before, but I didn't realize there's the sync offset that's here. So that'll be useful for the future. Yeah, definitely helpful. If that's how you add a delay. Okay. Good. It's been a while since I've looked at OBS. Oh, there you go, Crit. You got through. It finally redeemed it for you. Did a like and shift for the aura cloak thing you mentioned. Just skips over it in the repost. Ah, okay. But yeah, excellent, Crit. It went through this time. 1 out of 2 pages? So are you going to submit a second time for full 2 pages, or is it just you want me to go over 1 page right now? I would like to play the Oracle games at some point. There's page 2. It worked. 2 page I'll post. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we have another OC to go over then. I don't know why Twitch was limiting you. Don't know what you should use your feathers for. You can always save up to if you have a specific video in mind that I want to do, or that you would like me to do on YouTube. There's always that. Would I play Star Wars games like Force Unleashed or Force Unleashed 2? Maybe. Like, I want to make sure that I play games that I'm mostly interested in playing. And although those games do look interesting, I don't know if I'd necessarily want to commit like a month worth of streams to play through them. So, using OBS earlier to make a meme about getting to Ravenclaw Common Room as a Slytherin in Hogwarts Legacy, but capture the wrong screen. Oh no, that sucks. All right. Crit's OC is up. Ooh. Interesting. And this is all for... No, this is 2 OCs. Correct? No. No, it's 2 OCs. Okay. Interesting. All right. Cool. I'm going to get more water, and then we'll go over Crit's OCs. Okay. I need more. All right. Plenty of OCs that has the name Jade. Indeed. Jade's a good name. Makes me want to clear my throat. Sorry. Apologies. It always happens after I eat wraps, though. I think the spiciness of them kind of, I don't know, makes me phlegm up, I guess. As disgusting as that sounds. It's like FMA's first opening, the banger. Indeed. All right. A semi-canon alternate universe. They're 1 year old from season 1. Oh. They're 1 year old from season 1. Or 1 year older from season 1. Because I feel like if they have, you know, full-on personality, semblance, weapons, everything, they'd be more than a year old. 1 year older than the characters from season 1. Okay, so they're second years. Got it. Might just be the dry wraps. That could be as well. Though there's Caesar dressing on them, so they're not that dry. Happens to the best of us? Yeah. So coffee level. Yeah. Like, how about the names and overall thoughts? I mean, naming, I'll do my best, but probably the internet might be the best help with that, but we'll see. Name Juniper. Name origin from Latin. Team Jade. Age 13. Okay, so this is at the beginning of the combat schools then. So at the time of season 1, they're 1 year older than Team Ruby, but 13 at the time of the story starts, I believe, is the intent. 4'1", small bean. Daisy just asked you your ring size? Concerned? Yes, okay. I don't know, maybe she's considering harvesting your fingers for some purpose? I don't know. With Daisy, there's always something else at play. Nothing important. A human, birthplace is the Mistral slums, okay. Eye color is light green/purple. Personality is cold, calculating, cunning, introverted, quiet, I'm going to presume, pessimistic, and street smart. Growing up in the slums, unfortunately, that'd probably be necessary. An eye for an eye will keep the balance. Interesting. See, my quote with eye for an eye, the general quote is an eye for an eye will leave the world blind, which is absolutely false. An eye for an eye will leave the world with no depth perception. Most people, after losing a single eye, probably would stop. Yeah, Yubi. Daisy finger get fingies. Backstory. Born as the eldest daughter of a crime family living in a world where it's kill or be killed. She was on a mission one day when her family was killed by the spiders. Juniper knows she still needs information, and that's why she wants to become a huntress. Interesting motivation tying in the spiders in Mistral. Growing up in the back alleys, I'm sure they'd be everywhere. Someone's name is Reflection. Allows the unit to manifest her shadow within eyesight. The shadow copies Juniper's exact movement. Okay. So, So it copies her exact movement, and it creates an aura construct from her shadow. Makes sense. Yeah, the name Reflection. What is the fairy tale is Peter Pan. Okay. And names is one thing that you wanted help with, right? There's got to be something in Peter Pan where it could be shadow-related name, right? I thought losing an eye would make you Dick Fury. Make you Odin-wise and powerful. A big fan of shadow semblances? You don't say, Silver Shadow. Spooky, scary spiders. Spooky, deadly spiders. Maybe even naming it Shadow's Reflection would be a more fitting name. Spooky deadly Roman spiders. He does lose his shadow. Ooh, that's an interesting aspect of it. So it's literally manifesting a shadow then, creating an aura construct from it. Okay, cool. Okay, interesting. Weapon name is Icy Presto. A spear and dual pistol built in wind mixed with ice dust. So there's wind and ice dust in it then? A trigger is near the point and the bottom. The blade of the spear has one hole on either side of it. Okay. Icy Presto doesn't transform. It is always a spear. So, a spear with dual pistols built in. So it doesn't transform, and the spear and the pistols are attached to one another? A windy weather, stormy weather. Yeah. Because I'm trying to visualize that. Like, are the dual pistols separate from the spear, or are they attached to it in some way? Because spear and dual pistol. Oh, so it's a spear and a separate pistol then. Pistol is inside. Okay. So he has to hold the spear and fire with it. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Combat style. Juniper prefers to stay in the air, sitting on her spear. When she sees an enemy, Juniper drops down for a surprise attack. The barrel at the top has wind dust, making swings faster. The barrel at the bottom of the spear gives her more freedom of movement and ability to be in the air. How is she in the air? How is she able to gun spear? Yeah. Sitting on the spear in the air. How is she able to fly with it? It's in the notes. Okay. Air needs to become more dense to have enough force to support a person. Air density and temperature are like opposites end of a seesaw. Lower temperature leads to higher density. Yes. But that wouldn't be enough for her to fly on, though. Because even with wind dust, it wouldn't be enough for a person to fly. Interesting. Like, I feel like the flight might. Yeah, I'm not exactly seeing how she would be able to fly. I get that you want to include it because of the Peter Pan inspiration, but I feel like it might be unnecessary. Otherwise, it all float on a hot day. Even in Ruby, being able to utilize wind dust, it's not enough. It'd be enough to give someone a burst of momentum, maybe in a single direction, but not enough to keep them floating in the air. But the spear with barrels at each end, one has wind dust to make swings faster. That works perfectly. The barrel at the bottom of the spear gives her more freedom of movement and the ability to be in the air. Like, yeah, I don't think that would work in practicality. You'd run out of wind dust really fast. Experience held flight from Flint stationary. I don't know if that'd be necessarily flight or kind of forced levitation. The wind dust was a controlled constant, but you'd need a ton of it. Flint's weapon was in bursts, and his semblance could amplify it greatly. I can cut that? Yeah, that's the part that's really... that I think is difficult to work out properly. The rest of it, though, like the semblance, I always love shadow manipulation semblances, and bringing their own shadow to life to kind of mirror their own fighting style, that works.
And although I have difficulty visualizing the spear with the dual pistols built in, because there's a barrel on each end of it, each with wind/ice dust, I'm having difficulty visualizing it exactly, but from the description here, it seems like it would be very fitting in canon. Just 2 types of dust, and using the wind dust to increase the velocity of the blows that she's dealing makes complete sense. And then ice dust to give icy attacks on top of that. So he alluding to Peter Pan can fly. Yes. Scarlet's semblance is glide. Oh yeah, Scarlet alludes to Peter Pan too. Yeah. So Scarlet has the glide to allow him to fly, but he can't actually, hover in the air. He just glides and slowly descends. Just lessens the effect of gravity. But yeah, other than that, I think pretty good. Semblance name Reflection, weapon name Icy Presto. What inspired the weapon name, may I ask? With Icy Presto. It's an interesting name. Does it relate to Peter Pan's story in any way, or have the art later? Yeah, sounds good, Crit. Sounds good. But yeah, overall, I'd say pretty solid character. Interesting motivations with the connection to the spiders and the vengeance that I'm sure they'd be out seeking against the spiders. Because she would really, really want to get back at them for taking out her entire family. Yeah, I'd like help with names and overall thoughts. For names, like the semblance name is the only thing that I'm maybe curious about. Because just Reflection, I feel like you could even name it maybe Shadow's Reflection. Because it does bring to life the shadow and have it reflect her movements. So, because having it just named Reflection isn't necessarily indicative of what the semblance does. Granted, neither is Yang's semblance of Burn or Petal Burst like with Ruby's, but I don't know. I feel like naming it Shadow's Reflection or having something else related to it might work. But other than that, I think the Ice Dust and Presto is a music term for moving fast. Oh, okay. I like that name. I like that inspiration for the name. Yeah, but I like the idea of adding something more to the semblance name, like Shadow's Reflection or something like that. Or does Peter Pan refer to his shadow in any, like, by referring to it in some way throughout the Peter Pan stories? I don't know if he refers to it. Well, he probably refers to it as his reflection, actually. I don't know. I feel like there might be something there. Other than that, though, solid character, and seems the fighting style's pretty well thought out. Yeah, it's just the flight aspect. I don't really see how it'd be possible. But, yeah, pretty good. Maybe. Yeah, that doesn't really lend itself to a name from the Peter Pan story, then. I don't know. Maybe Reflection is a good name. I don't know if anyone else can think of something. Maybe put it in chat. But we'll go on to the second character for now. In the closed weapons color scheme, a nice red and would that be kind of a copper or a green, like a lighter green, minty green, and a rusty color red? It looks like good color schemes. Ooh. And the second character named Eclipse. Oof. Eclipse is a good name. Interesting name for a person to have. In the RWBY universe, I think it'd be completely fine. Because I always think of Eclipse as like the name for a semblance or a weapon, but having the person named Eclipse, that's That's interesting. I like it. A color origin meaning is from English. Team Jade, age 13. Human, birthplace in Mistral as well. Height 5 foot. Another small bean. Hair, eye color, dark blue and gray. Teal. Ah, okay. I'm not good at naming colors, so teal makes sense. Personality, calm, calculated, and discreet. But yet, extroverted, outgoing, loud, and optimistic. Isn't discreet and loud kind of opposing personality traits? Are they not? Antonyms? Yeah. Small as heck? I mean, the first one was 4'2", 4'1". Small beans. So that's interesting. I guess it would depend on the situation that they're in, or who they're around, possibly. If we find out OC named Eclipse is around. For context, yes, Team Eclipse. Ties in with the myth. Fairy tale myth, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. I see. You know what? Fair. And quotes, if I can save money by haggling, why not? Words to live by. As a child of the council, Eclipse, I'm guessing, Eclipse never wanted for anything. Yeah, semi-canon AU. Okay. Because there's like council. Wait, what council? But if it's alternate universe, then council can be whatever council it may end up being. The maid raised her, read to Eclipse fairy tales of old as bedtime stories. Eclipse tended to feel directionless, loneliness, and only doing what her parents expected. Eclipse is from a conservative family. As the middle child, she was expected to be elegant, to do elegant forms of dance and music. After she unlocked her semblance, she thought, maybe I can be more than just a pretty puppet, and she can be a huntress. Semblance name is Center. As a student, allows her to allure her own weight to make themselves lighter or heavy. So alter her own weight to make herself lighter or heavier. It takes more focus. The heavier she is, the more relaxed she is, the lighter. Interesting. With Center, she makes herself lighter to escape and go faster, or make her not fall. So she's able to manipulate her own weight, or how much she's affected by gravity. Huh. A little desaturation wouldn't hurt? How do you mean? Like with my stream? Oh, the yellow at least. Oh. I can just put that there for now. Color palette's bright as heck? Huh. Well, I mean, I don't know. I thought it was okay on my end, but sure. Oh, I thonked the mic, did I? I didn't even notice. Interesting, though. I like that semblance, being able to manipulate her own weight. Not necessarily her own weight, but how her weight is affected by gravity, allowing her to feel heavier or lighter, or be perceived as heavier or lighter by both herself and others, depending on, whether how relaxed she is, or it takes more focus for her to make herself heavier, but if she's more relaxed, then she's lighter. Interesting. Kitten goes to sleep. All right. Good night, Val. Sleep well. Just how the website organized the colors. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I'll try not to blind people with colors then. But good night, Val. Sleep well. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. But yeah, semblance seems good to me. Weapons names Skull and Hati. Ooh. The weapons are knee-high gladiator shoes. In a fight, Eclipse uses regional capoeira to vex and disorient opponents with acrobatics and unpredictable attacks. She focuses on single enemies, switching between light and heavy kicks. When she lightens her kick, doesn't do a lot of damage, but are fast. When she's heavier, her legs will not be kicked out from underneath of her. Dang. And equipment, she has gloves as well, but a very kick-based fighting style. I like that a lot, actually. In the future, Eclipse uses silver needles. Huh. Interesting. Skull has water dust, Hades has lightning dust. This is used to stun and delay enemies. Honestly, fun weapons. Does she manipulate her mass? Yes. That is what her semblance does, which is center. Allows her to alter her own weight, making herself lighter or heavier. Yeah. How do you submit and where? The way you submit is by the channel point redeems on this channel. Like in the bottom corner of chat, there should be a place to open the channel point redeems. And it costs 20,000 channel points. So you'd have to be watching stream for a little while to build up the amount of points. And for every 20,000, yep, as Lex posted there in chat, the OC help, you'll be able to redeem 1 page worth of OC description for me to go over on stream. And then you'll post that once you have redeemed in chat, then you post it in the Discord server and I'll go over it. But yeah, thank you, Lex. But yeah, honestly, I think Eclipse is solid character. Semblance seems balanced, only manipulating her own weight, and that would allow for her kicks to land either, very light and fast or heavy and solid, and would also make it so that she can't have her legs kicked out from under her, as you noted. And then with her weapons are just gladiator shoes like greaves that I'm guessing cover her entire shin, imbued with water dust and lightning dust. Water dust is interesting. How would you use the water dust in combat, or how would she use the water dust in combat? The lightning dust, straightforward and makes sense. Never play mod wisely when no mod is here. Oh no. Didn't speak though? Huh? Also Wackus, but also most original co-op Ruby fan weapon you've seen. Not stuff from OC, but could you see a demo from someone posted online that you read about? I mean, I don't know offhand what that would be, because I've seen some pretty nutty weapons that have tried to include, that have had like a half a dozen different transformations and have tried to incorporate every type of dust into them. So there's some pretty wacky ones. Beat me to it and I have friends over. Ah, okay. How's Windy's reflection for Juniper Semblance? Ooh, that's a good name. I like that because it ties into the Peter Pan inspiration with Wendy and everything. Wendy's reflection. Yeah, I like it. I like that name. Oh no, you have a life. Roman, rubbing it into all of us. That tragic story for your loss. The water's to help the lightning be more effective. Oh. So in other words, landing a number of quick, light kicks with the water dust, and then landing a hard kick with the electricity dust, pretty much electrocuting an opponent. Right? F in chat for Roman. Interesting. I like it. Yeah. Okay. I like that. I really like that there's a fighting style pretty much solely focused on kicks. Not, exclusively kicks. Because if she uses silver needles in the future and also has gloves, if she needs to, I'm sure she could throw a pretty solid punch, especially with her semblance allowing her to manipulate her own weight. She could definitely land some solid punches, but kicks are very interesting. When are we introducing time dust, space dust, and distortion world dust? Probably once magic gets returned to Ruby. Not anytime soon, because the only people who would be able to develop that type of dust, if it could even exist at all, would be Atlas. And sorry, Atlas is kind of in the ground at the moment. Next to never. Unless AU. But yeah, I think Eclipse is solid character, well built with combat style, the weapons, semblance, everything is honestly great with Eclipse. And then with Juniper, it's just the flying aspect. And that was pretty much it. Overall, very good characters, Crit. Very, very good characters. I like them a lot. Also, they're very small beans. So they're 13 years of age, and this is, I'm guessing, 4'1" and 5 foot are their heights when at the age of 13, right? Gloves are more for protection. Okay. When she fights with kicks, does she kind of almost stand on her hands while kicking opponents around her? Is that kind of how she fights? Because I'm thinking kind of similar to Sanji from One Piece, how he kicks, his combat style is entirely focused on kicks, and he kind of props himself up with his hands, spins around and kicks. Yeah, Sanji, exactly. So that's kind of what I'm thinking there. Is that similar? She has the gloves on to kind of, protect her hands on the ground, and then she kicks there? Or is it mostly, she's standing face to face and then just roundhouse kicking and things like that at her opponents? Either way, both fighting styles would work, or even a combination of both of them. But yeah, solid characters. Thank you for sharing them. Yes? Okay, perfect. Way too new to this Twitch. I'll never get 140k feathers anytime soon. Until like a year and a half from now. How many subs for you to review a single OC with a 7-page document? See, I kind of, this was also mentioned at the beginning of stream. I kind of want to keep the redeems to exclusively channel points to reward viewers who have been watching the stream for a while. And although, like, don't get me wrong, money's great and all, but I don't necessarily want to encourage people to like just throw money at it. Yeah. Sorry, Zunknown. But I'm sure, like, in time, you'll be able to build up the points, because there's multiple people now who have gotten to over 100k points, redeemed the 100k points, and in the past, like, 3-4 months, built up 100k points again. So, yeah. I had the same 7-page question. Also, if you're able to condense the information to a smaller number of pages, like, for example, if you just wanted the weapon and semblances to be reviewed on stream before getting into the full backstory, and you can condense that to down like to a page or two, then you can always submit that sooner, right? I got just under 40k in 3 to 4 months, if I remember correctly. Maybe you like your pages looking pretty. Makes sense. Just over? Yeah, I think Silver, granted, Silver's a tier 3 sub, so Silver's gained a lot more channel points, but I'm pretty sure Silver, since the last OC stream, has gained like 80 to 100k, I believe. So it does take time, but it's also to save my own sanity from being overwhelmed with too many OCs. What do you mean only a tier 2, Velvet? Tier 2 is still like way more. It's 100% a tier 3 thing. Okay, fair. Like, tier 2 is still incredibly generous. But yeah, unless there's anything else, Crit, I think, characters are very solid. Very bright color scheme for Eclipse. It's apparently blinding over stream. Tier 1 from someone's kindness. Yeah, and that'll help you gain points, gain channel points faster, right? It's not pay to win here. It's not a mobile game. True, but I have to wait for when Val throws tier 3s around. If Val starts throwing tier 3s around, I'm going to be very concerned. Very concerned. But yeah, if there's anything else you'd like me to comment on or mention or anything, Crit, let me know. But I think overall, solid characters, and yeah, thank you for submitting them. Now though, what Colin loading their life savings? I feel like Val has already done that a little bit already. It is 9:19 though. So Cat, it's time for your food, buddy. You're kind of just loafing around and you don't seem that hungry, but I think you're going to want your food when I get up. It's food time. Meow. Yeah, food time. Oh, yeah, you're so excited for that, huh? You're fine just loafing around. You want your food? I love that cat. He's a good cat. A great cat, even. He's a very adorable cat. Just wish he didn't have the health problems. Hype for the chem stream? We'll get there. Might take a little while yet, but we'll get there. Might change the color for Eclipse to more of a blue. Ooh, yeah. Similar to, like, more nighttime colors, I guess. Like, darker and lighter blues. You didn't want to cats it, I'll do it. I feel like there'd be a few volunteers in chat. I will be needing to board him at the vet when I go away in September. But adorable dingus, yeah. But yeah, that seems fitting, Crit. That seems fitting indeed. Meow. What you doing, Fluffball? Where am I headed? I'm headed to Texas. So I'm headed to the States. There's an event I'm going to there. So, yeah, Texas. When your mom go to MarvCon, who will be taking care of him? I'm going to be boarding him at the vet during that time as well. We've boarded him at the vet before, and he's been fine. So, that's where we're going to... Captain Gaming, thank you for the bits. Go for Remember. You mentioned it at the start of stream? Yeah. Yeah. What you doing, buddy? What you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mom is coming too, but she's not really going to be interacting at MarsCon. She's going to be doing her own thing, and hopefully no one bothers her because she just doesn't want that. But yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go feed the cat. I don't know. Should I just end stream here? Papa Bird and Nana Bun can chill together. Where's MarsCon? That is out in Virginia Beach. And it's next January. I feel we did good. Like, should I end stream here? Or, yeah, I feel like probably ending stream here is not a bad idea. No comments with stream ending? Yeah, I think that'd probably be good then. Everyone, I think, was able to join in who wanted to submit OCs. And then we can save the beginning of the Minish cap for, 9 hours, 24 OCs. Not bad. Pretty productive stream, I'd say, as well. Yeah, I agree. Because then we can start Legend of Zelda the Minish cap on Tuesday. Most of them are asleep anyways. True. Elu was here, indeed. Yeah, cute kitty. Yeah, hi. Yeah, look at the camera, buddy.
Yeah. I won't see the start then. Aw, sorry, Sirius. Your Caleb wasn't eager, so thanks. You're welcome. Enjoyed everyone's OCs. Yeah, everyone's OCs was fantastic. Midway through the 4th dungeon now, saw. Nice. Give myself some mod love too. But yeah, thank you everyone for submitting your OCs. So many excellent OCs today. And it, does take a certain amount of confidence and everything to submit them, and thank you for trusting me with them as well. I'm glad you trust me enough to submit your OCs. It means a lot. Tell me on next Saturday. Will do. But for now then, I think it's time to go get you some food, eh, buddy? Huh? Yeah. You don't look very impressed right now. Hmm? Yeah, you're not that impressed. Let's go 6K. Nice, Capcan. Uno momento. Oh, 1 minute. What's up, Sirius? That face. He did not look happy. What's up, Sirius? Slightly recovered from a 40K loss. Nice. Yeah, he probably wasn't happy being half suspended or partly suspended off the bed. Isn't that right, buddy? Uh-huh. Yeah. All right. Well, could you raid? We do get 250 points for joining. I don't know who I'd raid though, because I don't necessarily like raiding per se, because I kind of just like doing my own thing and like not interfering with people. I guess I don't know. Oh, Arnold is live playing Genshin. Should we just raid Arnold? Hydrate? I guess we can raid Arnold if everyone wants to. Yeah. Why not? For the OC review stream, may as well do something different. If you raid us, this is true. Head off after your brain's fried. All right. Well, we'll start the raid then, and we'll head over. Because, yeah, there's not really a raid message or anything that we're gonna send or anything, but, again, thank you everyone for stream. Thank you for sharing your OCs, and hopefully you enjoy Murder of Birds' stream. Very prominent RubyTuber, so I'm sure you guys know of him by now, and hopefully you'll enjoy his Genshin streams as well. But I'll see you guys on Tuesday for the Minish Cap. That should be good to go.